Hi everyone. This is What If Fan, bringing you a new story of what if Harry became an artificer. Please find fanfic name and author name in the description, and please support the author. If you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe. Let's start. Chapter 1, Life with Relatives, Discovering Magic. Harry Potter, age 8, lived at number 4 Privet Drive with his Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon and Cousin Dudley. The Dursleys are his only living relatives, and Harry had ended up living with them after his parents' deaths. All Harry knew about his parents' passing was that a family friend had gotten them killed. Supposedly, Harry had a godfather that had hunted down the family friend and brought him to the police, but was severely injured in the process. If his supposed godfather ever awoke from his coma, Harry would be given the chance to live with him. But it had been 7 years, and the supposed godfather still hadn't shown up. The Dursleys were a normal family and proud of it. They took Harry and fed and clothed him and sent him to school, all perfectly normal things for a family to do when taking in an orphaned family member. Vernon worked at a company called Grunnings that made drills and supplied them to large construction firms in bulk. Petunia was a stay-at-home mother and looked after Dudley and Harry. All in all, a completely normal family. Vernon had recently renovated the attic for use as Harry's new bedroom. The small second bedroom on the second floor was better to keep for guests. Vernon had been advised that the resale value of the home would increase with a fully finished attic bedroom by a colleague at work. If the smile on the large man's face after the appraisers left was any indication, his colleague had been correct. So now Harry was situated in his new bedroom with all his things neatly put away. If Harry had anything he liked better about his new bedroom, it would be the increased space and the larger window that overlooked the backyard. He looked forward to being able to see the stars at night. Harry was a fairly perceptive boy, especially for his age, so he'd noticed over the years that while his aunt and uncle took care of him, they still kept him at arm's length emotionally. They never got very attached to him, and he sometimes caught them looking at him if something odd happened for no apparent reason. But Harry couldn't really complain about his life much. He was fed, clothed, educated, and left to play when his chores were done. "Harry, we're going to have to store a few of the old boxes back up here again. There isn't room in the garage for the car with all the boxes in it," Vernon informed his nephew as he carried up a cardboard box with the words "School Things" written on the side in marker. "Okay, Uncle Vernon. Do you need help?" Harry asked politely. "If you'd bring up some of the small boxes, that would be brilliant." Vernon nodded as he placed the School Things box in the furthest corner of the attic bedroom. "All right," Harry replied as he made his way down the short staircase that Vernon had replaced the old trapdoor with. The brand new wooden door that separated Harry's room was at the top of these stairs, and it made accessing the new room much easier. It was only about 20 minutes later that the furthest corner of Harry's new room had about a dozen cardboard boxes stacked against it, as well as 8 shoeboxes filled with bits and bobs Vernon and Petunia had collected over the years. "Well, dinner won't be ready for another 2 hours. Wonder what's in some of these?" Harry wondered aloud as he approached the cardboard boxes. Going through a few of them revealed ordinary things: a few holiday decorations, some extra winter clothes, old baby toys from when he and Dudley had been toddlers. It was only when Harry looked into the first box Vernon had brought up, the School Things box, that he found something interesting. Old leather-bound books, quills and inkwells, a strange type of heavy paper he thought might be called parchment, and most curiously a notebook that had the word "Notes" written on it with a name under it. The name is what was truly odd to Harry. Lily Evans was his mother's name before she got married, according to Aunt Petunia. But the sisters had grown apart after they went to different secondary schools. As far as he was aware, neither sister had kept the things of the other. Unknown to anybody at the moment, there was a box nearly identical to the one Harry was browsing through sitting in the Potter family vault in Gringotts. It was filled with Petunia's old secondary school textbooks and other school supplies. Eager for a chance to know more about his mother, Harry cracked open the notebook and started to read. Harry had a high reading level, one of the best in his class, and was able to understand most of the words, though several of them sounded like gibberish. But for the next hour, Harry read his mother's old school notes and learned that magic was real. Harry came across terms he didn't understand: runes, arithmancy, occlumency, potions, charms, transfiguration, all marked with their own place in the notebook. Looking back into the box, Harry found that these unknown terms had matching textbooks. With a strange sort of giddiness at possibly learning from his mother, even if only indirectly, Harry packed the books back up and headed down for dinner. Just as he descended the short staircase onto the second floor, Petunia called for Harry and Dudley to come down for dinner. The evening meal was filled with chatter between the three Dursleys with occasional input from Harry. "So, Harry, did you enjoy the day camp this summer?" Vernon asked his nephew. Vernon had paid just under £300 to send Harry to a summer day camp for 2 weeks near the end of July. Harry had actually celebrated his birthday only 2 days after the camp ended. "Yes, Uncle Vernon, it was fun," Harry replied, getting a short nod from Vernon. "Good. Glad they kept you interested, shows they're doing their job right," Vernon commented. The main reason Vernon had paid for such a camp, besides it being relatively cheap for 2 weeks of day camp, was because it was a camp that taught old craftsman skills and focused on helping children become independent and confident. Harry had always been a little closed off from the other kids his age, somewhere between shy and too far ahead of his peers intellectually. This camp was supposed to help kids break out of their shells by teaching groups of children a new skill or craft together. They offered things like needlework, wood carving, the basics of blacksmithing, and even pottery making. Harry had shown prodigious talent in his arts class in school, so Vernon had signed him up for the camp. The boy hadn't been any more talkative, but it gave him somewhere to go for the day for at least 2 weeks of the summer. Harry had at least enjoyed himself, and had tried his hand at practically everything offered, even the needlework course, which was considered girly by the other boys his age. Harry had thought learning how to stitch and sew had been fun. After dinner, Harry went back up to his room, and continued from where he had left off in his mother's notes. Deciding to pick up the first book mentioned in his mother's notes, Magical Theory by Adelbert Waffling, Harry set to reading about magic. He stayed up late that night reading, only stumbling over completely unfamiliar terms, and resolving to look up in the dictionary as many of the words that he didn't recognize as he could. It was the week before Harry and Dudley returned to primary school, when Harry started practicing what was called occlumency. While Harry didn't think he'd ever met a wizard or witch, except maybe that one guy in the top hat who'd given him a bow at the store, the thought that someone could read his mind was scary. So he'd set about trying to practice and learn this occlumency. The first step involved meditation, a word Harry had needed to look up, so he sat on his bed in the attic, and tried to focus on his breathing. After failing the first night and the second, Harry finally felt like he had managed to get his head clear for at least a minute or two on the third night. These nightly meditation attempts bore fruit in late November, when Harry finally found himself able to slip into what the book called a meditative state. After continuing to practice throughout the remainder of the year, Harry took his first leap into learning magic, when one night he found himself imagining a void of dull light filled with small orbs of slightly brighter light. "This is weird," Harry thought as he observed the orbs, each no bigger than a ping-pong ball, as they drifted through this space. "I thought I wasn't supposed to think of anything?" The boy wondered to himself before blinking and finding himself sitting on his bed again. What in the world? Harry questioned himself as he tried to make heads or tails of what had just happened. The next night's session brought him back to the dull void and its numerous floating orbs again. Harry watched on and observed to try and figure out what this place was. He took note that some of the orbs were a bluish white while the others were a purplish black. He tried to count them and lost track when they kept moving around. He eventually was able to get a count of one small area and counted 32 orbs, with about 17 blue-white ones and 15 purple-black ones. Just before he opened his eyes in his bed again, Harry noticed one of the blue-white orbs and one of the purple-black orbs colliding and becoming a single orb of silvery gray. These nightly sessions continued through the rest of winter. Harry would find himself in the dull void and watch the orbs. He'd discovered that the orbs would sometimes collide and form a silvery gray orb for a good length of time, though Harry noticed that time may be a bit off considering he never knew how long he was in the dull void. Eventually Harry couldn't hold back his curiosity and touched one of the blue-white orbs. It didn't have a real feeling was the only way to describe it. Sort of like trying to hold a breeze. He could move the orb in whatever direction he wanted, but other than that he couldn't interact with it. Next he touched a purple-black orb, and the feeling was similar, only this one felt like trying to stop a chill in the air with your hands. No substance, just a coolness that was there and then gone. Harry's eyes snapped open in his bed again, and he flopped back as he tried to sleep, his mind buzzing with curiosity. It was April when Harry made his next breakthrough with the orbs in the dull void. He'd had the idea to try and push the orbs together. He soon found out that orbs of the same color didn't merge with each other. But after pushing a white-blue orb and a purple-black orb together to form a silvery gray orb, he'd gotten curious. Making a second silvery gray orb, he tried pushing the two together and found himself with a larger silvery gray orb. Harry watched on for a while, The larger silvery gray orb took some time to finally separate back into 2 blue-white and 2 purple-black orbs, almost twice as long as a single silvery gray orb. Blinking open his eyes, Harry went back into his mother's notes and books, trying to learn as much as he could about magic, to see if he could find out what the dull void in the orbs were. Harry actually found himself happy that he and his mother shared an opinion. In magical theory, it was purported that magic was only able to be truly controlled with a focus, like a wand. But the book also mentioned accidental magic, magical things happening when a child had an outburst of emotion, making his mother wonder what the difference was in her own notes. Wandless magic was briefly described as possible by powerful wizards and witches, but his mother had wondered what the difference between wandless magic and accidental magic was besides the obvious direct control of wandless magic. Harry found himself agreeing with his mother's thoughts that accidental magic was just wandless magic without the intent and control, meaning a focus wasn't strictly necessary to perform magic. Harry continued to experiment with the orbs in the dull void. It had become obvious that no mention of the place existed in his mother's books, so he'd resolved to figure out what he could himself. It was the first day of summer vacation when Harry put his most ambitious experiment into motion. When he became aware of being in the dull void again, he started pairing up the blue-white and purple-black orbs into silvery gray orbs. Then he counted the silvery gray orbs as he paired them up and merged them together. He'd discovered that a large silvery gray orb wouldn't merge with a single silvery gray orb, only with a silvery gray of equal size. All told, Harry had counted 128 silvery gray orbs, meaning the original number of blue-white orbs and purple-black orbs had to have been 256 evenly divided between the 2 colors. Harry merged each of the silvery gray orbs together, taking them from 128 to 64 on the first pairing. From there it was simply halving the number each time. 64 became 32. 32 became 16. 16 became 8. 8 became 4. 4 became 2. Finally, 2 became 1. When the merging was finished, Harry had a silvery gray orb about a meter in diameter. Harry smiled at making the large silvery gray orb, before the large orb pulsed, and Harry snapped his eyes open in his bed. Harry immediately felt the most exhausted he'd ever been, and only briefly glanced at his bedside clock before collapsing asleep. Harry groaned as he woke up and felt slightly off. Looking around, he spotted his bedside clock, and noticed it had been around an hour and 40 minutes since he'd fallen asleep. Looking himself over, Harry felt as if something had changed about him. Almost as if he felt lighter, maybe stronger? Whatever it was, it hadn't done much for Harry's exhaustion, and the boy quickly removed his glasses and fell back to sleep. "Harry, are you feeling all right?" Aunt Petunia asked, as she knocked on Harry's bedroom door the next morning. Getting no response from her nephew, Petunia opened the door and found her nephew still asleep. Walking over to the bed, she placed her palm on Harry's forehead to check his temperature. Feeling no sign of fever, Petunia shook the boy awake. "Huh? Oh, good morning, Aunt Petunia," Harry mumbled as he woke up and reached for his glasses. "Good morning. I know that it's summer break, but that doesn't mean you can sleep in all morning. It's already past normal breakfast time," Petunia admonished him as she turned to walk out of the room. Looking over at his bedside clock, Harry was surprised to find that he'd slept in for more than an hour and a half past his usual wake-up time. "Sorry, Aunt Petunia, I'm getting up," Harry apologized as he pushed his covers back. "Breakfast is still on the table. It'll be a little cold now, but you should still eat it all," Petunia instructed as she left the room. Harry quickly followed, and went to eat his breakfast. Harry spent the next night diving into the dull void again. Finding his large silvery gray orb again, Harry was surprised that not only was it still together, but that it had what appeared to be branches coming from it, and disappearing out into the void. Inspecting the branches brought the same feeling as touching a silvery gray orb, a sense of rightness and stability that couldn't be emulated by any object that Harry knew of. Deciding to try and experiment a bit with this new situation, Harry set about trying to make the orb and branches react. He found that small spots of light traveled from the orb and through the branches from time to time. With a bit of thought, Harry realized that he could make these lights travel from the orb and through whichever branch he desired. After playing with this new discovery for a while and not being able to do anything else with the orb or branches, Harry blinked and was sitting in his bed again. With a sigh, he took off his glasses and went to sleep. Waking up again the next morning, Harry put on his glasses and headed down to breakfast. Uncle Vernon had asked him about attending the same day camp again this summer, to which Harry agreed. He'd learned the bare basics of the skills and crafts the camp offered last year. This year he hoped to build on his knowledge a bit more. When Harry finished his chores for the day, he'd retreated to his room to read more of his mother's books on magic. With her notes, he slowly understood the basics of magic, and was hopeful to find a way to practice some of the things described in the books. Seeing the book he'd left off with the night before, Harry walked towards it, and raised his hand to pick it up. The book suddenly jumped from its place on top of the school things box and into Harry's outstretched hand. Startled by the sudden movement, Harry dropped the book and stumbled back a few steps. After a moment to calm down, Harry walked over and picked up the book. Not seeing anything different about it than normal, he realized that he might have just performed accidental magic. With a smile, Harry placed the book on top of his bed and walked several steps away. Holding out his hand, Harry tried to make the book come to him again. The results weren't promising. The book stubbornly refused to move, no matter which hand Harry held out, or how much he mentally demanded the book to move. Harry's practice with his accidental magic didn't make much progress before he went off to the day camp again. Over the course of the 2 weeks, Harry learned more of the skills he'd enjoyed last year. Pottery was fun but took a while to get right. Needlework was neat as they were learning how to knit, and would be finishing up a scarf or a knitted cap, camper's choice, before the end of the camp. Carving was more challenging as you couldn't simply erase a mistake. You either had to work with it, around it, or start over. But learning how to etch their names into small planks of wood was fun. Blacksmithing was something they could only watch. Harry didn't mind as he was fascinated by the way the blacksmith heated and shaped metal. Watching the creation of even simple items like hinges or hooks was impressive to the young boy. Soon enough, the camp was over for the summer, and Harry was back to trying to practice magic for the remainder of the summer break. Why won't the stupid book move? Harry pouted mentally as he still couldn't get the book to come to his hand like he'd done before. I just want it in my hand. Why is that so hard? The boy questioned, only to feel the book smack into his hand that was hanging by his side. Ow! Harry groaned. Why did it do it this time? He questioned as he rubbed his hand. Quickly picking up the book and tossing it back onto the bed, Harry tried to figure out how he'd made the book move. After mulling it over, Harry felt like he might have an answer. If this works, I've been overlooking the obvious, the 9-year-old muttered as he raised his hand and thought of the action he wanted to happen. I want the book in my hand. With barely suppressed glee, Harry caught the book as it flew towards his hand. With a quiet cheer so as not to disturb Aunt Petunia downstairs, Harry celebrated his discovery. I have to think of the action I want to happen, not about the book itself, he mentally crowed in delight as he tossed the book back onto the bed and pulled it back to his hand again. With muted laughter, Harry spent the next hour pulling objects around his room towards him with his magic. Over the next month, Harry practiced with his newly learned magical skill. After the first 3 days of bringing stuff towards himself, he'd tried doing the opposite. The initial result had been Harry's pillow smacking into the wall on the opposite side of the room. But with a month of practice now under his belt, Harry could even move things from one place to another around his room. Levitation was the word Harry had found in the dictionary that matched closely with what he was doing. So he'd dubbed his first bit of magic as levitation. He'd been slightly embarrassed to find mention of a levitation charm among the charms textbook and realized that such simple magic had, of course, been discovered long ago. But at least he could do his without a wand. He wasn't pouting. Harry continued to practice with his magic throughout the rest of the school year. He'd even started checking out fantasy books from the school library for ideas. Any idea he wanted to try and replicate, he'd first browse through his mother's charms textbook to see if an equivalent spell existed. That was how Harry learned to summon fire. Of course, he only practiced this outside in the woods behind Privet Drive. But with practice, Harry could not only summon floating orbs of fire, but even hold a fireball in his hand. That discovery had brought about a level of excitement that had Harry recreating scenes from the fantasy books he read. Tossing a fireball around was truly quintessential for a wizard. Harry was absolutely sure of this fact. It wasn't until the summer that Harry had felt like he had made progress on his original goal of occlumency. Now when he dived into the dull void, which he had finally realized was a magical representation of his mind, he noticed that the branches coming from the silvery gray orb had actually encircled the area he always appeared in. Trying to see from the other side had been difficult, but after almost 9 months of practice, Harry had been able to get a glimpse of the outside. What he guessed to be his mind was now encircled by hundreds of branches and their offshoots. His mind was apparently enclosed in what amounted to large thorny brambles. If brambles were as unrelenting as steel and made of pure magic? During this brief glimpse he also noted that almost a dozen large branches still reached out into the void. His only guess was that these branches connected his magic directly to his body. It could explain his sudden control over magic when he didn't have a wand, and no instruction in wandless magic. One summer evening Harry had been looking through his mother's charms textbook again, when he noted the mention of the most basic charm that Hogwarts, the school of magic his mother attended, taught to first-year students. The Lumos charm was something so simple and easy that most students learned it in their very first charms class. Harry liked the idea of being able to produce light on demand without the risk of burning anything like when he summoned fire, so he'd set about trying to figure it out. It had taken him less than an hour to figure out how to replicate the spell. All the Lumos charm really was at its core was magic being shifted into the visible light spectrum. That was a term Harry had learned in science class the past school year, and to find out that it could be applied to magic opened up a whole new set of questions and curiosities for the boy. So Harry spent the better part of the evening playing with the Lumos charm, making it brighter or dimmer, and even changing the color of the light emitted. Incidentally, the changing of the color was actually the hardest part. The white light of the Lumos charm was apparently the easiest color for magic to take when it entered the visible spectrum. Adding in the intent of specific colors had been difficult at first, but it wasn't as hard when Harry imagined the colors as a sliding scale. Slide the magic down the scale, and the light turned darker colors. Slide magic up the scale and you got brighter colors. Harry had made his own light show by the time he'd turned in for bed. It was once again July and Harry was happy to be sent to the day camp again. 2 more weeks of learning crafts and skills. At almost 10 years old, he was now allowed to help the blacksmith by working the bellows. Seeing how interested the boy was, the older man had even let Harry swing the hammer a few times to get a feel for the task. Harry couldn't describe the rightness he felt when he got to strike the red-hot metal. Decked out in a safety apron and face shield with thick insulated leather gloves, Harry got to strike the metal until it bent into the correct hook shape. His wood carving had progressed as well, now able to actually carve simple images and etch words and sentences into wood. Needlework he was doing well in too. The ladies teaching the group, mostly consisting of girls, had commented on how well he handled the needle. Fixing up a pair of torn pants had only taken him an hour, and the stitching held up even when he tugged on it. Pottery he could do well enough, but it didn't hold his interest as much as the other crafts. The instructor had chuckled when Harry had handed in a nicely formed vase, and commented that he was doing his family name proud. Harry had gotten a chuckle out of the joke. After all, a potter being good at pottery was a bit of dry humor that Harry could appreciate. After the 2 weeks of day camp had ended, Harry, still happy about getting to make things, decided to look into the runes and arithmancy books again. Both tomes had mentioned crafting magical items or enchanted objects in them, and after 2 weeks of getting to make stuff, Harry was interested in trying out this branch of magic. The first thing Harry had figured out was that arithmancy was magical math, and it made normal math seem simple and easy. While mathematics played a large role in arithmancy, the inclusion of magic tilted some of the calculations into having answers that would be deemed incorrect in his math class at school. Runes was basically learning another alphabet, with each symbol having its own meaning, or even multiple meanings, when it was written next to other runes. There were also, according to his mother's notes, other written languages that could be used for magical purposes. Egyptian hieroglyphics were a form of runes, as were the Chinese kanji symbols used in China and Japan. India had many ancient scripts that could be used in runes, with Devanagari being common among both magical and non-magical people. It seemed that any script could become capable of holding magical meaning if enough magicals learned and used it over time. The length of time seemed to be roughly 500 years or more of use before script could have magical meaning imprinted onto it by anyone, though his mother speculated that the amount of magical people that used the script played a large part in determining how long before it became capable of attaining magical significance. Harry spent the next few months studying arithmancy and runes while also learning a couple extra charms. So far he'd learned how to replicate a Lumos charm, the Incendio charm, the water charm Aguamenti, the levitation charm Wingardium Leviosa, and the knockback Jinx Flipendo. For some reason, when Harry performed his wandless version of Flipendo, there was no loud bang like the text described. He'd retreated to the woods behind Privet Drive to practice it, expecting the noise, but it never happened. His studies into making enchanted objects were going about as well as could be expected. Finding out from the runes text that certain materials couldn't hold magic, or that only certain materials could be used for certain effects had hindered his ideas. There were plenty of rocks Harry could use for enchanting, and the forest behind Privet Drive was a wealth of at least a few different species of wood. But you couldn't just etch a few runes into any old rock and make a talisman, charm, or trinket. Likewise, you couldn't make a staff, scepter, or wand out of any regular old branch. Arithmancy was required to figure out the best size and shape for any enchanted objects based on the material used to make them. Harry had used his burgeoning skills in both runes and arithmancy to craft a single very simple trinket for himself. He'd gotten the idea from one of the fantasy novels he'd read from the library at school. Harry had made a hiding stone, a small mostly flat stone with only 4 runes etched on one side, the 4 runes in question being from Elder Futhark: Naudis for need, Algis for protection, Manaz for man, and Odal for estate and possessions. When all 4 were etched correctly by a wizard or witch and imbued with magic, it produced a trinket that made the person carrying it less noticeable. Alternatively, it could be placed on another object to make the object in question less noticeable. It was easy to see through if a person wanted to find someone, but no one would notice the bearer out of the corner of their eye, as the saying went. Harry carried it around at school a few times, and noticed the sharp drop in the amount of times he was called on to answer questions. Excited by his first success, while pretending the 11 failed attempts he'd had didn't happen, Harry sat on his bed that night to take stock of his occlumency. Once in his magical mind representation, Harry set about looking at his bramble defense, as he'd taken to calling it. The branches had grown further outwards while layering over each other to increase the protection around his mind. The branches connecting to his body were larger than the last time he'd checked them as well. Returning to the silvery gray core, he tried to take another measurement by eye. Harry roughly estimated that his silvery gray core had doubled in size since he first made it, now sitting at almost 2 meters in diameter. He really wished he could accurately measure his magic, or mana as several of the fantasy books had referred to it. Harry liked the idea of calling the energy behind his spells and other magic by a name like mana. It gave him something to focus on building up besides his knowledge, like a measure of how magically strong he was. Though he still had no way to actually quantify his mana, so that he could measure it aside from trying to estimate how much bigger the silvery gray core was. "Wait, that's it," Harry exclaimed to himself, as his eyes snapped open in his bed. If he didn't have a way to measure his mana, he could just make one. All he had to do was decide on a basic unit of measurement and count how many he had, but what to use as the basis? It needs to be simple and something standard that can be replicated by anyone to keep all measurements accurate. Harry mumbled to himself as he started pacing back and forth. An idea came to the 10-year-old when he spotted his mother's charms book laying on top of the cardboard box he kept all of them in. That would work. He nodded to himself as he sat back down on his bed and held his hand in front of himself. With barely a thought, a small ball of light appeared above his hand, Harry's wandless version of the Lumos charm. Now I just need to see how little mana can actually produce the spell. With that, Harry set about withdrawing mana from the spell. The bright light shrank and dimmed a little each time Harry reduced the mana he used to conjure it. When Harry barely felt any mana flowing to the light, it suddenly went out. He tried to reach the amount just before it went out a few times before getting it right. In Harry's hand was a small light no bigger than a pea that barely illuminated his palm. This is it, the smallest amount of mana that can actually make a Lumos charm. Since the Lumos charm is the most basic of basic spells, it should be perfect to use to measure my mana, Harry muttered to himself with a grin. But how do I count it? He wondered to himself mentally. I can only keep a few Lumos charms going at once. But I feel like I could make 100 of these things. I need something else than can count for me. Harry mulled over his problem until he went to bed that night. Harry still hadn't found an answer to his question by the time spring came around. He'd looked through his mother's books and notes, and tried to make as many of the pea-sized Lumos charms as possible, only to falter when he got past 10 at a time. In frustration, Harry turned his last hope onto the fantasy books in his school library. Over a month later, he'd stumbled upon an idea in one of the fantasy books. It had a concept called spell forging in the story that was close enough to enchanting that Harry thought it could work. Spell forging, according to the fantasy novel, was a method to make magical objects by imbuing the item in question with magic throughout its creation. Runes were then used to add an effect and lock the item into fulfilling that singular purpose. Harry was getting excited. This mundane fantasy novel might very well have solved his problem. He only needed to find something he could make from scratch that he could also carve the proper runic sequence into. Thus Harry's search began to find something he could make himself, that was also big enough to carve or etch runes into. In a humorous twist, Harry's least favorite craft from his summer day camp turned out to be his solution. Harry stumbled onto the idea to use clay for his project when they'd started using it for art class. With his choice made, Harry had asked Uncle Vernon for some clay to play with one day. Vernon hadn't batted an eye at the request. Knowing his nephew's propensity for arts and crafts, Harry had his clay the next weekend, and set about pushing his mana into it while shaping it into a square frame. Etching the runes into it after it had partially dried was taxing, as he was using a box cutter razor blade he'd borrowed from the school janitor's cleaning cart. The razor's thin edge was perfect for keeping the rune lines straight, but dangerous to handle without the actual plastic housing to protect his fingers. Thankfully he'd finished without cutting himself, and just had to wait a few days for his square to dry. Alright, time to try this out. Harry grinned as he picked up the runic clay square frame. While holding it in both hands, Harry started feeding his mana into his creation. Harry was thrilled when he saw a number 1 foot made of light appear inside the frame. He'd only given the frame enough mana to produce the pea-sized Lumos charm, and it had read the amount as 1 unit. That meant that his runic sequence had been correctly etched, and his arithmancy calculations were correct. With a smile, Harry proceeded to push more of his mana into the clay frame. The 10-year-old boy watched giddily as the number continued to climb. 10 feet, 25 feet, 40 feet, 60 feet, 90 feet, 120 feet, 150 feet, 180 feet, 210 feet, 240, before it came to a stop on 270. 270 mana, huh? I wonder if that's a lot or not? Harry pondered aloud, before feeling his clay frame crumble apart in his hands. What? Why? What's going on? He fretted as his creation broke into dozens of small pieces. As he carefully picked up the pieces from the floor, he noticed on some of the larger ones that the runes etched into them looked burnt and misshapen. Was it not able to handle the mana? It was a first attempt. I should probably be happy it worked at all. It could have been worse. At least it didn't explode. Harry sighed as he continued to pick up the pieces and place them in the waste bin in the corner of his room. He'd have to take it out later, since emptying their own bedroom waste bins was a chore both he and Dudley had to do. Still, he'd done it, and now he knew that his arithmancy was correct, and that his runic sequence would properly measure mana based on the unit of measurement he'd established. Maybe he could tweak the runic formula so that he didn't have to be holding the device to get a reading? He'd have to look into that. If he could somehow work his theoretical updated rune sequence into his glasses, he'd be able to scan the people around him for magic. He might be able to find other wizards and witches. Harry sighed as he tried to calm down. This would probably take a while to work out, and he had to head down for dinner soon. Harry's dilemma with his device continued to plague him for the rest of the school year. When summer break started, he'd experimented even more with his free time. He'd made dozens of prototype devices, using everything he could shape and make by himself. Wood worked up to a point, but he had to carry around a pretty large stick he'd bent into a circle around itself. But after a single use it burnt out just like his clay frame, only it actually smoked and smoldered instead of falling apart. The only good news was that his updated runic sequence had worked, and he could get readings from a distance now. It was roughly 30 meters, give or take a bit, which was farther than he expected to get, so he'd been happy about that. Turns out that Mrs. Fig's cats actually had a little mana in them. The large black and gray one he'd scanned with the wooden hoop had registered a 3 feet on the light display. This led Harry back to the problem of finding a material to spell forge and etch, with runes that wouldn't burn out after a single use. He thought that stone might work, but he had no way to shape stone, so that was out. With no other options available, Harry was stuck with his project. When July came around, Harry was again sent to the summer day camp. He was hopeful that he could find something to work with for his project, but mainly enjoyed just crafting simple things again. The blacksmith had let him help out again, and Harry had used the opportunity to imbue mana into a few small plates of metal no larger than his index finger. He'd set them aside to cool without the blacksmith noticing, and retrieved them later. On the second to last day of the summer day camp, Harry had innocently asked the blacksmith how glass was made. The older man had grinned at the curious boy before going out back and returning with a bag of sand. The old blacksmith had tossed in a good amount of sand and some other kind of powder into a small metal bucket. The blacksmith then closed the furnace and started pumping the bellows strongly. Black smoke billowed out of the furnace chimney as the temperature inside climbed higher and higher. After some time, the blacksmith had stopped pumping the bellows and let it sit and cool. After waiting a while, the old blacksmith opened the furnace and used a pair of steel tongs to extract the steel bucket. The old man poured the bucket out onto a metal work table he'd cleaned off while they waited for the furnace to cool. The still soft glass spread out in a rough circle on the table. With a grin, the blacksmith handed a geared-up Harry a set of steel rods and told him to make the glass any shape he wanted. Harry nodded, and as he slowly shaped the cooling glass, he poured some of his mana into it. Bit by bit, Harry shaped the glass while pushing his mana into it. When he finished, several almost lens-shaped ovals of glass were left behind. It wasn't the crystal-clear glass he had in his glasses, but it was clear enough to see through easily. With a grin, Harry left the blacksmith's workspace, with a promise that the old man would finish his glass up so that it wouldn't crack, and he'd give it to Harry tomorrow. True to his word, the blacksmith handed Harry 10 thin glass ovals the next morning, and laughed at the beaming smile on the 10-year-old's face. Harry returned to Privet Drive that night, ecstatic with his creations. Maybe now he could get his idea working. Vernon had complained the whole way back about the camp switching its starting and ending dates from the last few years. This year the camp had taken place in the first week of July instead of the third week like it had been before. Harry had wondered about the change but hadn't asked about it. The camp was allowed to change when it ran if it wanted to, he supposed. With his small thin metal plates and his glass ovals, Harry set about making his newest prototype mana quantifier. Oddly enough, Harry found that glue could pass mana through itself without breaking down. So he'd simply glued the first glass oval onto a metal plate, and slowly carved the update runic sequence into the metal. This took him almost 2 full days, as the metal didn't give way to the blade like soft clay and wood did. When he'd finally gotten the sequence carved, Harry had tied the prototype onto the right arm of his glasses, so that the oval lens went over the right lens of the glasses. With a deep breath, Harry had walked to the top of the stairs and looked down into the living room. Both Vernon and Dudley were watching some show, and hadn't noticed him. Harry directed a bit of his mana into his creation as he focused on Vernon. Stifling his gasp when a number appeared on the oval lens, Harry mentally cheered at the 1 foot displayed on the lens. Turning to Dudley, the number disappeared, and Harry sent a bit of mana into his device again. The number appeared again, another 1 foot, as he looked at his cousin. Harry quietly retreated to his room to celebrate his successful test run. It was the next morning when Harry picked up the mail that he saw a letter addressed to him in green ink. Turning it over, he noticed a wax seal and recognized the name from his mother's notebook: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Chapter 2. Diagon Alley, Testing, Heading for Hogwarts. Harry stared at the thick parchment envelope with some shock. He'd gotten a letter from Hogwarts, but why? Did they somehow find out he'd been doing magic? How? He'd have to read it to find out, he surmised. Harry, what's taking so long with the mail? Vernon questioned from the kitchen where the Dursleys were sitting down to breakfast. Coming, Uncle Vernon. Harry responded as he separated his letter from the rest of the stack of mail and walked into the kitchen. Harry passed the mail to his uncle before going to sit in his chair. Vernon flipped through the stack, muttering about junk mail and bills before pulling out a postcard and reading it. Seems Marge is feeling unwell, apparently ate some bad tripe on her trip, Vernon commented as he put the postcard off to the side. Dad? Harry has a letter, Dudley pointed out as he brought another forkful of food to his mouth. What's this? Vernon questioned, as he looked over at his nephew to see him opening a large parchment envelope. His eyes went wide as he recalled Petunia telling him about just such an envelope being sent to her sister when she was turning 11. It's from Hogwarts. Apparently I've been accepted to go there starting this school year, Harry replied as he read over the first page of the letter. A heavy sigh from both his aunt and uncle caused him to look up at them. What? You're Lily's son, so I guess it was bound to happen. Petunia sighed again, as she held out her hand for the letter. Harry handed her the first page, and Petunia's eyes skimmed over it. Just like hers. Wait, you both knew I was a wizard? Harry asked, shocked. He'd hidden his magical studies from his relatives, because both the Charms and Transfiguration textbooks had mentioned the statute of secrecy. Harry didn't want to break what seemed to be an important law even if he hadn't met another wizard or witch. He'd also been unsure how his relatives would take his magical displays, considering they seemed proud of their successful normal lives. Of course we did, Harry. Your mother was a witch, so you being a wizard was very likely. We were simply waiting to see if you actually received the letter before we told you. If it didn't come, then we didn't feel it needed to be brought up, Vernon informed his nephew with a sigh, while Dudley sat in his chair looking back and forth between his parents and his cousin in shock and confusion. From there it was a conversation about the means to get in contact with Hogwarts and accept his invite to study there. Vernon and Petunia were uncomfortable around magic, and were hoping to have a staff member from Hogwarts take Harry to the magical shopping center in London. It says they await my owl. What does that mean? Harry asked, confused, as the letter had come through the normal post. Once you write your acceptance response, there should be an owl perched somewhere near the house. Just hold it out to the bird, and it should take it before flying back to them. Petunia informed, remembering how Lily had sent her own acceptance letter back. With some help from Vernon and Petunia to make the acceptance letter at least partially formal, Harry sealed it up and headed out to the backyard. After looking around and not seeing an owl, Harry got an idea. This could be a good time to try out my prototype. Harry mused to himself as he pulled his magic quantifier out of the waistband of his pants. I really need to find a better place to keep this, he muttered before holding it against his head, so that he could look through the lens of his trinket. A small bit of mana to the trinket, and Harry started looking around the trees and even on rooftops within his line of sight. He didn't get any readings of mana as he looked around, but surely an owl that delivered magical letters had to have some mana of its own, right? A sudden blip on the lens and the number 5 feet appeared, causing Harry to stop his searching and notice an owl perched on the edge of the neighbor's fence with a tree branch shading its perch. It was no wonder he hadn't seen the bird. Its darker feathers and the shade it was perched in made it blend in. Score 1 for my prototype though. Harry chuckled as he walked towards the owl slowly. At least I know I don't have to be aware of a magical being to get a reading on their mana, he thought to himself as he stopped in front of the owl and held out the letter. Could you take my response back to Hogwarts? Harry carefully asked the owl when it looked at him. There was something about the bird's eyes that led Harry to understand that the bird had more intelligence than normal. With a soft hoot, the owl held out one of its legs. Harry noticed a piece of string tied around the leg, and gently set about rolling his letter up and tying it to the owl's leg. With another hoot, the owl took off and started flying in what Harry thought was a northern direction. Guess I just wait now, he mumbled as he headed back inside. Since my prototype works, maybe I should come up with a name for it now, but what to call it? Maybe I should use an acronym. With a chuckle, Harry walked back into the house and went up to his room to ponder names for his magic quantifier. By the time next morning rolled around, Harry had come up with a tentative acronym name he'd liked. Spellcrafted Ocular Unit Total Energy Reader, or SCOUTR for short. Saying the full name was a mouthful, but calling his magic quantifier a scouter made some sense. Any magical being within 30 meters of Harry could have their total amount of mana scouted by him, so he would at least know their relative magical strength compared to his own. Plus, he'd broken down his prototype's main features to come up with the words used in the acronym. Spellcrafted for how it was made, Ocular Unit because it was used by the eye, and Total Energy Reader because it told him the total amount of mana, which is what he called magical energy. A magical being had at their full strength. There were definitely still adjustments and improvements that could be made to his scouter, but for his first totally original design, Harry felt that he'd done well. A loud knock on the front door alerted everyone in the Dursleys' home that someone had arrived. Harry made his way downstairs from his room only to see Vernon at the door, looking gobsmacked at the large hairy man standing on his doorstep. This was probably the staff member from Hogwarts, and Harry was already too curious to hold himself back. With a quick movement he had his scouter at his eye, and was scanning the huge man for his mana amount. Harry's eyes tried to follow the rapidly growing number on the lens, but lost track quickly. When the number came to a stop, Harry almost stumbled back in shock. There on the lens was the number 7062. Harry almost burst with questions just from the number alone. Was this an average reading for magicals? Was it higher or lower than normal? How had the large man gotten such a high amount of mana? Why was he so large? Was it because he had so much mana? Question after question appeared in Harry's mind before he settled on a single realization to try and calm himself down. His 270 feet mana wasn't very much when compared to this man's. He'd need to look into becoming a bit more magically powerful in the future. It never hurt to be prepared after all. Quickly putting his scouter back at his waist, he walked down the stairs, catching the large man's attention. There's Harry. Look just like your father, you do. The large man laughed as Harry came to stand beside Vernon. You knew my father? Harry asked curiously. Vernon and Petunia had only heard about his father a few times from his mother, so neither of them knew the man personally. This could be a good chance to learn something about his parents. I did indeed Bitto a prankster in his school days. Grew up to be a respectable wizard though. The huge man grinned, At least Harry thought so with the way his eyes crinkled upwards. "Are you here to take me to get my school things?" Harry asked, getting a nod from the large man. I'm supposed to take ye up to Diagon Alley to buy your school things." The man grinned happily. "Name's Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and the grounds of Hogwarts. Thank you for your time, Mr. Hagrid." Harry smiled back. "I'll have him back in a few hours. Don't suppose he'll even be late for dinner?" Hagrid nodded to Vernon, getting a small nod back. With that, Harry followed after Hagrid, and the two made their way to the nearest bus stop. Throughout their trip towards London, Harry asked Hagrid dozens of questions. Most of them were about his parents and the rest were about the hidden magical world. Hagrid had been able to answer the majority of his questions, so Harry had been mostly satisfied during the trip. When they stopped in front of a dingy pub called the Leaky Cauldron, Harry couldn't keep the unimpressed look off his face. "This is the entrance to Diagon Alley?" Harry questioned Hagrid. Hagrid chuckled at the confused tone in Harry's voice. He supposed that the Leaky Cauldron really did look a bit out of place when compared to the more modern surrounding buildings. "Indeed it is, Harry." Hagrid nodded. "Remember what I told ye, you're quite famous in the wizarding world. So we'll try to make our way through without drawing attention." Harry grimaced, not sure a man of Hagrid's size could go anywhere without drawing attention. He was also a bit skeptical about this supposed fame of his, but would prefer not to cause a scene if possible. Quickly making sure his hair covered the faint scar on his forehead, the two entered the Leaky Cauldron. "Afternoon, Hagrid, the usual?" The man at the bar called as soon as Hagrid walked through the door. "Not today, Tom, escortin' a new first year through Diagon," Hagrid replied as he gently patted Harry's shoulder. The pat still almost sent Harry to the floor though. They were quickly able to pass through the Leaky Cauldron without incident and were soon in Diagon Alley proper. Harry had thought the brick wall that separated when certain bricks were touched was a cool trick. Diagon Alley itself featured a cobblestone road that was too narrow compared to a modern street, and a variety of smallish buildings selling all sorts of strange things. It looked like something one might see in a history book about London by Harry's reckoning. "Come along, Harry. Our first stop is Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank," Hagrid whispered lowly, not wanting to give away the boy's identity. "What are those?" Harry asked, surprised, as he saw a pair of obviously non-human guards while they were walking up the steps of the bank. "Goblins, Harry," Hagrid replied. "They own and run Gringotts. They're good with money, but not very fond of wizards. You'd be mad to try and rob the place, full of spells and enchantments. It's a huge maze of tunnels and even dragons if the stories are to be believed." Harry almost stopped to stare at Hagrid in shock. Goblins as bankers of all things? That was quite the departure from the fantasy stereotype of stupid, smelly creatures that were found in the fantasy books at the library. They were probably more vicious though. According to Vernon's grumblings, human bankers were the most cutthroat people in the world. Pairing that up with magic and how these goblins seemed to practically glare at everyone they saw didn't inspire confidence. An inscription on the second set of doors caught Harry's eye, and he quickly read it as they passed. "Enter stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there." Well, that wasn't terrifying or anything, Harry thought to himself. Groundskeeper and soon-to-be student stepped up to one of the numerous goblin tellers shortly after entering the bank proper. "Afternoon, we've come to take some money out of Mr. Harry Potter's vault," Hagrid said. The goblin teller looked over the two of them before responding. "Do you have the key?" the goblin asked, getting Hagrid to perk up. "Got it here somewhere," Hagrid replied, digging through his many pockets. Within a minute, Hagrid grinned as he held up a small golden key. The goblin took the key and looked it over carefully. "This appears to be in order. You are aware that you may only withdraw from the trust vault, correct?" the goblin questioned, getting Harry to start slightly. "Trust vault? Didn't that mean there was another vault in his name?" "Yeah, I also have a letter from Albus Dumbledore about the you-know-what in Vault 713, Hagrid replied, as he passed a letter to the teller. The goblin took the letter and began to read over it. After a short moment, the teller nodded. "I'll have someone take you down to both vaults." "Griphook!" the teller called out, and another goblin came over. "Excuse me, you mentioned this was my trust vault, correct?" Harry interjected as politely as he could. "Does that mean that there is also another vault?" "Of course, but you do not have access to it until you are of age," the goblin teller replied, his tone laced with slight annoyance. Harry was much too excited by the idea of potentially learning about his magical family to care about that though, and pressed on with his questioning. Would it be possible to discuss my account with the one managing it? Is that necessary, Harry? I told your uncle I'd have you back before dinner. Hagrid asked him. Your trust vault should have more than enough for your school supplies. What's the… You know what? Harry asked in response to Hagrid's comment. I can't tell ye that. It's more than me job's worth to tell ye. Hagrid replied quickly. Harry simply nodded. Obviously they weren't going to tell a new student if they were being so secretive in the first place. If that's the case, I can talk to the account manager while you retrieve the item you were sent to collect. Harry offered, only to get a harumph from the goblin called Griphook. Turning to look at the goblin, both Harry and Hagrid were met with a glare. If you could decide your business quickly, it would be most appreciated. Time is money, and you're wasting mine. Griphook growled lowly at them. Please, Hagrid, I just want to know what's in my other vault, and if I can try and learn about my family, Harry pleaded with the gentle giant of a man. All right, Harry, no need to start with the beg and look, Hagrid relented with a sigh. Look, these Gringotts carts make me queasy anyway, so I'll probably need a pick-me-up at the Leaky Cauldron afterwards. Once you're done with your business and got your money, I'll be waiting for ye at the bottom of the bank steps. If I'm not there, come straight to the cauldron. Just as knock on the bricks to open 'em from this side, and find me, all right? Of course, Hagrid. I still need you to show me around after all. Harry smiled back at the large man. Hagrid beamed back at him and they turned to Griphook. They were startled to find another goblin already waiting beside Griphook. This is Ripfang, he'll be taking you to Vault 713. Griphook introduced the new goblin. Hagrid nodded and followed the goblin. Follow me, wizard. I'll take you to see Account Overseer Margok after we get your withdrawal taken care of. With that said, Griphook set a brisk pace towards the same door Hagrid and Ripfang had left through only moments before. One roller coaster, like cart ride later, and Harry was standing in front of his trust vault. Griphook opened the door and Harry saw piles upon piles of gold, silver and bronze coins stacked inside the vault. Griphook pointed out a money pouch hanging in the vault and told Harry to use it to collect his withdrawal. Scooping in a large amount of all three types of coins, after having Griphook explain what each one was, Harry was confident that he'd have enough money to buy his school supplies and any other books or items that caught his interest. While on the cart ride back up, Harry mentally reminded himself of the wizarding currency: gold galleons, silver sickles, and bronze knuts. 29 knuts to a sickle, 17 sickles to a galleon. When they got back to the surface, Griphook once again set a brisk pace as he led Harry to see his account overseer. Arriving at a door with a gold plaque that simply said Margok, Griphook knocked 3 times and a call of enter was heard from within. Thank you for your help, Griphook. Harry thanked the goblin for leading him with a nod. Griphook simply turned and walked away without another word, and Harry entered the office. I must admit that I am rather surprised that you would want to speak to me already, Mr. Potter, Margok stated as soon as his office door closed behind Harry. Since you cannot touch any of the Potter finances aside from what is in your trust vault until you are of age, something that I am sure you were already informed of by the teller. Harry felt that Margok was really asking, "Why are you here wasting my time?" "I was simply curious about the state of my family's finances," Harry replied, as he moved over to the plain chairs that sat in front of Margok's desk. "I would like an accounting of the Potter family assets." Harry was thankful that he'd learned these terms from listening to Vernon over the years, as his uncle managed the Dursley family's bank accounts. "Very well," Margok grumbled, taking some documents out of a drawer on his side of the desk. "The Potter family liquid assets amount to 10,000 galleons with another 5,000 in your trust vault. The main vault also holds assorted heirlooms and other items acquired over the years." "Is there an inventory of these items?" Harry questioned eagerly, his mind on what might be in there in regards to his family and their history. "No. Gringotts merely stores the items of our vault holders. We do not care what they are, unless the item is goblin-made, in which case our treaty with your ministry allows us to reclaim ownership of said item," Margok informed the young wizard. "I see," Harry disappointedly replied. He was hoping that there might be a family history or some mementos from his parents. Margok paid him no mind as he continued. "The only land the Potters still own is where Potter Manor once stood. It was destroyed by the Death Eaters shortly after the deaths of your paternal grandparents." Harry was sad to learn that his family's home had also been destroyed. He'd learned about what had happened to his parents from Hagrid on their trip to London. Something was bothering him about all this though. The money to own a large manor and estate couldn't be coming from nowhere. There had to be some sort of business bringing a profit into the Potter vault. Does the Potter family own some kind of business? Harry asked. Not anymore, Margok bluntly replied. A small-scale potion-making company called Sleekazies belonged to your grandfather, Fleamont Potter. But he sold the company upon his retirement. It did quadruple the Potter family's wealth, but most of that was spent on the war effort against the Death Eaters. What'll happen to the lands if I have no money? Will they be seized because of taxes? Harry asked, having heard of repossession on the television before, and having the basic premise explained by Vernon and Petunia. Not as such. Margok grunted. The taxes on ancestral lands are fairly low, around 100 galleons a year for a property the size of the Potter estate. I see, Harry replied, relieved before frowning. He would have to find out some way to get some money coming into his family's vault. I can do whatever I want with the money in my trust vault. Is that correct? It is. Margok stated, clearly bored. Is the amount of gold in my trust vault a fixed amount, or does it get periodically replenished? Harry questioned, trying to see if he could get to the money in the Potter family vault and use some of it to invest. The former, the trust vault, is only refilled if its balance becomes zero, Margok informed. Could I move the contents of my trust vault to a new one, and repeat this until I have an appropriate amount of funds? Harry asked, his mind working to try and figure out his family's financial problem and fix it. Margok sighed. While it wasn't all that hard to figure out this type of scheme, branch members of wealthy families thought of it often enough. It did show that the boy was trying to make plans for that money. There is a rather substantial fee applied to such services, Margok stated with a fanged smile. How much of a fee? Harry asked, suddenly suspicious. 20% per transaction, Margok informed, greed practically dripping from his tone. That's practically theft. Harry gaped at the goblin. You could always wait until you are of age, Margok offered, smirking at the glare the young wizard was aiming at him. He may have been willing to go lower, but the young Potter seemed desperate enough for the money to agree to that exorbitant fee, and Gringotts didn't do charity, especially not for wizards. I think I'll just leave the money where it is for now, Harry grimaced. If you're sure, Margok replied with his fanged smile. It was unfortunate that he wouldn't be making a profit off this meeting, but it showed the Potter boy was smart enough to bide his time when it came to his inheritance. Good money sense was a rare trait in a lot of wizards nowadays. Hagrid's good mood was greatly appreciated when Harry came out of Gringotts. He got the feeling that Hagrid was a man of humbleness and was able to enjoy the simple things. Harry decided that he should probably learn to take a page from the large man's book and enjoy what he could with what he had. His financial situation may demand it until he reached 17, but Hagrid's good mood was infectious, and it helped lift Harry's own mood since it wasn't exactly sunshine and daisies after his meeting with Margok. Their first stop after Gringotts was Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Even after Hagrid's warning about people seeing his scar, Madame Malkin stayed professional, though it could be that she didn't notice the faint scar. It gave him hope that it wouldn't be as bad as Hagrid claimed. While waiting for the rest of his robes to be adjusted and then bagged up, Harry pulled out his scouter and checked Madame Malkin's mana amount. Harry didn't know how to feel about the 3,846 that appeared on the lens. It suggested that mana varied significantly from person to person. But while he waited, he looked out the large window of the shop at all the witches and wizards moving about. Well, this is as good a chance as any to experiment a bit, Harry thought with a small grin as he started scanning mana amounts from as many people as possible. He'd try and remember as many of them as he could to come up with the best average back at Privet Drive. 2,270, from a wizard selling something out of a stand on the side of the alleyway. 5,538, from a witch that looked to be wearing some type of uniform robe. A reading of 896 feet from a boy that looked to be 2 or 3 years older than Harry. 1820, was from the older witch leading the boy through the alley. An older wizard this time, came from another person wearing the uniform robe. An older wizard this time. 1,350 from a witch that looked about the same age as the boy from earlier. Grab your bag, Harry. Still got more things to buy. Hagrid called, getting Harry to put his scouter away and walk over to grab his bag of new robes. He came out of the robe shop in one of his new robes feeling a bit silly, but he did blend in now, and he was sure he'd get used to wearing them with some time. The trunk shop and apothecary were next, both of which passed without incident. Though Harry did spend a few extra galleons on a trunk enchanted with a permanent, feather-light charm, and an expanded interior that essentially quadrupled the amount of space inside. Pulling on the small handles inside the trunk, literally pulled another trunk space out of what was basically thin air. Harry really wanted to figure out enchantments like this. So many possibilities were running through his head already. It was in the bookshop that he once again cut into their shopping time, getting a fond sigh out of Hagrid. "You're definitely your mum's son, all right, curious about everything and want to learn it all." Hagrid chuckled. "Always surprised everyone she wasn't a Ravenclaw. She was in Gryffindor, right?" Harry asked to confirm what Hagrid had told him on the trip to London. "Aye, both your parents were." Hagrid nodded. "Well, maybe I'll end up in Ravenclaw like Mum should have been?" Harry asked with a grin, getting a chuckle out of Hagrid. Harry continued browsing the shelves of Flourish and Blots, grabbing all of his required texts. It was when he noticed the sign for Ancient Runes textbooks that Harry quickly realized he could buy more than required and expand his knowledge. "Ancient Runes and Arithmancy are electives that start in 3rd year, Harry. You won't be needed them just yet," Hagrid said as he saw Harry picking out books on both subjects. "I'm buying them now. They're interesting subjects and I want to learn," Harry stated. "Besides, I've not had much chance to explore magic, Hagrid. I need to learn what I can before school starts." "I guess yeah, have a point, Harry," Hagrid conceded as Harry smiled and pulled a few more books off the shelves before they made their way towards the checkout counter. After all, Harry wanted to learn about all sorts of magic, and with titles like Magical Crafting, Advanced Magical Crafting, and Esoteric Magics from around the world, how could he not buy them? Harry had long wanted a pet, so the magical menagerie was their next stop. Looking around for a while, Hagrid suddenly pointed out a beautiful snowy owl with luminous yellow eyes. Harry thought the owl looked amazing. "She's a real beaut, isn't she, Harry?" Hagrid asked with a grin as they walked over towards the owl. "She's brilliant," Harry agreed as they stood in front of the owl. The owl looked them over, and Harry slowly reached out to pet her. The snowy owl allowed Harry to gently run his fingers over her pure white feathers. "I think she likes ye, Harry," Hagrid chuckled. "How about I buy her for ye as an early birthday present?" "Hagrid, you don't have to do that," Harry replied, not having expected to be bought a gift. "But I want to, Harry. Just think of it as a birthday gift from a family friend." Hagrid smiled, getting a beaming smile back from Harry. They quickly picked out a nice cage for the snowy owl and purchased some food and treats for her before leaving the magical menagerie. Their last stop of the day was the wand shop, Ollivander's. Harry couldn't quite put his finger on it, but there was some kind of unidentifiable feeling in the air. Almost like static to his senses. "Good afternoon." The soft greeting came from behind, causing Harry to almost jump from the sudden sound from behind. "Hello?" Harry replied with caution. There was something about the man and his silvery eyes that was definitely odd. "Ah yes, I thought I'd be seeing you here soon, Harry Potter," the man continued, seeming to ignore Harry's discomfort. "Must ye do that every time, Ollivander?" Hagrid asked with a sigh, his own huge hand over his heart. Rubius Hagrid, oak at 16 inches and a unicorn tail hair core, rather bendy," Ollivander rattled off as he looked at Hagrid. "Good wand, that one. But I suppose they snapped it in half when you got expelled?" "Yes, but I've still got the pieces though," Hagrid sighed. "But you don't use them, do you?" Ollivander inquired, getting Hagrid to grab one side of his large coat while shaking his head. Harry had to suppress his curiosity at the conversation between the two men. How had Hagrid gotten expelled? The old wand maker apparently knew about Hagrid's wand and what it was made out of as well. Did he know about a lot of people's wands? "Well then, Mr. Potter, let us find your wand," Ollivander said, handing him a wand. "Try this one, it's beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches exactly, nice and flexible. Give it a wave." Harry took the wand, feeling his skin tingle when it came into contact with the wood. He gave it a wave as instructed, feeling a little foolish since he knew he could do magic without it. A weak stream of multicolored sparks came from the end of the wand. "A match on the first try?" Hagrid asked in surprise. No, I don't think so," Ollivander replied as he snatched the wand away, his eyes taking on a calculating glint. "Try this one, Mr. Potter. Maple and phoenix feather at 11.5 inches. Harry tried it, getting a similar result as the first. Ollivander suddenly looked as if he was suspicious of something, and Harry wondered if it was about his ability to use wandless magic. Thankfully, the old man didn't comment on it. Many wands came and went, producing varying results, some stronger and others weaker. Eventually they came to a holly wand with a phoenix feather core that had a stronger reaction than any of the others so far. He felt something connect to his magic and seemingly fit with it, the wand releasing a great stream of sparks without any movement until it settled down a moment later. Curious. Very curious, Ollivander muttered, as he gazed at the wand in Harry's hand. What's curious? Harry questioned as he looked back at the wand maker. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. The wand maker stated. Every single one. I find it odd that the phoenix who donated the feather for that wand gave another feather, just one other. That other feather was used to make the wand that gave you that scar, Ollivander explained, as he pointed towards Harry's forehead. It is very curious that you would be chosen by the brother wand, to that of he who must not be named. Harry tried really hard not to think it, but it was useless. That sounded undeniably like an important part of the plot for a few of the fantasy books he'd read over the years. Hagrid had even mentioned that Voldemort might not actually be dead, merely severely weakened, and barely holding on to life somewhere in the world. I think we can expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. Ollivander nodded. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Somewhat unnerved by the creepy tone the old man used, Harry was still getting that feeling of an important plot point just being revealed from his books. But his innate curiosity eventually overwhelmed him, and he had to ask Ollivander a question. You made all of these wands, Mr. Ollivander? Harry questioned. No, not all of them. A great many of the ones here are my work. Some, however, are my father's, and one or two still remain from my grandfather's time. Ollivander answered. How do you make wands? Harry asked before he could stop himself. I'm afraid the secrets of wand lore aren't so easily acquired, Mr. Potter. Ollivander grinned, getting an embarrassed flush to take over Harry's cheeks. Though, I must admit my own curiosity about that trinket in your robe pocket, the old man stated, as he stared directly at the pocket that held Harry's scouter. Harry quickly put his hand over the pocket as if to protect his creation. How did you know about that? Harry questioned, staring back at the wand maker. Hagrid merely looked confused at the back and forth between the two. I've been crafting wands for decades, Mr. Potter. I'm rather in tune to the magic given off by enchanted objects, Ollivander explained calmly. Might I have a look at your trinket? I guess. Harry agreed after giving the wand maker a long stare. He pulled the scouter out of his robe pocket and let Ollivander look it over. I see, yes, a simple counting runic sequence, followed by a permanent unit of measure outlined by the second half of the sequence, but I'm not sure what it is that's being counted. This combination in the second half is new to me, Ollivander mumbled to himself as he looked over the scouter. Would you care to enlighten a fellow craftsman, Mr. Potter? It counts mana, Harry replied after a moment of indecision. Aren't there ways to measure someone's magical strength? Ollivander's eyes widening immediately clued Harry into the fact that, no, apparently there wasn't a known way to quantify a person's magical strength. Are you saying you've come up with a reliable unit of measure for magic, Mr. Potter? That's been debated for centuries without anyone coming to a consensus. I dare say this little trinket of yours could upend the way many magicals view magic as a whole. Ollivander breathed out as he looked over the scouter with newfound respect. Harry flushed, embarrassed but also incredibly proud of himself at the same time. Would you like to give it a try, Mr. Ollivander? Harry asked, getting a surprisingly energetic nod from the old wand maker. Harry showed him how to hold it so that the lens went over his right eye, and Ollivander instantly figured out how to activate it. With a hum of enjoyment, Ollivander scanned Harry and then a moment later Hagrid. So a reading of 270 feet for you, Mr. Potter, and Rubius has what I can only imagine is an impressive 7,062. Is it possible to scan myself? Ollivander asked while Hagrid sat down and smiled at the number given to him. He'd always wondered if he'd be a strong wizard if he hadn't gotten expelled. Harry's trinket seemed to answer the question in a positive way, at least when it came to magical strength. Sorry, Mr. Ollivander, shortly after you stop focusing the lens on a person the number disappears, Harry explained. I can give you a reading though. Ollivander gave a quick nod as he handed the scouter back to Harry. With a quick scan, Harry gave Ollivander his reading. You have a mana amount of 4,196, Mr. Ollivander. I see. I wonder if my age affects the reading, or if it's because I've never been a combative type of person. Ollivander mused to himself as he thought about the number. Had it been higher when he was younger and shrank as he aged? Was it continually growing? Did his constant work on wands make it higher or lower? There were so very many questions. I would advise you to not show your runic sequence to anyone else, Mr. Potter. There are many who would steal your work just to make a quick galleon. Oh right. I hadn't thought about that, Harry muttered to himself. He was sure that someone would have come up with something similar before him, and hadn't thought he'd literally made something potentially revolutionary. Mr. Ollivander, seeing his expression, quickly went over and wrote something out on a piece of parchment. Here you are, Mr. Potter. This runic sequence should help protect your work, Ollivander stated as Harry took the small piece of parchment. That's a self-destruction sequence that can be placed against another runic sequence. If the two sequences ever physically separate, the self-destruction sequence destroys both of them, rendering them unreadable to anyone. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. I don't know how I can thank you for this, Harry stated while giving the old wand maker an actual bow of gratitude. You showed me your unique work, Mr. Potter. It's only fair that I should part with my own. I've been using that self-destruction sequence to protect the secrets of my own style of wand crafting since I was a young man. Ollivander smiled at the young enchanter. It seems we won't have to wait for you to do great things, Mr. Potter. You've already started doing them. I look forward to what you'll do in the future. You may be the best enchanter we've seen in decades, or, dare I say, the first artificer in well over a century. Harry found he liked that word, artificer. It sounded like a title worth striving for. After leaving Ollivander's shop, Hagrid took Harry back on the train to Surrey. During the trip, Harry asked Hagrid not to tell anyone about his scouter, at least not until he revealed it himself. Hagrid had agreed instantly, knowing that some people would try and take Harry's work for their own profit. Harry smiled and waved at Hagrid as the large man dropped him off at number 4. The two had agreed to write letters for the remainder of the summer, and Harry's new owl could take them back and forth. It was nice having a magical friend he could talk to about all sorts of magic. Hagrid seemed incredibly knowledgeable about magical beasts in particular, and Harry was inclined to learn about them as well, with how passionately Hagrid went on about them. September 1st. Harry sighed happily as he sank into the seats of the Hogwarts Express. Vernon had dropped Harry off at King's Cross, before heading back to Privet Drive to enjoy the rest of the Sunday. Thanks to his feather light trunk, Harry hadn't needed any assistance getting his luggage onto a trolley. Placing Hedwig's cage on top and wheeling it towards the barrier that separated platforms 9 and 10 had been the easy part. Harry had actually stopped to admire the impressive metal archway after crossing through it. It was an artifact created by his family after all. Harry's great-great-great-granduncle, Richard Potter, had been commissioned to create the archway back in 1850 by the Minister of Magic at the time, Evangeline Orpington. It allowed only magicals to pass through unless it was closed off, such as in an emergency, with the only way for muggles to pass through being if they were escorted by a wizard or witch. Richard Potter had been the last artificer of the Potter family, based on what the genealogy book Harry had bought at Flourish and Blot said. He'd only decided to buy the book when he'd flipped to the P section and found a history of the Potter family, or at least its most notable members, which was more than enough reason to buy the whole book in Harry's opinion. Finding out that there had been 6 well-known artificers in the Potter family since the 12th century gave Harry another reason to go after the title. Getting to spend 10 months of the year for the next 7 years learning magic sounded almost perfect. Almost, because he'd learned that magicals were technologically stupid, and Harry had grown up with electricity, television, and the like. Living in a society where the greatest technological innovation that didn't require magic was indoor plumbing was going to be very different. Heck, they still used parchment and quills for all their writing. He'd bought a couple of ballpoint pens as soon as possible since they were what he'd grown up with. He'd use them as much as possible until his writing with a quill improved. There was tradition and then there was being stupid. Harry didn't want to look stupid, so he'd continue to practice with the quill while using the much simpler ballpoint pen until his penmanship was up to his standards. While on the subject of things that Harry found weird about the magical world, Harry took out his wand. It was holly with a phoenix feather core, 11 inches even, nice and supple. He wasn't sure what nice and supple had to do with anything, but Ollivander had mentioned it. He was honestly a bit puzzled by the concept of wands. The wand did make his magic unquestionably easier when used, but from what he'd both read and seen so far, most magicals seemed to think that magic was as good as impossible without one. That just made no sense to Harry. The mana resided in the witch or wizard, otherwise a wand could even be used by muggles to cast spells. With this thought in mind, Harry concluded that wands were just magical foci, designed to make the use of magic easier. That made sense, considering the better control allowed for fine detailed spellwork, like healing spells. The near-crippling reliance on wands to do any magic at all did not make any sense. Harry was already determined to master his magic without the need of a wand. Much of this determination was based on his ability to already perform magic without one. Not to say he wouldn't use a magical focus if he absolutely needed to. Honestly, he planned to make a few different types of them in the future. A wand was one of the most versatile fokshi to be created, but it certainly wasn't the first. Magical rings, amulets, swords, knives, staves and armor had all been crafted at various points throughout history. If the focus in question was locked into fulfilling a singular spell, it would output that spell not only easier than with a wand, but with greater force as well. Harry already had a few ideas floating around in his head. Another practical reason for his determination came from Hagrid reminding him not to cast any spells at home, as the Ministry of Magic forbid underage sorcery and could track it. But they had clearly not managed to track any of the numerous spells he'd performed wandlessly in the past couple of years, which meant that they were tracking the wand use rather than magic use itself. While his accomplishments hadn't been overly impressive, almost all of the spells he could do were in the first-year charms curriculum, so none of them were considered great feats of magic. But if the ministry was tracking actual magic use, then they should still have registered considering he lived in a completely muggle neighborhood. The ministry may claim that they could detect any magic use, but they obviously couldn't. Harry had read a lot of fantasy books in his search for inspiration, while trying to figure out the ways of magic. Some of these books featured the theme of a corrupt government in the narrative. The numerous instances of restricted magic that were mentioned in the books he'd bought at Flourish and Blotts further solidified his developing opinion on the ministry. After reading more on the subject, it honestly didn't take him long to develop a dislike of the Ministry of Magic, and start to wonder if they weren't a bit corrupt. It just seemed odd to the young wizard that so many magical topics were completely banned from study. All of them were usually just lumped together under the umbrella term of dark magic and forbidden to everyone. It made Harry want to find out what was so horrible about several of the subjects that had been banned. It wasn't like he planned to go around murdering and sacrificing people or anything. Besides, according to the ministry's laws, he was constantly breaking the decree about the reasonable restriction on underage sorcery. But he honestly didn't see any harm in breaking some of the ministry's more silly laws in his pursuit of magical knowledge. A knock on his compartment door startled Harry from his thoughts, and he looked up quickly as the door opened. The person on the other side was a girl at least 5 or 6 years older than Harry himself. She was wearing ripped jeans and a t-shirt with what appeared to be the Weird Sisters band logo on it. He'd seen the logo in the Daily Prophet, which he now had a subscription to thanks to Hagrid, and knew them as a very popular magical music group. The most fascinating thing about the teen in question was her oddly colored hair and eyes. Bright pink hair with purple eyes wasn't exactly common even in the magical world. She must have used a spell to make these drastic changes to herself. Watcher, the name's Tonks. Don't suppose you'd mind if I sat with you, right, Icklefirsty? Tonks asked with a playful grin. No, please come in. Harry invited the older girl. Tonks gave him a brief smile before stepping into the compartment with her trunk, and with a quick wave of her wand had it levitated into the overhead rack. With that out of the way, the older teen sat down across from Harry and got comfortable. So, you know my name, what's yours? Tonks asked once she'd gotten herself situated. Oh right, I'm Harry Potter. Harry introduced himself. Tonks' eyes widened slightly before she snorted in laughter. That's funny and all since Harry Potter is supposed to start Hogwarts this year, but you won't fool anybody without the scar on the forehead. Tonks chuckled only to choke slightly when Harry lifted up his bangs and showed her the faint scar. Blimey, you weren't kidding, she stated as she traced the scar with her eyes. Sorry about not believing you, just the rumors all say the scar was bigger and more noticeable because it was made by dark magic, you know? I'm afraid I stopped listening to most of the rumors when I heard some of them say I rode dragons at 5 years old, and fought vampires and werewolves across Europe when I was 9. Harry sighed while shaking his head. Tonks chuckled at his clear exasperation with Wizarding Britain's rumor mill. Well, you're here now so you'll only have to deal with Hogwarts's rumor mill for a while. Tonks grinned, getting another sigh from Harry. I'd rather be able to study magic in peace, Harry replied as he patted the book next to him. He'd been planning to crack it open when the train departed. What's that you're reading? Tonks asked curiously. Harry showed her the cover of the book and she read the title in her head. Advanced Magical Crafting. Create Spells and Enchant Objects by Ren Strix. Harry, that's like 6th or 7th year material, and you haven't even been sorted yet. Surely you aren't telling me you understand any of that, she reasoned as she looked back at him. What's not to understand? It's just runes and arithmancy, and how to get the desired effects from them. Materials are important of course, but I'm told you can order most anything through Owl Order. Shouldn't be hard to get what I need when I'm ready to start experimenting, Harry replied as he looked over his book for any reason Tonks would think it was difficult to understand. Nerd! Tonks exclaimed as she pointed at him. Harry's eyes went wide at her loud proclamation, causing Tonks to burst into laughter. What's so funny? Harry demanded, a little incensed at the older girl's teasing. Nothing, Harry, don't worry. You might be a nerd, but Tonks will still be your pal, Tonks replied as she got her laughter under control. Oi! Harry called out, getting another round of giggles out of Tonks. Oh, don't pout, Harry. I'm just teasing. Tonks smiled as she leaned back into her seat. Harry didn't think he was pouting at all. So, if you can understand all of that, does that mean you've made a spell or enchanted object before? She asked curiously, and almost burst into giggles again, when Harry perked right back up at her question. Yeah, I've made 2 so far. I probably could have made a few more if I'd stuck to simpler trinkets like my first one, but I got really invested into my second project and ended up spending almost a year on it, Harry explained, as he reached into his pockets and pulled out his hiding stone and his scouter. Tonks pulled the drop-down table up and locked it into place so that Harry could set his trinkets on it. Looking them over, Tonks saw a small flat stone with thick twine wrapped around it with a loop of twine left on top. It looked like it was meant to be hung from the twine and had 4 runes etched into it. The other was a thin metal bar with a glass lens attached to it. A small plank of wood no thicker than a popsicle stick was attached to one side of the metal as well. So what's this one do? Tonks asked, pointing at the stone. It seemed the simplest, so she figured it was probably his first creation. That's a hiding stone. It makes the one holding it less noticeable. Alternatively, you can hang it on something to make the other object less noticeable. It's not very strong since people that want to find you can see through it, but no one will notice you out of the corner of their eye, as the saying goes, Harry explained. Tonks whistled, impressed. That's still pretty neat, Harry. I can think of a few times I would have wanted something like this. Plus you made it before even coming to Hogwarts, so that's doubly impressive. Tonks grinned, getting an adorable blush out of the first year. So what's this other one do? That's my current best work. I call it a scouter. It's short for Spellcrafted Ocular Unit Total Energy Reader, and it reads a person's total amount of mana, Harry explained. That name would have been way too long if you hadn't shortened it. Tonks chuckled, getting a bashful grin from Harry. One question though? Sure, what is it? Harry asked. What's mana? Tonks asked, confused. Right. I borrowed the term from Muggle fiction. I guess most magically raised people wouldn't have heard of it, Harry stated as he scratched the side of his head. Mana is what I call magical energy. My scouter uses a base unit of measurement to calculate a magical's total magical strength. He explained. Wait. You've made something that can tell you a person's magical strength? No one has ever agreed on a way to truly measure magic. How the bloody hell did you do it? Tonks asked, shocked. This was considered impossible for as long as anyone could remember. How had Harry done it before even coming to Hogwarts? I used the Lumos charm as the base. Harry spat out quickly, shocked by Tonks's reaction. I just kept using less and less mana to cast it until I found out the absolute minimum amount required to get the spell to work. So, how does it work? Tonks asked, once she'd calmed down slightly. I see a lens, so I'm assuming you look through that. Correct. Here, I'll scan you as a demonstration, Harry offered, getting an enthusiastic nod from Tonks. Scan away, nerd. Tonks grinned, getting a sigh from Harry at her teasing. Harry held the scouter up to his eye and added the small amount of mana to activate it. The numbers climbed rapidly before settling on 4,460. Wow, you've got quite a bit of mana, Tonks. You rate in at a 4,460 on the scouter. That's stronger than a few of the witches and wizards I've seen so far. Tonks looked pleased with herself before turning to face him. What's the average so far? I don't know how many you've been able to get readings on, but the more people involved, the more accurate the average, right? Tonks asked, getting Harry to sigh. I've only been able to get the readings of 11 people so far, so it isn't very accurate yet. But the current average is close to 3,500, Harry informed her. Well, that means I'm still above average, so I'm good. Tonks smirked in triumph. Harry chuckled at her energetic personality. You want to walk the train after we depart and try and get some more readings? It would only be of school-age children, but you could get an average for our age range at least, she offered, and Harry nodded happily. The chance to collect more data was always welcome. Before long the train departed, and the two started planning their walk up and down the train. Harry was a bit confused about something and felt like he could ask Tonks about it. "Hey, Tonks?" Harry asked. "What's up, Harry?" Tonks questioned. "Why did you decide to sit with me? You're fun to be around, so I figured you'd have a bunch of friends to sit with." Harry wondered, getting a grin from Tonks. "Most of my closer friends graduated last year, so poor old Tonksy got left behind with only a couple of her underclassmen friends. But they're already crammed 4 deep into their compartment, and I like room to stretch my legs," Tonks explained as she stretched her legs out until they touched the seat beside Harry's. "Oh, that makes sense. It would be horrible to be uncomfortable for the entire 6-hour ride." Harry nodded. There was a knock on their compartment door, and Harry brought his scouter up to his eye to get a reading of the person's mana. The door opened and a bushy-haired girl and a nervous-looking boy stood in the doorway. Harry scanned the girl first, getting a reading of 104, before quickly scanning the nervous boy and getting a 116. "Have either of you seen a toad? Neville here has lost his," the bushy-haired girl asked. "Nope, no toads here, though if you want to find it quickly I'd suggest getting a prefect to try summoning it with the Accio charm," Tonks replied, getting the girl's eyes to light up. "That's an excellent idea. Come on, Neville, let's go find a prefect." With that, the two left without even introducing themselves properly. "Bit of a headlong running type, right, Harry?" Tonks grinned, getting a nod back from Harry. Without any more interruptions, Tonks and Harry started their trek up and down the Hogwarts Express, stopping in on various people Tonks knew, and only introducing him as Harry the Firstie that Tonks was showing around. By the end of the walk and return to their compartment, Harry had scanned what must have been half of the students on board. He had so many new readings to compile to get an average for the students, that he immediately pulled out a ballpoint pen and a piece of parchment and began writing. "Going to be done soon, Harry?" Tonks asked with some mirth several minutes later, having taken out a Teen Witch Weekly magazine from her trunk to amuse herself as she waited. "Almost done," Harry replied, not looking up from his parchment. Another minute or so passed before Harry looked up and spoke. "All right, I've got the average for at least close to half of the students." "Well, don't keep me in suspense, what is it?" Tonks asked, eagerly wanting to know where she stood, magical strength-wise, among the students. "The average magical strength of the students we scanned is 1,535, so that should be a rough estimate of the average for students when accounting for everyone from 1st year to 7th year," Harry stated as he looked over at Tonks with a grin. "Congratulations, Miss Tonks, you're almost 3 times stronger than the average student." "Bloody right, who's the top dog of the school now?" Tonks cheered as she pumped her fist happily. Harry outright laughed at her reaction. Not long after, the trolley lady came by selling sweets and snacks. Both Harry and Tonks got a few things. Tonks got her favorites while Harry got a few things to try out. It was slowly turning from afternoon into early evening when the next interruption to their trip appeared. Without so much as a knock, the door to their compartment was pulled open, and a blond boy around Harry's age stood there with 2 larger boys standing behind him. "I've heard Harry Potter's starting this year, and I've been looking for him. This is one of the last few compartments I've left to check. So are you Harry Potter?" the blond boy asked as he looked Harry over. "Nice to see you too, Whittle Cousin Drakey," Tonks' baby voiced at the blonde, getting an affronted look from the boy. "You're no cousin of mine, half-blood," the blonde hissed out, getting an eye roll from Tonks. While the blonde and the 2 large boys were focused on Tonks, Harry sneakily scanned each of them. The blonde had a reading of 90, while the boy on the left was in 82 feet, and the one on the right was 84. Harry quickly stashed his scouter back into his robe pocket before the blonde turned back to him. "So, are you Harry Potter or not?" he asked again. "Yes, my name is Harry Potter. Might I inquire as to yours?" Harry asked politely, having been taught not to antagonize people when first meeting them. "My name's Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. This is Crabbe and this is Goyle. You'll soon find out that some wizarding families are better than others. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." Draco introduced himself and made his offer. "While I appreciate your concern, Malfoy, I usually rely on my own experiences with a person to determine if they're the right sort or not. I think I'm keeping good company with Miss Tonks," Harry replied, getting a laugh from Tonks, while Draco simply huffed. "You'll see I was right eventually, Potter," Draco stated before turning and leaving, taking Crabbe and Goyle with him. "Bit of a prat, that one," Harry commented, getting a nod of agreement from Tonks. "Most definitely. Unfortunately, he's my aunt's son, so we're related, but you can't choose your family," Tonks shrugged before standing up from her seat. "Now, if you'd be so kind as to step out of the compartment, I'd appreciate it." "Huh?" What for? Harry questioned as he watched Tonks rummage through her trunk in the overhead rack. I mean, unless you want to watch me change into my robes? You are about that age, I guess, Tonks teased while giving him a wink. Harry's face flushed bright red, and he practically scrambled out of the compartment, shutting the door behind him. Tonks's laughter carried out even through the closed door. Tonks, you're mental, Harry muttered, as he felt his face burning hot. This is going to be a fun year. Tonks chuckled as she waved her wand to lock the door and pull down the shades. Chapter 3. Sorting, Classes, Crafting. Harry disembarked from the train at Hogsmeade Station, at least Tonks said that was what the station was called, and followed the instructions Hagrid gave. He got into a boat with 2 girls and another boy. He didn't even really notice much about the other 3 soon-to-be students, far too excited to see Hogwarts for the first time. Hagrid had said in their letters that the first sight of Hogwarts was truly amazing. The gentle giant hadn't been exaggerating. The magnificent first sight of Hogwarts truly lived up to the expectations Hagrid had given it. After getting off the boats and being led to an antechamber by a witch called Professor McGonagall, they'd had a scare with actual ghosts, which Harry had felt was an interesting experience. It also made him a bit curious about how ghosts worked, for lack of a better term. Only at Hogwarts for a few minutes, and already new curiosities were appearing. They were led into the Great Hall by Professor McGonagall, to the looks and stares of the rest of the school. Professor McGonagall began calling off names, and one by one, the new students went up to the small stool with the odd singing hat to be sorted. A handful of minutes later, and he had the ratty old hat on his head, and was about to be sorted. How interesting, the voice of the hat murmured into his mind, startling him a little. You have courage, but it's a more cautious sort. More for experimenting rather than bravery. Not particularly suited for Gryffindor. Harry didn't really have an opinion on that. Sure, both of his parents had been Gryffindors. But if the magical talking hat said Gryffindor wasn't for him, then that was as good a reason for not being sorted there as any he supposed. Besides, he'd been observing the sorting so far. He had a feeling a lot of the headstrong and brash types went to Gryffindor. Intelligence didn't seem to be held in high regard in that house, and stupidity could easily be mistaken for bravery. He'd seen tests of courage done by some of the rougher children in primary school. Usually it ended up with the child in question getting caught trying to shoplift. Not brave. Just stupid, in Harry's opinion. You have ambition, and are rather cunning. You could do well in Slytherin, the hat stated in his mind. Harry grimaced in distaste. Malfoy had gone to Slytherin, and he didn't really want to interact with the blonde prat. He knew what the hat was talking about in terms of ambition, though. Harry wanted to secure his future by fixing his family's financial situation and by becoming stronger and more knowledgeable in magic. With financial security came stability, and with magical knowledge and power he could, theoretically, go out into the world and study all sorts of magic. Perhaps even unravel ancient secrets, or create wondrous artifacts the world had never seen. In the meantime, there was no need to put up with people like Malfoy when there were other options available. Not Slytherin then. The hat agreed, feeling Harry's displeasure at the offer. You're not afraid of hard work either. Hufflepuff would be good for you. You could make friends there. I already have a friend there, Harry thought back. But she graduates this year, so there isn't much point in going to Hufflepuff based on that, Harry reasoned. Other than Tonks, it seemed as if most of the people of the magical world were going to be more interested in befriending his fame rather than him. The hat almost seemed to sigh. I see that holds little appeal for you. Very well then. You do have a good mind and want to learn, so it better be. Ravenclaw. Harry took the hat off his head and walked over to the table of blue and bronze, trying to ignore the loud cheering that had started after a moment of stunned silence. The other students around him went to introduce themselves with far too much enthusiasm to even pretend at being casual, but were fortunately not nearly as annoying as Malfoy had been. The last few students were sorted without incident, and the headmaster stood up to speak. Welcome, Dumbledore greeted. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are: nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, thank you. Why? Harry thought to himself, before examining the food that had suddenly appeared. That was another interesting bit of magic he'd eventually look into. A lot of it seemed to be several varieties of meat, with various vegetable dishes between the platters of meat. Harry picked out some vegetables, potatoes, and a bit of steak for himself. The goblets were filled with some kind of orange liquid, but it certainly didn't smell like orange juice. A tentative sip sent an unexpected rush of sweetness onto his tongue. Was this made from pumpkin? Who added so much sugar to pumpkin? Who decided to juice pumpkins? What was wrong with normal fruit juices? Were they not magical enough? Thankfully there was a pitcher of water within arm's reach and Harry was able to switch drinks. He spent the rest of the feast filling his stomach and politely declining conversation with anyone that looked at his forehead before speaking to him. The feast eventually ended, and Dumbledore stood up to speak again. Ahem. Just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered. I have a few start-of-term notices to give you. Dumbledore started once he had everyone's attention. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils, and a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well. That sounded reasonable to Harry. Even a regular forest wasn't something you should be wandering into haphazardly. If the forbidden forest stayed true to form for the magical world, it was probably filled with monsters like feral werewolves, redcaps, trolls, and giant spiders. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Dumbledore continued. That was a rule Harry didn't plan on following. He had already learned to conjure fire and water, but he had no plans to stop there. He planned to conjure lightning as well, since Hogwarts' ancient stone walls were non-flammable and non-conductive. He wouldn't be able to learn how to do that if he followed that ridiculous rule. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of the term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch, Dumbledore announced next. Harry knew only the basics about the sport. He knew it was played on flying brooms, and that the player composition made no sense. The Seeker made every other position redundant unless the game was both very long and mostly one-sided. And finally, I must tell you that this year the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a most painful death. Dumbledore finished up the announcements with that ominous warning. Why did that also sound like some kind of important plot point from his fantasy books? But before we go to bed, let us sing the school song, Dumbledore exclaimed with a large smile. Harry didn't even know Hogwarts had a school song, Ravenclaw Dorm. Harry collapsed on his very comfortable bed, face down, and exhaled into his pillow with deep sigh. He still felt like his ears had been physically assaulted from hearing the school song. Good music was hopefully not a rarity in the magical world, or else Harry would have to create a trinket or charm that could record Muggle music, so that he'd have something nice to listen to. To be honest, he had mixed feelings about the magical world so far. On the plus side, he was able to study and learn more about magic here. There was already so much he wanted to know about, and even more he wanted to break down to figure out how it worked. The wealth of knowledge here at Hogwarts would definitely help him achieve at least part of his goals. On the negative side, the magical world had almost no technology to speak of. Everything was either purely mechanical or ran on magic. There was nothing like electricity or even batteries. Harry already knew that magical items couldn't be mass-produced. They were literally a work of a magical's mana woven and bound to a physical object. If a group tried to assembly line, that it would leave you with a failed enchantment and most likely a destroyed item. But surely some witch or wizard somewhere had tried to make a magical battery at some point, right? If not, then why? Surely it was possible with the right runic sequence. Those were questions for later. But at least Ravenclaws got single rooms. Having to share a room with someone would have sucked since Harry had his own room for as long as he could remember. For now, he'd put the questions aside and get some sleep. Classes started tomorrow and he wanted to be well rested for them. The next morning the school year got started in much the same way as a non-magical one would, though with much different subjects. Harry's thoughts on his classes varied greatly depending said subject. Herbology wasn't something that Harry could claim any real interest in. He also wasn't impressed by astronomy and its old-fashioned telescopes. Magic made up for a bit of the difference between the old telescopes and modern ones. However, buying some newer Muggle telescopes and enchanting them would produce a far greater degree of clarity. He had quickly decided that history of magic was either a free period or a time to do something else. Their ghostly teacher was literally quoting the book verbatim, which made the class itself completely redundant. Not to mention that Binns seemed obsessively focused on the Goblin Wars, to the exclusion of the rest of their textbook in fact. Charms class was interesting, but they hadn't done anything more than the Lumos charm, and the color-changing charm so far. Harry had already mastered the Lumos charm to a degree that most adults hadn't, and wandlessly at that. The color-changing charm was a fun novelty, but nothing more than a parlor trick by comparison to the spells Harry had already read about. Transfiguration was equally interesting, and near the end of his last class, Harry had been staring at the silver needle on his desk in quiet contemplation. The other students were struggling to get even a minor change in their matchstick, while he had managed to do it on the first try. He had attempted some small wandless transfigurations after returning from Diagon Alley. It had been incredibly difficult, but Harry had hoped to be able to alter the properties of materials to make them easier to work with. Wandlessly, he hadn't managed anything significant, maybe a slight change in color at best. With his wand, it had been almost easy by comparison. Did his previous wandless practice accelerate his magical ability with a wand? Or was the magical focus just multiplying his meager wandless skill with this branch of magic? "Well done, Mr. Potter." McGonagall had praised him, sounding very impressed. "I haven't seen anyone manage their first transfiguration attempt that quickly in many years." 10 points to Ravenclaw. "Thank you, Professor," Harry had replied. While it wasn't actually his first try at transfiguration, he didn't think she'd believe him if he told her he'd been practicing it wandlessly. Then potions had come around, and Harry found out what a bad teacher looked like for the first time. He still remembered his first potions class. It had all gone downhill when Snape got to his name during attendance. "Ah yes," Snape said softly when he reached his name during roll call. "Harry Potter, our new celebrity." Harry held back a sigh. That tone portended nothing good coming from this man. Potions class was most likely going to become his least favorite course soon. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," Snape continued in a near whisper. "As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even stopper death. If you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." Harry thought that speech sounded kind of rehearsed. Snape probably used it for the first class every year. He would probably use it on the Slytherin Gryffindor class too, when they had their first class. It wasn't a bad speech though, just a little over the top. "Potter," Snape called suddenly. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "I have no idea, sir," Harry answered. He hadn't spent very long going over his potions textbook. It just wasn't as interesting to him as conjuring lightning or the myriad of other spells he could start learning, not to mention the vast amount he was still learning about runes and arithmancy. "Tut tut, clearly fame isn't everything. Let's try again, Potter," Snape drawled. More questions came, and Harry was unable to answer any of them. Truthfully, he probably should have actually read through his potions books, but learning how to hurl spells from his hands was a much stronger desire for him than learning about stirring a collection of odd ingredients inside a cauldron. He was an 11-year-old boy, after all. With one last disdainful sneer, Snape rapidly went over the answers to the questions, and instantly demanded to know why the rest of the class wasn't writing them down. This train of near harassment went on for the rest of the class. Snape stalked around the classroom, practically glaring at every student's cauldron as if they'd personally offended him. There was no encouragement or corrections, only yelling and point deductions. Truly, Snape had to be the worst teacher Harry had ever heard of. He spent the rest of the potions class in a bad mood. Maybe he could find some alternative to attending this particular class? Snape was clearly determined to pick on him for some reason, so actually learning anything from the man was doubtful at best and laughable at worst. Harry sighed as he left the classroom in the dungeons. The first week had been going so well until now. "What's got you so down today, nerd?" Tonks asked from beside him, causing Harry to jump almost a foot off the bench he was sitting on in the Great Hall. Tonks's laughter led to an embarrassed blush spreading across his face. "Tonks, do you really have to sneak up on me?" Harry demanded as he breathed out gustily. "Yep," Tonks replied with a grin. "So what's got you all moody?" "I think Professor Snape hates me for some reason," Harry replied. "To be fair, Snape hates everyone that isn't a Slytherin, so you're not the only one," Tonks explained with a shrug. "Why is he a teacher then?" Harry questioned, only getting a shake of the head from Tonks in reply. "Visiting again, Tonks?" A girl's voice spoke from behind the two. Turning around, the two came face to face with Penelope Clearwater, the Ravenclaw fifth-year prefect. "Yep. Just checking in on Harrikins?" Tonks chuckled as she ruffled Harry's hair. "Oi!" Harry objected as he pulled his head away from her hand. "While I can't say I approve of this relationship between a seventh year and a first year, as long as you aren't violating the rules, I won't say anything." I'm just glad Harry has at least one friend. Penelope sighed as she looked at the two. Harry's face was bright red in embarrassment while Tonks grinned back at her. He's not my boyfriend, he's my nerd. You're just jealous that he likes me better. Tonks laughed as she playfully stuck out her tongue. That's fine. Penelope sighed again. Dealing with Tonks was always an experience, though she did count the 7th-year Hufflepuff among her friends. Join us for dinner, Penny, Tonks demanded as she pulled Harry into her side and motioned Penelope to take the spot beside Harry. Harry's blushing looked to be getting to unhealthy levels as he struggled to get out of Tonks's grip, so Penelope sat down in the offered spot quickly. Are you all right, Harry? Penelope asked once Tonks let the first year out of her arms. I'm fine, Harry mumbled as he looked down at his plate, refusing to meet anyone's eyes until his face wasn't red anymore. Tonks' snickering wasn't helping on that front. That's good. After not seeing you hang around with any of your yearmates, I was getting worried that you did not have any friends, Penelope admitted. As a prefect, it was her responsibility to look after the younger students. Seeing a new first year without any friends was worrying, and Penelope felt like she needed to do something to fix the situation. What are you saying, Penny? Harry's got the two of us. We're the best friends he could have, right, Harry? Tonks exclaimed with a wide grin. Yes, Tonks. Thank you, Tonks. Harry mumbled quickly, only to be pulled into another sideways hug by the playful 7th year. Tonks, stop it. Nope. Tonks teased as she ruffled his hair again. Tonks, don't harass Harry. Penelope scolded, getting the older teen to let Harry go again. Fine. Ruin my fun. Tonks grinned, getting an eye roll from Penelope and a deadpan glare from Harry as he tried to fix his messed up hair. The three chatted as they filled their plates with food and enjoyed their evening meal. By the end of dinner, Harry definitely counted Penelope as his friend. Said prefect smiled fondly at the first year before both were pulled into a group hug by Tonks. Naturally, there was much protesting from the Ravenclaw duo. It was Saturday after breakfast and Harry found himself walking around the castle. He was currently looking for a place to practice his magic. Hogwarts was large and had a plethora of empty classrooms. While he could work on most of his trinkets in the privacy of his dorm room, casting spells could potentially destroy his bed or his possessions. So, here he was roaming the halls of the castle looking for an out-of-the-way place to practice. Imagine his surprise when he came across what appeared to be an old ancient runes classroom. There were charts on the wall detailing various runes and their affixes. Harry looked around the room, finding nothing of interest, until he looked through what would be the professor's desk. Inside a drawer of the desk laid 3 wooden cases. Upon opening said cases, Harry found 3 rune carving kits. Most likely they'd been extras for the class when it was still held in this room. This is great, Harry exclaimed excitedly. He'd been convinced that he'd have to spend some of his limited funds to order a kit for himself. Both Tonks and Penelope had offered at dinner to pick one up for him on the first Hogsmeade trip of the year, but that wasn't until near the end of October, and Penelope told him the kits in Hogsmeade cost a galleon and 6 knuts. Owl order kits cost a galleon and 3 knuts, but had the standard 8 knut delivery fee added on top of that. Finding 3 kits in good condition would be a major boon to Harry's crafting. Plus, this room had plenty of space. It was a classroom at one point meant to house upwards of 20 students, so he could probably practice spells here too. It was a happy Harry that made his way to dinner that evening. He'd left 2 of the kits in his newfound practice room and taken the 3rd up to his dorm room. He'd immediately started looking into rune-based locks in his advanced magical crafting book. While he'd made sure to lock the room's door, a standard Alohomora would allow anyone to enter. It hadn't taken him long to find the basics of a runic sequence meant to secure things, and he'd used his new carving kit to make himself a ward lock. A ward lock was a fairly simple trinket that was made of either stone or metal. It required 2 pieces of either material, and they had to be the same size to be paired together. The first object would be carved with the actual ward, the runic sequence that carried the effect of keeping people out. The second of the pair would be carved with the runic sequence for allowing someone to pass through the first object's ward. When the first object was placed on a door, the door became unopenable to anyone that didn't have the key to the ward. It didn't stop anyone from knocking the door down or blasting it to pieces though. The other major weakness of a ward lock was that anyone could pick it up and move it. If you placed the ward object on the outside of the door, it wouldn't open, but any half-wit could figure out that taking the object off the door would remove the ward. Harry resolved himself to finishing his homework tonight, so that he could attach his ward lock to the back of his practice room's door tomorrow morning. Good evening, Harry. Penelope greeted her friend as she sat next to him for dinner. Tonks was over at the Hufflepuff table, messing around with her housemates and causing much laughter. Harry knew the older teen had many friends and acquaintances, but was still surprised to see just how much of her house table she could pull into her ruckus. "Evening, Penelope." Harry replied only to get a frown from the older girl. "Harry, I told you we're friends now, you can call me Penny," Penelope reminded him. "Right, sorry, good evening, Penny," Harry corrected with a small smile. It was nice having some friends. Much better. "Potatoes?" Penelope smiled as she offered him the large serving spoon. "Yes, thank you." Harry smiled back as he took the spoon and put some potatoes on his plate. The two engaged in mild chatting for the rest of the meal, mostly about how his classes were going. Just like Tonks, Penelope had no recommendations for dealing with Snape. The man was just dour all the time and unpleasant at the best of times. Dinner finished with a wonderful dessert, treacle tart for Harry, before they were all ushered back to their common rooms for the evening. A couple of hours later, a satisfied Harry climbed into bed with all of his homework completed. The next morning, Harry had gotten dressed for the day and headed down to breakfast. Tonks was apparently having a lie-in as he didn't see her in the hall. Penelope was comforting another first year, Mandy if Harry remembered right, who was still hit with bouts of homesickness from time to time. A quick meal and Harry was walking out of the hall towards his practice room. He'd only gotten a few steps out of the Great Hall when a thought occurred to him. Even if he installed his ward lock on the practice room door, any student who came across the openable door would most likely become curious about it. With a moment of thought, Harry altered his course to his dorm room. Once in the privacy of his room, he quickly opened his trunk and opened one of the expanded space drawers. Inside were dozens of stones he'd collected from Privet Drive and brought with him to use as testing material for new trinkets. Many simple trinkets and talismans could be made simply by carving the proper runic sequence into stone of the right size and shape. Metal also worked well for this purpose, but until his transfiguration skills increased, or he found a way to safely make a forge of his own somewhere in the school, he had no way to shape more metal. He was saving his last 5 metal bars from the summer day camp to make more scouters later. Quickly picking out a proper stone, Harry took it over to his desk and opened his carving kit. Pulling out the etching tool, he proceeded to carve the necessary runes into the stone to turn it into another hiding stone. 30 minutes later, and with some twine now tied around it, the new hiding stone was finished and ready to be used. Taking it with him, Harry made his way to the practice room. Standing in front of the door, Harry grinned at his own idea. Taking his new hiding stone from his robe pocket, he hung it from the door handle and smiled when he noticed the slight glow the stone gave off. That meant it was fulfilling its purpose of hiding the door. The glow quickly faded and now the door would be less noticeable to all but Harry. Unless the person in question was actively looking for this particular door, it wouldn't be any more interesting to them than a blank section of the wall. Unlocking the door with a quick alohomora, wandlessly at that, Harry entered his practice room and tied the ward lock to the inside handle of the door with more twine. A few quick tests to make sure the ward lock was working properly, and Harry was laughing at his new personal room in Hogwarts. That night, Harry was walking to dinner a little early, having spent a good chunk of the day practicing his wandless magic. He had made some progress with his transfiguration, but still nowhere near enough to use it to help shape materials for enchanting. The control and precision required for transfiguration was going to annoy him until he got it right. But his charms were coming along well enough. He'd gotten both the unlocking charm, Alohomora, and the all-purpose counterspell, Finite Incantatem, to work wandlessly. He was still constantly practicing all of his magic, of course. It never paid to be lazy, as both Vernon and Petunia had told him and Dudley growing up. He was slowly making his way through the first-year curriculum for spells, and the library was a wealth of interesting new spells just waiting to be learned and mastered. Harry noticed upon turning a corner that a few professors were currently making their way towards the Great Hall as well. Seeing as they hadn't noticed him, Harry simply couldn't resist. Pulling his scouter out of his robe pocket, he placed it over his right eye and scanned the first professor. A 10,112 almost had Harry stumbling over his own feet. Who would have guessed that Professor Flitwick had so much mana? He'd heard that his head of house used to be a professional duelist, but he'd honestly expected Hagrid's 7,062 to be near the top of the mana rankings. A quick turn of the lens and Professor Vector, the arithmancy teacher, was scanned. The 5,994 on the lens seemed respectable for a witch that was loved by her students for her calm demeanor and patient instruction. The next professor, Sprout, came in with a 6,104. And Harry didn't have much thoughts on the mana amount of the herbology professor. He still didn't have much aptitude for her class, and honestly he doubted he ever would. The group of professors passed through the doorway into the Great Hall, and Harry slowly walked his way towards the door. Just as he was standing in the doorway, he glanced up at the head table. Seeing both Snape and Dumbledore already sitting down, Harry carefully stayed out of sight and scanned them. Snape, his least favorite professor by far, was first. Harry nearly choked on his saliva when 10,848 showed up on the lens. How the bloody hell did Snape have more mana than a former professional duelist? Any fantasy of a direct confrontation with Snape was quickly tossed from Harry's mind. Until he got stronger, much stronger, magically Snape was far out of his league. With a quick gulp, Harry finally turned his scouter onto Headmaster Dumbledore. He didn't even attempt to keep up with the rapidly growing number on the lens, and simply waited for it to stop climbing. He had to grab onto the wall to steady himself, when the absurd number of 1310 stopped on the lens. What in the actual hell was Dumbledore? How could someone have such a high amount of mana? It was 4 times what a professional duelist like Flitwick had. What kind of outlier was the headmaster? There were a dozen more questions already running through Harry's mind as he stowed his scouter away in his robe pocket. He wished that a way to quantify mana had been created centuries or even a millennium ago, just so famous magicals from the past could have had their amounts recorded. Harry wondered how Dumbledore would compare to the 4 founders of Hogwarts, or how the headmaster and Merlin would match up. Unfortunately, no one would ever know the answer. Harry wondered briefly if his lessons and extracurricular practicing had increased his mana at all. He'd have to build a self-scanner like his first clay prototype to be able to measure his own mana again. It was Tuesday evening and Harry was in the library looking up information for his defense against the dark arts homework. There was another class that Harry disliked. Professor Quirrell's stutter made it almost impossible to follow what the man was trying to teach. Not to mention the overpowering smell of garlic that hung about the room. Harry had already taken to mostly self-study in the course, just to look up spells. Grabbing a book that should give him enough information to finish his essay, Harry walked towards the tables set up for students to study at. He noticed that a few tables were occupied by upper years, and 2 were occupied by first years. The closest table of the 2 had the bushy-haired girl from the train sitting by herself with a stack of no less than 8 books next to her. The farther table had 2 members of his own house sitting together, Mandy Brocklehurst and Padma Patil. Deciding it couldn't hurt to learn the name of the other girl, Harry made his way over to her table. "Mind if I sit here?" Harry asked, getting the Gryffindor girl to startle slightly. "Oh, yes, of course," the girl replied once she realized someone had addressed her. "Thanks," Harry said before setting his book down and getting out his quill and parchment. It had taken him weeks, but he could finally write with a quill up to his own standards of penmanship. He still took notes on notebook paper and used a ballpoint pen for it, but he was finally able to turn in neatly written assignments and essays done by quill now. "I'm Harry, by the way, Harry Potter. I'm Hermione Granger, nice to meet you." Hermione introduced herself before continuing to speak. "I've read about you, you know. You're in Modern Magical History, Great Wizarding Events of the 20th Century, and the Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts. I wouldn't believe most of it." Harry sighed as he opened his book. "If you believe everything that's said about me, then I've also ridden dragons at age 5 and fought werewolves and vampires across Europe when I was 9. "Oh, that's quite outlandish, isn't it?" Hermione asked with a grimace. "Yeah, I'd only just discovered my magic when I was 8, so I don't know who thought I was riding dragons and all the other stuff." Harry shook his head in exasperation. "So what are you reading?" "Oh, just some extra books for classes," Hermione replied as she patted her stack. "Okay, but do you really need that many?" "We only have 6 classes right now," Harry stated, as he looked at the stack of books. "It's just a bit of light reading," Hermione responded with a nod. "Unfortunately, none of my housemates feel the same way about our studies, so She trailed off into mumbling that Harry couldn't make out. "What was that last bit?" Harry asked after finishing the sentence he'd been writing. "I'm afraid I didn't catch it." "I said I haven't been able to make any friends," Hermione muttered lowly while looking down at the table. "Well, I'm no expert on making friends, but it could be you aren't looking in the right place," Harry replied, getting Hermione to look up at him in surprise. "What do you mean?" Hermione questioned. "Wait right here and I can probably show you," Harry answered as he stood up and made his way over to his 2 housemates. "Hey Padma, Mandy, how are you 2 this evening?" "Hey Harry, I'm good," Mandy replied with a nod and a smile. "Doing some studying." Padma motioned at their 4 books. I see. Do you think you could help me out? You see the girl at the table I'm sitting at? Harry asked, getting Padma and Mandy to look over for a moment, before turning back to Harry and nodding. She's a rather studious Gryffindor, and because of that she hasn't been able to make a single friend so far. I was hoping we could help her out, and show her that not everyone in the castle is put off by being a good student. Why isn't she in Ravenclaw with us then? Mandy asked, already standing up and gathering her books. Why would she end up in Gryffindor of all houses? Padma questioned, also gathering her books. No idea. But I think a few friends that are both good students and sociable will do her a world of good. Harry responded with a smile, which both girls returned. The trio made their way over to where Hermione was still sitting, getting the bushy-haired girl's eyes to widen. Introductions were quickly made, and Hermione was practically hugged by both Ravenclaw girls when she'd told them of her lack of friends in Gryffindor House. Within the span of their near 2-hour study session, the three girls and Harry had all become friendly with each other. Hermione's beaming smile as she, Mandy, and Padma set up another study date together could have blinded someone. With a smile of his own, Harry left the library with his homework finished and followed along behind Mandy and Padma back towards Ravenclaw Tower. You did some good today, Harry, old boy. Harry praised himself mentally as the trio neared the bronze knocker that guarded the Ravenclaw common room. While Padma and Mandy were distracted by answering the knocker's riddle, Harry managed a quick scan of both girls. Mandy had a mana amount of 118 feet, and Padma had a 114 feet. Both girls were about average among all the first years Harry had been able to scan so far. It was October 30th, and Harry was in his practice room going over his spell repertoire and looking over his in-progress trinkets. Things had gone well in the almost 2 months he'd been at Hogwarts. He'd made close friends in Tonks and Penelope, while having friends in Hermione, Mandy, Padma, and Hagrid, of course. Draco was becoming a bit of a pest, but thankfully Slytherin and Ravenclaw only shared 2 classes a week. Looking over his current work, Harry smiled at having completed another self-scanner. This one was made from stone thanks to Tonks transfiguring it for him. She'd been curious about why he wanted a stone frame, but he'd just told her it was a secret, and she'd sworn to get him to tell her before she left for the Yule break. Now having the means to measure his own mana again, Harry started pouring his mana into the frame and watched as the number made of light within the frame increased. When it finally stopped, Harry whooped with joy at the number displayed. After all, 364 feet was just under 100 more mana than he'd had before term had started. Now that I know this works and it didn't get damaged from use, I guess I should give this invention a name too. Harry smiled as he looked over the rune-carved stone frame. Maybe another acronym? It could become my thing. He chortled to himself as he thought it over. After 5 minutes of thinking, he announced his self-scanner's name, at least to himself. Transfigured Energy Scanning Talisman, or TEST for short. I wonder if I can market this as well. Get your test frame and discover your own magical strength. Sounds like an acceptable marketing line. Harry chuckled as he set the frame down on the professor's desk he'd appropriated for his work table. He'd talked to both Penelope and Tonks about possibly starting up an owl order business. Even underage children could do business through the owl order service. Since owl order took care of all business operations and costs of shipping said products with their massive flock of highly trained owls, anybody could sell through them. The company took 10% of the profit as their share, but for Harry, any money coming in would be worth it. Penelope's reaction when he'd showed her his scouter and explained its function had been more than amusing. Tonks had almost fallen over from laughing so hard, but the prefect had agreed that if he could make enough of them that he'd be practically guaranteed to one day be approached by some big names looking to sponsor him as an enchanter. That suited Harry just fine. He'd get to continue crafting and honing his skills, and one day he'd create a true artifact and earn the title Artificer. Incidentally, Tonks's smug smile at getting her updated mana reading when Penelope got her first was amusing, as the 2 girls playfully jibed at each other over their numbers. Tonks' new reading had gone up to 4,776, while Penelope had a reading of 2,812. He'd also learned that Tonks was a metamorphmagus during the course of the conversation when Penelope had brought it up and the 7th year had demonstrated for Harry. That had set his curiosity into overdrive for a few moments, and Tonks had laughed herself silly at his multitude of questions. His curiosity had gotten completely derailed, however, when Tonks had made a lewd innuendo about Harry wanting to examine her. Penelope had scolded the older girl, while Harry had tried to hide his furiously blushing face. Harry chuckled at the memory of his fun-loving friend and locked up his practice room, or was it a workshop now? Heading up to Ravenclaw Tower with confirmation that his mana was increasing would see Harry getting a good sleep tonight. Penelope was helping him write up a promotional ad for the sale of his 4 new Scouters for the Owl Order service. Technically he'd made 5, but he was keeping the 5th one hidden in his workshop practice room, in case the one he was currently using was ever broken. After discussing it with Tonks, Penelope, and even Hagrid, they'd settled on a price of 10 galleons for each Scouter. It was on the high end, price-wise, for an Owl Order item, but as soon as people found out it was not only made by Harry Potter, but what it was capable of, there would be no end of people wanting one. The next evening the Halloween feast was in full swing. Decorations were all over the Great Hall, and almost everyone was in a festive mood. Harry was sitting between Penelope and Mandy and enjoying the feast. While it was the anniversary of his parents' deaths, he'd never known them, and had done what little mourning he was capable of long ago. From the way Hagrid had described his parents to him, he was fairly certain that both would rather he enjoy himself with friends on this day instead of mourning them. He could see Tonks over at the Hufflepuff table putting on a show with her metamorph abilities, getting cheers from her housemates. Just over halfway through the feast, Professor Quirrell had barged into the Great Hall, screaming about a troll in the dungeons, before promptly falling into a dead faint. The cacophony that had created had taken 3 loud blasts from Dumbledore's wand to silence. The headmaster had instructed the various prefects to lead the rest of the students back to their common rooms, while the teachers went to deal with the troll. As the large mass of students began to move, Mandy had caught up to Harry, and told him of Hermione's absence from the feast. According to Padma's sister Parvati, an insensitive Gryffindor named Ron Weasley had insulted Hermione and she'd run off crying. Padma and Mandy had both tried to talk Hermione out of the bathroom she'd been holed up in, and had only left after Hermione had promised she'd come to the feast later. "Well shite, I'll try to let a professor know, go with the others and tell Penelope where I am," Harry told Mandy as he dashed off in the direction the professors had headed in. Less than a minute later and Harry wasn't sure he'd be able to catch up to the professors at all. So the next best thing was to go up to the bathroom that Hermione was in, and take her to Ravenclaw Tower until the troll was dealt with. Rushing up the stairs, Harry sprinted down the corridors until he almost gagged on the foul stench coming from ahead of him. "Ack! What the bloody hell is that smell?" Harry coughed as he rounded the corner to the corridor that Hermione was supposedly in. "Oh right. Trolls are supposed to smell horrible," Harry muttered to himself as he watched the large gray-skinned beast lumber into the bathroom in shock. A moment later a scream tore through the air, and Harry was moving before he could think. Shoving the door open, Harry was met with the sight of destroyed bathroom stalls and Hermione trying to hide under the sinks. The troll, Mountain Troll, if the books he'd bought on Hagrid's recommendation were correct, turned to look towards the banging door as Harry caught Hermione's eyes. "Harry?" Hermione cried out in panic, the troll slowly turning to look at her again when she yelled. "Don't worry, Hermione. I'm going to get you out of here," Harry yelled with more confidence than he felt. The troll growled as it turned back towards Harry as he yelled. With a grunt, the troll hefted up its large wooden club and prepared to swing it down on Harry. He wasn't about to let that happen though. With a crack, a ball of fire appeared in Harry's right hand. He chucked the fireball at the wooden club, causing the dried wood to catch fire. The troll, suddenly feeling the heat of its club, looked up at the flaming wood and bellowed in surprise. The large, smelly beast tossed the club away from itself in panic, and stared at the flames in confusion. While the troll was distracted, Harry motioned for Hermione to crawl towards him. She hesitated for a moment before slowly crawling towards her friend. Just as Hermione was crawling out from under the last sink, the troll spotted her and tried to grab her. "No you don't," Harry yelled, conjuring up 5 Lumos orbs in front of the troll's face. The orbs went from slightly bright in the lit-up bathroom to blinding in an instant as Harry poured his mana into his spell. The troll roared in pain as it covered its eyes and tried to swat the orbs of light away. Hermione rapidly ran to Harry and tried to cling to him. "Out the door, Hermione," Harry ordered as he pushed her towards the closed bathroom door. "What about you?" Hermione asked, only to get pushed harder towards the door. "I'm following you, of course," Harry stated as the troll recovered its eyesight, only for Harry to make the Lumos orbs flash brightly again. The beast roared again, trying to swat at the orbs, but light had no mass, and the troll couldn't destroy the orbs by hitting them. Hermione wrenched open the bathroom door and held it open for Harry, who slowly backed up and exited the bathroom. Just as the door closed, Harry shifted his Lumos orbs through the color spectrum, making each of the 5 orbs a different color. After the door clicked into place, Harry began to switch each orb from normal brightness to blinding one by one, over and over again. Keeping this light show spell going from a distance was taxing, much more than Harry thought it would be as he felt his mana decreasing. "Harry, we should run," Hermione stated as she grabbed his arm and tried to drag him away. "I'd love that, Hermione, but if I move from this spot I won't be able to keep the spell going." The confused roars and bellows of the troll in the bathroom were a testament that Harry's spell was keeping the beast disorientated. "If you could get the professors over here as soon as possible, I'd greatly appreciate it." "I can't just leave you. We should just run," Hermione practically begged as she stared at the door of the bathroom. "Once the spell stops, the troll is going to be enraged, and it'll break out of the bathroom. If it does that, there is no telling where it'll charge off to. That's why I need to keep the spell going while you get the professors here." Harry tried to explain calmly, but some strain seeped into his voice from having to split his focus between Hermione and his spell. "Mr. Potter? Miss Granger?" McGonagall exclaimed as she came charging around the corner with Flitwick and Snape in tow. "What on earth are you doing here?" "Hermione was in the bathroom, didn't know about the troll. I came to get her and take her to Ravenclaw Tower. Troll walked into the bathroom before I could get here and tried to kill Hermione. I'm distracting it with a variation of the Lumos charm, but I can't keep it going for long," Harry hurriedly explained as the troll's bellows could be heard echoing from the bathroom. "Move aside, Mr. Potter. We'll handle it from here," Flitwick stated, a look on his face Harry had never seen before. He looked like a man that knew he was going to have to do something unpleasant. "Yes, sir." Harry nodded as he moved aside and cancelled his spell. The three professors opened the bathroom door and were able to see 5 differently colored orbs of light for a moment before they disappeared. The troll, still covering its eyes, stood huddled in the far corner, as if to escape the painful flashes of light. The situation was resolved in a matter of moments after the door was opened. A single spell from each of the 3 professors had the troll knocked unconscious, bound up in chains, and sedated completely before the beast even fell to the floor. Snape and McGonagall approached the beast, as Flitwick went to console the 2 students. The events afterwards were a bit of a blur for Harry, probably because he was suffering from a sudden drop in his mana from keeping his spell going for an extended period of time. But he and Hermione had explained why she was in the bathroom. McGonagall was already planning out Ron Weasley's punishment at that very moment, and how Harry had come to try and get her to safety after not being able to find the professors. Harry lost points for his house at first but ended up with a net gain of 20 points after Flitwick and McGonagall were done. It was only after being taken back to Ravenclaw Tower, getting scolded by Penelope, while she was hugging the life out of him, and finally getting to sleep for the night that Harry realized some very important details from his and Hermione's encounter with the troll. Shortly after waking up, Harry continued to lie in bed going over last night's incident. He'd read about mountain trolls in the books Hagrid had recommended. He and the gentle giant had even had a discussion about them, along with various other magical beasts over the couple of visits where Harry had gone down to Hagrid's hut for tea. So there were a couple things that stood out as strange to Harry as he laid in bed thinking. Firstly, mountain trolls were known to be dumber than most dog breeds, so how could one just wander into Hogwarts? Secondly, while Hogwarts was near some mountains, said mountains were still dozens of kilometers away from the school grounds, so why would a mountain troll go walking so far from its territory? Thirdly, and most suspiciously to Harry, the troll was wearing a vest and loincloth. Mountain trolls frequently walked around naked in the wild, but this one had roughly sewn and stitched clothing. Having learned how to stitch and sew himself, Harry had spotted the rather well-fitting vest and the loincloth that was tight on the troll's waist to keep it from falling off. Trolls couldn't even make fire for themselves, much less tan leather and sew it into clothing. That could only mean that the troll was provided those clothes, and if that was the case, then that troll wasn't wild. Somebody was taking care of it. Somebody who had most likely let it loose into a school full of children. Harry really hoped his feeling of turning point in the story was wrong, as he was once again reminded of his fantasy books from his primary school library. Unfortunately, he didn't think he was wrong at all. Chapter 4. Crafting, Corridors, Teaching. Harry could say with some certainty that people would buy anything that seemed interesting to them quickly. Based on how fast his 4 scouters had sold, and the 36 galleons had gotten sent to him from the Owl Order service, he'd have to come up with a rune-based safe to store his newfound gold in soon. But it had been a rousing success for his new Owl Order business. He was already having Penelope help him write up an advert for his test frame talisman. Tonks had kept her word about finding out what he'd wanted the stone frame for. He still blushed remembering the energetic metamorph Magus kissing his cheeks in front of Penny until he'd told her what she wanted to know. Penny's scolding hadn't done much to stop their mutual friend from her interrogation either. It was November now, and for the first time Harry had people to think about getting Christmas presents for. He'd already decided on what he was getting for Tonks and Penny. He had a good idea for Hagrid as well. But something for Padma, Mandy and Hermione hadn't come to him just yet. He was currently sitting in his hidden workshop early Saturday morning, and knitting. He'd ordered wool yarn in various colors for this particular project. Dark blue and bronze for Penny, while bright yellow and black for Tonks. So he was knitting his two close friends a full set of knit hats, scarves, and mittens for the quickly encroaching winter. It was slightly difficult to make a charmed set of clothing, but Harry was weaving his mana into the wool yarn as he knitted it together. Being able to knit the girl's initials into the striped pattern had been difficult, as he'd had to use trial and error until he got it right. Stitching a round wooden button onto each end and carving the appropriate runes would see the scarves capable of maintaining their own warming charm for extended periods of time. Repeat the wooden button on each mitten and on top of the knit hat, and Tonks and Penny wouldn't have to worry about the cold much at all. Hope they like these, Harry mumbled to himself as he continued his work. He'd finish up the hats before heading down for lunch later. The next morning was incredibly surprising for Harry. As soon as the Daily Prophet was delivered, he noticed that there was an article about him on the bottom of the front page. Everyone else that had a subscription to the newspaper also took notice, and more than a few eyes were already gazing at him. Daily Prophet article: Boy who lived creates magical strength measuring device. It has come to the attention of this newsman that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, has created an enchanted object capable of measuring a witch or wizard's magical strength. The device, called a scouter, can read the amount of magic a person has, and display it as a numerical number. For centuries no one among even the greatest of magical scholars has ever agreed on a solid measurement for magic. But somehow Magical Britain's own boy who lived has found a way. I was lucky enough to know one of the people who purchased one of the 4 devices up for sale. The device only needs to be directed at the wizard or witch, before a small amount of magic is supplied to it, for it to measure the person in question's magical strength. My friend, who wishes to remain anonymous, had a reading of 2,758 when I used the device to measure them. My own reading came in slightly higher at 3,176, and I believe these to be rather average numbers, as neither of us makes our living off of our spell work. The ability to actually measure magic has been contested for centuries, and no doubt young Mr. Potter will have to prove his device's accuracy to some of the leading minds of the magical world before it is fully accepted. But the certainty of a numerical value is something to focus on and could give those who want to become magically stronger a place to start. Mr. Potter has certainly made waves in the magical community with his first foray into professional enchanting. I believe we can all look forward to many years of interesting items coming from the young man. The Potter family, while not noble, has a rather long history stretching back to the 12th century, and has been historically known for producing no less than 6 artificers in that time. The last Potter artificer was Richard Potter, whom historians will know as the artificer that created the platform 9 3/4 archway. This artifact, commissioned by then Minister of Magic Evangeline Orpington, has kept the platform from being discovered by Muggles since 1850, when it was installed there by Richard Potter. The archway is near indestructible, and requires no maintenance as it draws its power from the magic that comes from the ley lines deep beneath the earth. It remains to be seen if young Mr. Potter will one day create a true artifact of his own, and become the next artificer from the Potter family. But this newsman believes he just might, since his first professional work is already such a revolutionary creation. Barnabas Cuff, editor, Daily Prophet. End article. Harry stared wide-eyed in shock at the article on the front page of the paper. This must be what Hagrid had warned him about when it came to his fame. The editor of the Daily Prophet himself had written about his scouter when they'd only been sold for less than a week. He'd underestimated how famous his name actually was since he hadn't been outed. In Diagon Alley, there was a faint murmuring from the students in the Great Hall that was steadily growing louder as more and more students read the article and started looking at Harry. "Back off, you!" Tonk's voice came from behind Harry, prompting him to turn around and see his friend holding back a large crowd of students. Penny quickly joined her as the students started trying to shout questions at Harry. "Calm down. This behavior is inappropriate in the Great Hall," Penny was shouting over the crowd of students. This ruckus was quickly noticed by the professors, and Dumbledore raised his wand aloft before firing a cannon blast spell to get everyone's attention. Once all eyes were on the headmaster, he began to speak. "Students, I understand the excitement of today's Daily Prophet, but this conduct will not be permitted. If you'd like to speak with Mr. Potter, you must remain calm and mind your manners. If he is willing to speak about his creation, I'm sure we can make some time this morning since it is Sunday." Dumbledore calmly spoke, getting several prefects moving to get their own housemates back to their tables. Harry noticed that Percy Weasley, the fifth-year Gryffindor prefect according to Penny, was physically pulling his younger twin brothers, Fred and George, back to the Gryffindor table while threatening to tell their mother about the twins' behavior. "What should I do about this? I'll be hounded every second of every day at this rate," Harry asked his two close friends. "You might want to take the headmaster up on his offer and just use this time in the Great Hall to get it over with." Penny offered her opinion. "It would at least get most of them off your back." Tonks nodded in agreement. Harry sighed but accepted his friend's suggestion. Better to rip the band-aid off quickly and get it over with. Harry finished his breakfast before making his way up to the head table with Penny and Tonks at his side. "Headmaster, if it's all right with you and the rest of the professors, I'd like to take you up on your offer of answering some questions this morning. I think it might be best to just get this out of the way so that everyone can focus back on their schoolwork sooner," Harry explained, getting a few smiles or grins from some of the professors. Dumbledore nodded with a smile before standing up. "Students, Mr. Potter has kindly agreed to answer some questions for your curiosity this morning once breakfast is over. If you have a question you'd like to ask during that time, the professors would like you to remain calm and raise your hand and wait to be called upon. This will be kept civil, and if anyone gets out of hand, their head of house will see that the student in question is punished accordingly. Thank you for your attention," Dumbledore explained before sitting back down. "I'll need to go get something to make this explanation easier, Headmaster. Might I have permission to get my items so that in the likely event that the students want their own readings, I can quickly provide them?" Harry asked, getting a nod from Dumbledore. Harry thanked the old man before leaving the Great Hall with Penny and Tonks. He led his close friends towards his hidden workshop, and chuckled at their surprised gasps as he removed the hiding stone from the door, bringing it back into their focus. "I so want one of those," Tonks exclaimed, only for Harry to shake his head in mirth. "You can't put one on your bedroom door and hide from your parents. As soon as they wanted to find you, they'd want to find your bedroom by necessity. That would let them force their way past the hiding stone's ability. Like I said, it isn't incredibly strong or anything, it just makes things less noticeable," Harry explained, getting a pout from Tonks, which caused Penny and Harry to laugh slightly. Leading the girls into the workshop, Harry quickly grabbed a few thin planks of wood he'd managed to make from wood Hagrid collected from the Forbidden Forest. It annoyed him that he still needed to use his wand to use the cutting charm with any precision. Wandlessly, it was always overpowered and sliced the wood through completely. With 4 small planks chosen, Harry set about carving the self-destruction sequence Ollivander had passed on to him. He used some glue to stick the planks onto all 4 sides of his test frame so that the 2 runic sequences came into physical contact, which primed the self-destruction sequence. If anyone attempted to pull the wooden planks off the edge of the stone frame, the self-destruction sequence would activate and destroy both sets of runes. A quick spell to instantly dry the glue was provided by Penny, and Harry picked up the test frame and walked out of his hidden workshop with the girls. Harry had Tonks and Penny put their hands on the hiding stone as he placed it back on the door handle. The 3 watched the stone glow briefly before it stopped, and Harry grinned when he noticed that both girls could still notice the door normally. "Did the 2 of us touching the stone make it exempt us from its effect?" Penny asked curiously as she looked at the door with the trinket on the handle. "Yes. The hiding stone doesn't affect the one who placed it. Since all 3 of us placed it on the door, you 2 are now the only other people that will notice this door normally. You won't be able to get in without me unless you knock down the door though. But you'll know where to look for me if you need to find me," Harry explained with a smile. Both girls smiled back at Harry, happy that he was willing to bring them into the know about his secret workshop. The trio quickly made their way back to the Great Hall, and quickly realized that everyone was still there waiting for Harry to speak. "You'll do fine, Harry. Just take a few questions and it'll be over soon," Penny encouraged. "Yeah, I bet most of them just want to know their own readings, so you'll just have to give them their numbers," Tonks grinned. "Thanks, you too." Harry sighed as he walked to the front of the Great Hall when Dumbledore motioned for him. Standing in front of the whole school was a bit nerve-wracking, but Harry swallowed his nervousness and began this impromptu presentation. "You may begin whenever you feel ready, Mr. Potter." Dumbledore gave him the go-ahead. "So as you all know from the Prophet today, I'm a bit of a burgeoning enchanter. My first professionally sold item is called a scouter." Harry started off while pulling out his scouter. "This lens, when focused on a wizard or witch, will give me a reading on their total amount of mana, which is a term I use for magical energy. The more mana a magical has, the stronger they are from a magical standpoint. At that, a few hands were already raised, and Harry picked one near the back. Yes. The Hufflepuff in the back. You have a question? Yes, my name's Forrest Pratt. I was wondering how you decided to actually measure magic. No one has ever agreed on an accurate way. Forrest asked, which prompted another 4 hands to lower, as he had apparently asked their question. I used the Lumos charm as the base. I just kept using less and less mana to cast it, until I found out the absolute minimum amount required to get the spell to work. Harry answered the same way he'd answered Tonks back on the Hogwarts Express. I then designated that bare minimum as equal to 1 unit of mana. As far as I'm aware, that is the least amount of mana that can produce a successful spell. Oh, that makes sense. I see how that works out for measurement. Forrest nodded before sitting back down. Harry looked around, noticing the hand still raised. He picked one close to the front this time. The Slytherin in front. What do you want to ask? My name's Amelia Hawthorne. I'll just ask what most everybody is probably going to ask anyway. Can we get our own mana, as you call it, measured today? Harry noticed almost every hand lowering at Amelia's question. That's why I brought this, Harry replied as he held up his test frame. This is the next product I plan to sell after I make enough of them. I call it a test frame. It's a talisman that allows a person to measure their own mana by holding it and pushing their mana into it like you would your wand. The excitement in the room increased dramatically, and Harry watched it spread on all the students' faces. He turned back to look at the head table before making an offer. If you'd like, I'd be willing to make one for each of the Hogwarts houses. They could be kept in the common room so that any student can measure their mana whenever they'd like. All of the professors smiled at Harry's offer, barring Snape, who never smiled, and Quirrell, who was still twitchy and looking around nervously. Hogwarts would be proud to accept such a donation, Mr. Potter. I thank you on behalf of all the staff for your generosity. Dumbledore smiled kindly as Harry nodded while doing everything he could to keep the red from his cheeks. Turning back towards the students, Harry motioned for Tonks and Penny to come up and then picked out 6 more students. When all 8 students stood up front with him, there were 2 Ravenclaws, 2 Hufflepuffs, 2 Slytherins and 2 Gryffindors. Neither pair was from the same year, so that students would be able to see the range difference that was possible between people, even if they were only a couple years apart in age. Tonks, would you do the honors? Show everyone how it works, Harry asked as he handed her the test frame. Gotcha, Harry. Tonks grinned as she directed her mana into the frame. When her number appeared, she grinned before turning the frame around to show the students. The glowing 4,812 was easily visible to everyone in the hall. Tonks handed the test frame over to Penny, who quickly got her own reading. The prefect smiled happily at her number before showing it to the hall. It read, 3006. The next student accepted the frame from Penny. He was a Gryffindor in his 6th year, if Harry had to guess. It only took a moment of trying before the teen got the frame to work and showed his reading to the hall as well, a glowing 3456. The next student was Amelia Hawthorne herself. She poured her mana into the frame and watched as the numbers climbed. When they stopped, she gave a small grin before showing the hall the 30,628 inside the frame. Amelia handed the frame over to the younger Slytherin beside her. The boy was only a 2nd year and got a reading of 412 feet, which he showed to the hall. This is so cool, exclaimed the Gryffindor boy that got the frame next. He was practically vibrating in excitement. Harry thought he was probably a 2nd year too. A glowing 384 feet was showed to the hall before he passed it over to the Ravenclaw girl that stood next to Penny. The girl in question was a 4th year by the name of Elise Spindle. With a smile of her own, she activated the frame and showed everyone her 964. The last person to hold the frame was a Hufflepuff called Cedric Diggory. The teen smiled as he poured his mana into the frame and happily showed his reading to everyone. He'd clocked in at a rather impressive 1,154. Before handing it back to Harry, Cedric gave his thanks for being chosen to demonstrate. As you can see, magical strength varies greatly between individuals. How much you practice will affect your growth, and age often leads to higher numbers, Harry explained as he held the test frame. How much do you have? Called one of the Weasley twins before Percy could stop him. It's been a little while since I checked, but I practice a lot in my free time, so I think I'm a bit higher than normal. Harry shrugged as he poured his mana into the frame. Looking down at it for a moment, Harry turned it around and showed the glowing 406. Anyway, now that you all know how it works, I'll leave the test frame on the head table in front of the headmaster. Just form a line and you can measure your mana today. I'll make sure the frame gets back to you, Harry." Dumbledore smiled, getting a nod of thanks from Harry. There was already a line of every student forming behind him, and Harry quickly moved out of the way so that the readings could begin. He quickly made his way out of the Great Hall and was followed by Tonks and Penny. "You did great, Harrykins." Tonks smiled as she ruffled his hair. Harry groaned as he pulled away from her and tried to fix the even worse mess his hair had been made into. "I believe you did well too, Harry. You've gotten a lot of interest in your product, and that'll make them easier to sell when you're ready." Penny congratulated him as he made his way towards his hidden workshop. "Thanks, you two. But after standing in front of the whole school, I'm a bit out of sorts. I'm just going to be in my quiet workshop making those 4 new test frames for the school," Harry stated as they walked through the corridors. "What he means is that he's going to hide from everyone until he calms down." Tonks laughed, making Harry grumble that he wasn't hiding. "Tonks, be nice. That was a situation a lot of people would be nervous in," Penny admonished as they made their way into Harry's workshop. "I know what I said." Tonks laughed as she hugged Harry from behind. "Tonks," Harry cried out as he flushed dark red. The next day, Harry received 6 letters from various magical scholars, enchanters, and one from a company that sold enchanted objects. Not overly eager to have everyone in the Great Hall trying to read his mail over his shoulder, Harry stuffed the letters into his robe pocket and finished his breakfast. After classes, Harry was on his way up to the Ravenclaw Tower, when the moving stairs shifted and brought him to the right-hand corridor on the 3rd floor. "Well, this is inconvenient," Harry groused as he walked through the corridor to a set of stairs that didn't move. Halfway down the corridor, a large door caught Harry's attention. It looked a bit different than the other doors in the corridor. 10 to 1 odds that this is the forbidden part of the corridor, Harry mused to himself. He still reached out and tried to open it just out of sheer curiosity, but found it locked. With a wave of his hand and a wandless Alohomora, the door actually unlocked. Why wouldn't they place a stronger locking charm on the door? First years could open this. He wondered. After all, he was a first year and he'd just opened the door. With his curiosity piqued, Harry cracked the door open slightly and looked into the gloomy room. There in the middle was a massive dog with 3 heads snoozing on top of a wooden trapdoor. Harry, eyes wide, gently closed the door back and used the basic colloportus charm he'd gotten to work wandlessly a few days into November to relock it. "Well, now I know why it's forbidden. But did he really?" his curious mind questioned. After all, the trapdoor was clearly part of the forbidden corridor, and who knew what lay beyond it? Trying to shelve his curiosity, Harry quickly made his way up the stairs and into Ravenclaw Tower. A few of his housemates inquired about when the test frame for the common room would be ready, but Harry gave them a vague time of the coming weekend. He quickly got to his dorm room and locked the door behind him. It was time to see who had written to him. The letter from the Enchanted Object Company was basically an offer to be the exclusive sellers of his products. Well, they could forget that. Owl Order gave him much more freedom than signing any contract with a large company would. The next letter was from an enchanter in Wales who'd asked about the runic language Harry had used for his device. Harry didn't see any harm in telling him. His runic sequence was merely a derivative of elder and younger Futhark linked together. But he'd only tell the man he used Futhark runes, so as to better protect his own secrets. This one's from the Netherlands, Harry mused as he opened the next letter, and found a missive from another enchanter. This one was asking whether or not Harry was sure of his scouter's accuracy in measuring magic. Harry would write to the man explaining how he'd designed his basic unit of measurement. That should encourage more understanding and faith in his scouter as an accurate tool for measuring mana. The 4th letter was from a magical scholar in France. Thankfully this, Madame Aveline, according to the letter, had written in English as Harry couldn't read French. The scholar was curious about his thoughts on magic, and his desire to quantify it. This seemed like a good intellectual pursuit, so Harry would make sure to write back to the woman. Maybe he should learn some French? It couldn't be anything but beneficial to his future business endeavors. He did get a chuckle when the postscript had asked if he would sell her a scouter directly for the same 10 galleon price as through Owl Order. He really needed to either get his transfiguration skills up to the strength and finesse required to shape metal, or find a place to build a forge in Hogwarts, though acquiring more metal might be far more expensive than he'd like. The 5th letter was from another scholar, this one in Ireland, that wanted to hear about Harry's process of enchanting. More specifically, the man was asking how Harry had learned his enchanting or who from as he'd been absent from the magical world for so long. It seemed the man believed Harry had either been taught by someone, or had somehow created a new form of enchanting altogether. Harry knew his spell forging method that he'd taken from a Muggle fantasy novel, and tweaked until it worked, was a bit different than the standard enchanting that was in use today, though he wasn't about to spill the beans on his little secret. He'd just explained that he picked it up from a book and made his own trial and error attempts before getting better at it. That should satisfy the curious Irishman. The sixth and final letter was from an unknown sender, who'd praised Harry for being such a smart young enchanter, and encouraged him to keep his curiosity alive and constantly exploring. From the missive, Harry was made aware that this person had been one of the people that purchased one of the 4 scouters he'd sold through Owl Order. Whoever had written him had also hinted that they'd keep an eye on his future developments, and hoped to one day see Harry as a master artificer. Though the person had signed the end of the letter oddly, it was simply a drawing of a circle with symbols and geometric shapes that Harry couldn't make heads or tails of. That was a bit odd, but at least they seemed supportive of my enchanting. But do they understand that to be a master artificer I'd have to craft 7 true artifacts? There hasn't been a master artificer in almost 900 years. And that was a Chinese mystic that was supported by the ruling dynasty of the time. I somehow doubt I'm going to suddenly be given support by a ruling family so wealthy I'll be able to have any material in the world to work with. Harry mused over the letter and the title of Master Artificer. Making even a single true artifact could take years or even decades depending on its function. Making 7 could easily take a lifetime. With a sigh, Harry decided to get his homework assignments out of the way before writing replies to the letters he'd received. Afterwards, he'd start his first draft of designs for his personal runic safe. He'd prefer to keep his money himself since the goblins were apparently in the business of extorting their vault holders. In the 3rd week of November, Harry had finished all 4 test frames for Hogwarts. He'd even made sure to make the wood surrounding the stone frame match the house colors of whichever house it belonged to. Professor Flitwick had charmed a spot on the wall for the test frame to stick on so that nobody tried to take it. Now, Harry watched a few of his housemates check their mana amounts throughout the week. He'd noticed that there was a marked increase in overall mana levels since he'd unveiled the test frames. But if a numerical reading helped witches and wizards improve themselves, then Harry thought he'd done some good. Currently, Harry was practicing his spells in the practice area of his hidden workshop. He was trying to conjure lightning like he did fire and water. He'd found a base spell to get the theory from and was now working on doing it his way and making it wandless. The Thunderbolt Curse or Fulmin Curse was a fairly powerful spell that took a good amount of control to cast so that the user didn't end up harming themselves with it. The theory was there, but Harry was having a difficult time finding just the right amount of mana to use. Too little, and he either got nothing, or only a small spark. Too much, and arcs of electricity jumped everywhere. Not to mention it was rather draining on his mana. Casting it with his wand lightened the load, but he could still only cast it about 6 times at most before he just didn't have enough mana left. Casting it wandlessly reduced his casting down to 2 of the uncontrollable bursts. A knock on the door got his attention, and Harry, knowing it could only be Tonks or Penny, went over to open the door. "Watcher, Harry." Tonks grinned as she walked into the room with a smile. "Afternoon, Harry. I hope we aren't intruding." Penny greeted as Harry shook his head to let her know he didn't mind them being there. "Smells like it just rained in here. What are practicing now? Air freshening charms?" Tonks asked, only for Harry to smile deviously. "Nope." Harry grinned before holding his hand out and facing away from the 2 girls. Both witches started as an electric buzz was heard, and sparks of lightning danced off of Harry's bare palm for a few seconds. Harry turned back to look at his friends, only to crack up at the shocked looks on their faces. "That's why it smells like it just rained. Harry, you just, Penny trailed off in shock. "You just used wandless magic," Tonks shouted near hysteric as she gazed on her first-year friend, as if she'd never seen him before. "Well, yeah, I don't plan to be restricted to a wand to cast spells," Harry stated matter-of-factly. "It takes a bit of time to get it right, but I've managed a few spells so far." "But how?" Penny was still stuck in her shocked state. "I have more than 10 times the mana you had when you showed your mana amount to everyone, and I can't use wandless magic. So how can you? All the books I've ever read say that only really powerful witches and wizards can use wandless magic." Tonks laid out her confusion while Penny nodded along. "Those books are only going off the concept that one needs a focus to perform magic. I discovered my magic before I'd ever heard of half those theories, so I had no preconceived notion that magic needed a wand, to be honest. I'm sure anyone could learn to use magic without any magical focus if they tried. Heck, small children do it all the time, they just call it accidental magic, because it's often unfocused or causes something random to happen." Harry explained the opinion he developed and shared with his late mother. But if you don't need a wand, then why are they so standard? Penny asked with Tonks nodding along with her this time. My best guess? Folksy make casting magic easier, so people started relying on them sometime after the wand was introduced. It is one of the most versatile folky to have ever been developed. Then again, some of the books that have been written since then might have changed over the years. I wouldn't be surprised if one of the older books on magic said something like, magic requires focus, and that later got rewritten as, magic requires a focus. It seems plausible to me at least. Harry reasoned, slowly getting nods of understanding from his two friends. Can you teach us how to do that? Tonks asked eagerly. Possibly, but I was planning on keeping the method of discovery a family secret, something I could pass on to my children in the future, then they could pass it on to theirs, Harry explained with a sigh as he pondered on the future he'd like to have. That's a reasonable thing to want, Harry. We won't force you to teach us if you don't want to, Penny assured him with a shake of her head. Well, I have the obvious solution to this dilemma, Tonks announced with her hands on her hips. Both of the Ravenclaws looked over at their friend in confusion. What's that? Penny asked warily, already expecting something outrageous from the Metamorphmagus. We both just marry Harry, of course, Tonks exclaimed with a smile and a nod of her head. Tonks! Harry choked out as he blushed so badly he thought all of the blood in his body might be in his face. Oh, Merlin! Penny sighed as she pinched the bridge of her nose while letting out a deep sigh. What? This solves everything! Harry gets to keep it a family secret and we get to learn wandless magic. It's a win-win, Tonks declared with a bright smile. Tonks, Harry's 11, he can't get married for 6 more years. You are also 6 years older than him and I'm 4 years older than him. That's not forgetting that multiple marriages have long since fallen out of common practice. What about all of that? Penny asked her excitable friend. Semantics. If you're influential enough, no one will stop you. Besides, don't you want to marry a pair of beautiful and powerful witches, Harry? Tonks questioned him while pulling Penny into her side and winking at him. Tonks, Harry stuttered out, having to sit down before he got light-headed from how hot his face was getting. Though even he could admit that Tonks and Penny were very pretty girls. Tonks, stop teasing Harry with this, Penny admonished as she freed herself from Tonks's hold. You don't have to listen to her at all, Harry, you do what you want. The pink on Penny's cheeks hinted that she didn't hate the idea of marrying Harry in the future though. I'll think about it, Harry mumbled, just loud enough for the two witches to hear a few minutes later. Tonks smiled brightly at him, while Penny looked pleasantly shocked, though pink reappeared on her cheeks as well. You're the best, Harrykins. Tonks cheered as she pulled Harry into a hug and kissed his cheek. Or should I be calling you boyfriend now? Harry's face nearly exploded from emotional overload. Tonks, stop teasing Harry, Penny chided her friend. And thank you very much for considering teaching us how to perform wandless magic, Harry. Yeah, thank you, Harry. It's very kind of you to consider sharing something like this with us. Tonks thanked him sincerely. I'll think on it for a bit before I decide. But you two are my closest friends, and it might be good to try and teach someone else before I try teaching my children in the future, Harry reasoned as he leaned back in his chair. Make sure you think on the marriage part as well. Tonks grinned, though the look in her eyes suggested she wasn't completely joking. Harry sputtered in shock again while Penny just sighed while placing her hand on her forehead. There would never be a dull moment with Tonks around apparently. Tonks. Penny began only to get cut off by the Metamorphmagus. No trying to steal him just for yourself either, Penny. We're in this together. Tonks grinned salaciously, causing the pretty Ravenclaw to fluster immensely. Tonks. Penny cried out in embarrassment as she covered her bright red face with both her hands. Tonks laughed loudly. She loved teasing these two. But in the back of her mind she admitted to herself that she wouldn't mind the arrangement she'd proposed. A small daydream briefly flickered through her mind of a cozy home with a gaggle of children running around, their hair varying colors of dark blonde, dark brown, or rainbow. But they all had the same amazingly green eyes. Chapter 5. New Trinket, Answers. Christmas Surprise. It was the last week of November, and Harry had finally made a decision on teaching Penny and Tonks his method of wandless magic. It had been 3 days since he'd told his two closest friends he'd think about it, and now they were coming to meet him in his hidden workshop for his answer. He'd thought long and hard about his answer, and hoped they'd be all right with it. A knock on the door let him know his friends had arrived, and he let them in a moment later. Afternoon, Harry. I take it your homework is already done? Penny asked, getting a smile from Harry. Penny would always be the consummate prefect, Yes, Penny. Just like I always do, Harry replied, and it was true. He had found that with a bit of effort, most homework assignments could be finished within a day or so of them being assigned. Only longer projects needed more time to complete. This is how Harry was able to maintain his schoolwork and still practice his magic and his enchanting. Watcher, Harrikins, your Tonksy has arrived, Tonks teased as she pulled him into a side hug. Harry sighed and just accepted the hug, since there was no way to discourage Tonks's teasing, so he was trying to learn to roll with it. Good to see you too, Tonks. Harry smiled as Tonks let him go and moved over to sit next to Penny. Deciding to get to the heart of the matter, Harry took a deep breath and started. So I've been thinking about teaching you both wandless magic, the method I stumbled upon to discover it, and giving you basic instruction on casting spells without a focus. Harry began getting both Tonks and Penny to perk up slightly. If you're willing to put in the work and listen, then I'll be willing to teach you since you two are my closest friends. He finished getting surprised looks from both girls before Penny gave him a warm smile and Tonks shot up from her chair with a cheer. Hell yeah, you're the best Harrikins, Tonks exclaimed as she quickly rushed over to him and pulled him into a hug. Then she started repeatedly kissing his cheeks in an overly dramatic way. Tonks, stop it, let go you crazy girl. Harry struggled only for Tonks to laugh and hug him tighter. Penny sighed as she stood up and made her way over to help Harry get out of Tonks's arms. After separating the two, Harry began their impromptu first lesson. What do you two know about occlumency? I know it's magic to protect the mind. I've tried to learn a bit since my mum knows it, and she says it'll help me get into the aurors after school, Tonks replied. I've only seen it mentioned in a few books, Penny answered, having only briefly read about the obscure branch of magic. Well, I found a journal and some school books that were my mother's when I was 8. She'd left detailed notes on a lot of magical subjects as well as her own thoughts, opinions, and theories. Occlumency was one such subject. I was worried that someone could read my mind, so I tried to learn it. It took months before I was able to make any headway, but I was 8, so clearing my mind was difficult and entering a meditative state was challenging. Once I'd finally gotten to the meditative point, something was different. Instead of thinking nothing, I found my consciousness in a dull void with multitudes of bluish-white and purplish-black orbs. After a while of experimenting, I learned that these two colors could merge together to make a silvery gray orb that was twice the size. I eventually made the decision to merge all of the orbs together pair by pair until only one remained. Immediately after I did that, the new large orb pulsed, for lack of a better term, and I was knocked out of my meditative state. I slept almost instantly for over an hour and a half, before waking up feeling, I don't know, lighter or stronger maybe, but I was still exhausted, so I went to bed and ended up sleeping for over 10 hours. So that's how you can do wandless magic? You found some way, through occlumency, to mess with your magic directly? Penny asked, trying to get some clarification. That's my best theory. The dull void is apparently a magical representation of one's mind and magic. By bringing all of my free-floating magic together into a single, I guess you could call it a core, it synced up with my body, and that lets me access it even without a focus. Though I believe I made a single mistake between my attempts at occlumency and what traditional occlumens are taught, Harry explained. What mistake? Tonks questioned, since to her it sounded like Harry had done it better than most. I think I still had the thought that I was doing the meditation and trying to learn occlumency because of magic. I knew I was going through this process for the magic of it rather than to try and clear and protect my mind. I'm working off the theory that because I was focusing on magic instead of a cleared mind, I found my magic rather than a cleared and empty mind like normal. Harry theorized as he thought about his discovery of magic. I see, you wanted to practice and learn occlumency for the magic, so you found your magic within instead of your mind. It's a fascinating theory. It could rewrite a lot of magical theory if it could be studied correctly. How one would go about studying it escapes me though, Penny mused, as she thought about how much variation each individual could represent in such a study. So, are you going to teach us this alternate occlumency then? Tonks asked, still eager to learn wandless magic. That would be an appropriate name, I guess, Harry chuckled. It did actually protect my mind in the end. My magic keeps strengthening the protection around my mind as it continues to get stronger. So maybe this is a new form of occlumency? Well, I'm ready to start. Let's go. Tonks grinned as she sat back down and waited. If you're willing to start now, Harry. We're both ready to try and learn. Penny nodded at him. Harry breathed deeply before exhaling and tried to explain the process he'd gone through step by step. The two older teens listened with rapt attention in hopes of learning this new path that had been opened up for them. The next Saturday. This wasn't fair. Sure, Tonks had some prior experience with occlumency. Sure, Penny was an intelligent girl with a great work ethic. Sure, he'd only been 8 when he'd stumbled through it, and sure, he'd taught them so they didn't have to go through all the experimenting with trial and error. But a week? Really? The universe wasn't fair. He wasn't pouting. He's adorable when he pouts like that. Tonks laughed, while Penny giggled lightly behind her hand. I'm not pouting. Harry grumbled from his place behind his work table in his hidden workshop. Both girls just laughed again before asking for some instruction on actual casting. Both Tonks and Penny had completed finding their magic and forming their cores. Penny proposed calling this second step core formation or coring in future lessons. They'd all pretty much agreed that the first step would be alternate occlumency. Before that, I want to know how your occlumency defenses are forming. Harry inquired since he'd explained his bramble defense that naturally occurred and started growing once he'd completed core formation. Me first, me first, Tonks exclaimed, waving her hand over her head exaggeratedly. My defense is a lot like water. It flows in streams from my core to my body and the whole mind is encapsulated in a sphere of water. I tried the seeing from outside trick you mentioned, and it's literally like a storm on the outside. All waves and whirlpools and a thick misty fog that makes it impossible to perceive anything, the happy metamorph Magus explained, getting a nod from Harry. He was still trying to figure out what factors played into how these natural occlumency defenses formed. With more users, maybe he'd be able to understand them. For now, it was just a lot of questions and curiosities. Mine are more akin to metal. I have large beams that seem to connect my core to my body. From there, they branch out and connect to each other in a framework of smaller beams. So far, these smaller beams have actually filled in the area directly around my mind and fused into solid walls of metal. Using the seeing from outside trick, as Tonks put it, the beams of metal are slowly but constantly expanding and connecting to one another, forming a larger, more complex framework with sections eventually filling in and forming more solid walls. I believe they'll eventually layer my mind with wall after wall of metal, until it becomes impenetrable. Penny informed, as Harry listened and tried to puzzle out whatever differences he could. Perhaps Tonks's defense was more fluid because of her personality? Or did being a metamorph Magus make her magic more fluid? Penny was a girl of structure, so maybe personality did affect the defense formation? So many questions. Alright, let's start with something easy, the Lumos charm. Harry began, getting a nod from Penny, but Tonks let out a groan about it being boring. Harry grinned and sent a low-powered flipendo at her. Tonks yelped as she dove from the chair to the floor, and Harry's jinx smacked into the wall next to the old chalkboard. Hey, you looking for a duel? Tonks challenged as she brandished her wand, only to notice that Harry wasn't looking at her but behind her. Turning her head, along with Penny, the three stared at the door that was next to the chalkboard. After all, that door hadn't been there a minute ago. That's new, Harry remarked, as he slowly approached the newly revealed door. Careful, we don't know why this door appeared, or where it might lead, Penny cautioned, her wand already in her hand. Tonks followed along, her wand pointed forward and ready. Upon reaching the door, Harry noticed something on the ground in front of it. Crouching down to look close at the object, Harry noticed the runes covering it. It was made of wood, and was around 15 centimeters long and 8 centimeters wide. Tapping the wooden object with his shoe to see if it would react yielded nothing, so Harry slowly picked it up. The heck is it? Tonks asked, as Harry stood up with the object in hand. Give me a moment, Harry requested, already distracted by looking over the runic sequence on the wood. A little over a minute later, Harry grinned as he'd finally figured out what he was looking at. This is a sight lock. A what? Penny asked, confused. Tonks looked equally confused by the term. A type of ward object. It's similar to the hiding stone, but it makes whatever object it's placed on completely invisible. Even if someone is directly looking for said object, they won't be able to perceive it or the sight lock even if they're both right in front of them. Its only weakness is that it can be removed by anybody. It also has the limitation of only working on objects and doesn't function on people. I saw a basic design for one in my advanced magical crafting book, Harry explained as he set the sight lock on a piece of parchment on top of his work table, and the parchment and the sight lock disappeared from Penny and Tonks's sight. So only the one that places it can see it? Penny questioned, getting a nod from Harry as he picked it up, and the parchment reappeared. Tonks had a mischievous look on her face as she looked at the sight lock. Oh, the pranks she could play with that little item. The only thing strange is why it's still working. Sight locks are supposed to be charged with the placer's magic, and that disperses after a day or so at best. This one was still working, possibly since the last time this classroom was used. Harry puzzled over the strange sight lock. I'll have to go over the runic sequence in full to determine why it was able to keep working. But first, let's see what's behind the door. Penny and Tonks both raised their wands again as Harry carefully examined the door for any more surprises. Not finding anything, Harry tried to open the door. The door didn't budge and Harry guessed it was locked. A wandless Alohomora made the lock click, and Harry gently pulled the door open. Inside was a fairly large room which Harry estimated to be roughly 30 or so square meters. It had a couple of windows on one wall that overlooked the back courtyard of the castle. As the trio slowly moved into the room, Tonks moved over to a smaller door, and opened it to discover a full bathroom with a shower, bathtub, sink and toilet. I think I know what this room is, Penny stated, getting Harry and Tonks to look at the prefect. This is probably the professor's quarters. According to Hogwarts, a history, back when the school had far more students, many of them permanent live-in, there were far more professors. I think each subject used to have a minimum of 3 professors, but each professor's classroom also had their quarters attached. This was probably the ancient rune professor's quarters before they left. But how long ago was that? Tonks asked as she looked around the room. If it had been locked up and hidden like this, then the small amount of dust made sense. Especially if it was even hidden from the house elves of the castle, those little ones would be appalled at even this small amount of dust. Then again, some of the other abandoned classrooms she'd found in her years here had been left in a state of neglect. Maybe the house elves eventually left rooms that weren't used alone? The last time that there was more than a single professor for any subject was in the late 1800s. If I remember correctly, that is, Penny replied as she looked out the windows at the rarely used rear courtyard. I could use this space. Harry nodded to himself. Penny immediately noticed the look on Harry's face and sighed as she prepared to burst his bubble. Harry, you can't move into this room. It's against the rules and I'm supposed to help enforce them. You also know that people would quickly realize you weren't staying in Ravenclaw Tower anymore. You might be able to get away with staying here overnight a couple of times a school year, but any more than that and someone is definitely going to notice, Penny explained, getting Harry to sigh and nod in acceptance. He looked over the largish room again before really focusing on the windows. Suddenly a grin came to his face as a problem he'd been having might finally be solved. What's that look for, Harrykins? Tonks asked upon seeing Harry's expression. Harry turned to smile at both his friends before explaining his change in mood. You know how I was lamenting the slow increase in my transfiguration skill, and how it was limiting my ability to craft with metal? Harry asked, and received nods in return. Well, I've been racking my brain trying to figure out a way to either rapidly increase my transfiguration skill, which isn't likely, or find a place to build a forge and shape it the old-fashioned way. This room has everything a proper blacksmith workshop needs with only a few minor modifications, he explained happily as he surveyed the room to plan where to put things for his blacksmithing. He may only know the most basic of the craft, but that wasn't anything some experience and studying couldn't fix. Harry, I'm not sure that's allowed. Penny started, only to have to stop and actually think about it. Were there any rules against setting up a blacksmith workshop in Hogwarts? The school had a history spanning 1,000 years, so surely this kind of question had come up beforehand, right? At least let me check the rules before you start building or setting up. I don't want you getting in trouble, she asked, getting a nod from Harry, even as he continued to roughly measure stuff in his mind. Not that this hasn't been a fun discovery, but can we still have that wandless magic? Tonks asked a moment later, getting both Harry and Penny to realize they'd gotten completely distracted. With his mind refocused on his previous task, Harry gestured for the two to follow him back into the former classroom, so he could start teaching them wandless casting. A few hours later, Penny and Tonks could proudly claim that they could cast a Lumos charm wandlessly, even if it was the most basic and simple spell out there. Progress was progress. They'd even decided on names for all the steps of Harry's wandless magic method. That name was still pending. The first step was alternate occlumency. The second step was core formation. The third step was mana manipulation, and the fourth and final step was spell construction. It's nice to have names and labels for the process, but why are you so adamant we get it set up right away? Harry asked Tonks after the lesson. Even Penny was surprised by how much Tonks seemed to want to get the process organized. It's something we're going to teach our children, right? We should have it worked out entirely for when the time comes," Tonks explained with a bubbling laugh, as both Harry and Penny's faces turned dark red, and both tried to hide their blushes. The fact that neither would meet her eyes, or each other's for that matter, only made the bright and warm laughter increase. The next morning as Harry was eating his breakfast, Penny came and sat beside him and started filling her own plate. After exchanging good mornings with each other, Penny explained that she hadn't discovered any rules against setting up his blacksmith workshop on school grounds. Apparently Hogwarts had even offered blacksmithing as a class way back in the day, when metallurgy was completely done by hand. Having a valuable Muggle skill made it easier for wizards and witches to avoid suspicion and blend in from the 13th century, until the class stopped being offered in the late 17th century. The headmaster of the time had apparently stripped Hogwarts of all the Muggle foolishness during his tenure, and nobody had ever bothered to try and reinstate it. Well, good to know that I'm not breaking any rules. I might need you and Tonks to help me with some transfiguration though, Harry mused as Penny shook her head fondly. Harry was a kindred spirit of work ethic when it came to her. She should have known he was still planning out his new workshop even before he'd known whether he would be allowed to build it. The two spent the rest of breakfast together before heading their separate ways for a couple hours. Harry spent the rest of his Sunday morning going over plans for his blacksmith workshop. He spent the afternoon helping Tonks and Penny practice their wandless magic. He also went over measurements, and what transfiguration he'd need from them, to get his blacksmith workshop set up in the old professor's quarters. The weekdays were spent attending classes as usual, though Harry had long since stopped paying attention in Binns's class, and only potions was still annoying because of Snape. The evening free time between the end of dinner and curfew was often spent practicing wandless magic with Penny and Tonks. "So this here, and I'll need the pipe to go through this window," Harry mumbled to himself as he looked over his sketched-out plans for his blacksmith workshop. It was Saturday, and Harry was going to hand over the final plans for the workshop to Tonks and Penny so that the older girls could perform the transfiguration he'd need to safely have a forge in the abandoned professor's quarters. He only had 1 week left before Tonks and Penny would be heading home for Yule break. While the 2 weeks of no classes would give Harry plenty of time to practice his enchanting and wandless magic, he was going to miss his friends. Even Mandy, Hermione, and Padma were all going home, so his occasional study buddies wouldn't be around either. Though he had come up with a good gift idea for the three after asking Tonks and Penny, all three girls would be getting a set of their favorite candy and a Flourish and Blot's gift certificate. Hermione, who didn't indulge in sweets much because of her dentist parents, was getting tooth flossing string mints. Harry had laughed upon learning about them from Penny. Who would have thought of mints that actually flossed your teeth? Hagrid's gift had come along well, in Harry's opinion anyway. The large groundskeeper was getting an enchanted warming charm scarf of his own, as well as a pair of enchanted gloves to match. Making gloves had been more difficult than mittens, but with some trial and error, Harry had figured them out, and sized them up to fit Hagrid's large hands. Sewing and stitching leather into the wool gloves so that they'd be durable enough for Hagrid's work had been another task in itself, but they'd come out fully functional, and Harry was proud of them. It had turned out to be true that you could order almost anything from Owl Order after all, considering the leather had been ordered through the service. With his Christmas gifts ready to go, Harry was left with some extra hours on his hands while he waited for Tonks and Penny to arrive and start the transfiguration work. "Well, I guess I can look more into the sight lock," Harry nodded to himself as he sat down at his work table and got out a fresh sheet of parchment to note down any oddities he noticed about the runic sequence. Picking the object up, Harry set about studying the sequence. It was a while before he jotted down the only abnormal part of the sequence he could find. The runic sequence for accepting the placer's mana is altered from the normal variation. This looks like it can accept magic from any source so long as it's in direct contact. Is that how it stayed active for so long? Hogwarts practically overflows with magic, and the sight lock was placed on the door. Maybe it has just been pulling the magic it needs from the castle this whole time? But this alteration isn't very efficient at drawing in magic though. The only place this accident could have happened is at a place that overflows with magic like the castle. Maybe I could find a better way? If I can figure out a way for my objects to draw in the ambient magic from the planet, they'd never need to be directly empowered again. Well, as long as their function wasn't too magic intensive. I highly doubt I can work out a sequence that would draw enough magic to empower a powerful set of wards just from the ambient magic alone. I'd have to make a sequence capable of tapping into the ley lines for that. As Harry was musing to himself and jotting down ideas, he'd lost track of time and was only reminded by the sudden knocking on the door. Tonks and Clearwater Transfiguration Services. Tonks sing-songed as Harry opened the door and chuckled at his friend's antics. Penny playfully shoved Tonks into the room before the door was closed, and the two started going over what alterations Harry wanted. A decent-sized hole was to be transfigured into the middle window of the professor's quarters for the forge's chimney. Filling an enclosed space with smoke wasn't good. Ideally, there wouldn't be much of any smoke, as that meant the fire wasn't being taken care of properly. Harry may not have much experience at actual blacksmithing, but he'd paid attention to the old blacksmith from the day camp and learned quite a bit. Then 2 tanks needed to be transfigured, a water-filled slack tub and one he'd fill with oil when needed to act as a quench tank. Harry also required their transfiguration skills in making an anvil and a few metal racks along with a sturdy work table. The final tools he'd need to start working metal, he'd spend a bit of his limited funds on to Owl order. He'd rather spend the money on proper tools, rather than try and make them himself and potentially ruin a future project with a broken tool. We're going to need quite a bit of metal for all of this, Harry, though because we'll only be changing the metal and some stone from one shape into another, it'll be much easier to make the transfigurations permanent, Penny explained, as she looked over the designs Harry had drawn up. Where exactly do we get this much metal though? I doubt that we'll find a ton of it just lying around Hogwarts, Tonks commented as she looked over the plans as well. We can probably scrounge up enough by raiding a few of the unused classrooms. A lot of the chairs and some of the tables have metal legs, plus we could get lucky and find a metal table or two, Penny replied as the three made plans to quickly go through every room in the corridor the hidden workshop was in, and then expand out to the rest of the mostly abandoned section of this floor of the castle. By the end of their raiding trip, the trio had found quite a bit of metal that wouldn't be missed, but they'd taken long enough that Tonks and Penny only had just over an hour to get everything transfigured before curfew and Penny would have to start making her prefect rounds. But the two proved their capability by finishing everything with time to spare. The only thing they didn't have enough metal for was a full-size anvil. So Harry had agreed to make the anvil a bit smaller than standard to start, and they'd try to reclaim more metal after the Yule break to get it up to size. All in all, Harry couldn't be happier with his new blacksmith workshop, or smithy as they were technically called, but Harry was pretty sure to call it that implied that he was a professional, which he clearly wasn't yet. Sunday was spent collecting stone to transfigure into the forge itself, so that when Harry's tools were delivered, he'd be able to start working as soon as he had some free time. This only took the better part of the morning, and so the trio had spent time practicing wandless magic. Tonks had gotten the stinging hex to work wandlessly, and was quick to demonstrate it to Harry, with him as the unfortunate target. She'd been beaten to the punch by Penny though. The Ravenclaw prefect had been able to get 3 spells working in the same time that Tonks had gotten one. Penny's wandless spells were Flipendo, Wingardium Leviosa, and the Impedimenta charm. Tonks had asked her younger friend about her speed, and Penny had stated that she did the same as when she learned a new spell with her wand. Penny just seemed to have a knack for breaking a spell down and figuring out how to make it work. The school week went by with increasing excitement as the Yule break approached. Harry's tools arrived on Wednesday and he'd stored them in his finished smithy. Now all that was left was to get some charcoal to fuel it, and Harry would be set. Hagrid had mentioned that you could buy charcoal from Hogsmeade, and agreed to pick some up for Harry when he went into the village on the coming Saturday. With nothing else much to do with his homework finished, Harry had taken to working out his newest runic design for his rune safe. Trying to incorporate the ambient magic absorption function into his multi-layered security sequence was proving itself very difficult. He was still trying to tweak the ambient magic sequence to be more efficient and to take in large amounts of mana all at once. If he wanted to charge his safe's array quickly, it would be for the best if he could just drop a large amount of mana into it all at once. Figuring out how to make all the different runic sequences work together as a proper array would probably be the hardest task he attempted this year, and Harry couldn't wait to make his design a reality. Harry waved Tonks and Penny goodbye as they boarded the self-moving carriages that would take them to the Hogwarts Express and back to their families for the break. Hagrid would be bringing the charcoal around noon tomorrow, and until then, Harry planned to finish all of the homework given to them for the break. With it out of the way, Harry could spend the rest of the break working in his smithy to make more metal for his enchanting. In between that, he'd continue to work on the rune safe array. He'd made a breakthrough with getting all of the security sequences to work together, but he still needed to tweak the mana absorption sequence to get it to integrate. Maybe if he upped the strength of the absorption? Or the rate that it could absorb mana? He'd rewrite it again and see if either version of the sequence worked. The next day, Hagrid delivered Harry his charcoal as promised. After a grateful thank you to his friend, Harry had made his way to his hidden workshop and set about getting his forge ready. With a bit of metal he'd managed to reclaim from an abandoned classroom on the 6th floor, Harry set about his first attempt at metallurgy. The results were better than he expected. The metal had been properly imbued with his mana, and it had become the shape he'd wanted it. Harry was fairly sure that the fire had been a bit too hot a few times, as 3 of the metal bars he'd made had melted out of shape. He'd had to pound them with one of his hammers back into the correct thin bar he was aiming for. He still had 5 more glass lenses, so he was going to make another set of scouters. 4 of them would go through owl order again while he'd be writing to Madame Aveline in France about selling her the 5th one. On Sunday, Harry had written his letter to Madame Aveline, with his offer of selling her the scouter she wanted directly for 10 galleons. He'd sent the missive off with one of the school owls, and then passed Hedwig the gifts for Penny and Tonks. "Have a safe flight, Hedwig. Feel free to stay at whoever's house you deliver to last if you want." Harry smiled as he stroked Hedwig's feathers. With a hoot, Hedwig had taken flight from the owlery and headed south. The gifts for Padma, Mandy, and Hermione were each given to a different school owl, and Harry watched them fly away until he couldn't see them anymore. He'd give Hagrid his present on Christmas morning in the Great Hall. He was sure the gentle giant would like it. The next day, just after lunch, Harry had been sitting in the Great Hall waiting for what he knew was coming. Within a few minutes of most of the students, leaving 4 owls from the Owl Order service, landed on the table in front of Harry. Each of the highly trained owls waited patiently as Harry first took off the small parcel that contained his galleons from their legs, before replacing them with the wrapped packages containing the scouters he'd sold. Once the packages were secure, the 4 owls took flight and were out of the Great Hall in less than a minute. With that done, Harry quickly retreated to his workshop to stash his new gold. Having secured his galleons in the back of the bottom drawer of the professor's desk he'd commandeered, as his work table, Harry started work on his newest trinket. "Just have to etch the sequence and then I can get to testing." Harry smiled to himself as he pulled out the last 2 flat metal bars he'd forged, and pulled out the metal etching tool from his rune carving kit. Several minutes later, Harry was finished with the etching and admiring his new trinket. This time he'd gone for another simple design. He called it a silent step. Attaching this trinket to the bottom of a person's shoes should make their steps silent. Harry quickly used a sticking charm from his wand, since he hadn't gotten this particular charm to work wandlessly yet, to attach 1 bar to the bottom of his left trainer before doing the same with his right. Once both small bars were attached horizontally across the soles of his shoes, so they wouldn't impede the sole's ability to bend, Harry had taken a few steps across the room. When no sound was made by his steps, Harry grinned and started stomping and jumping up and down. Still no sound was made, and Harry cheered in triumph. Even if it was just a simple trinket, it always felt good to succeed with a creation. When Christmas morning came, Harry was happy as any 11-year-old to see a few gifts on top of his trunk. Smiling, Harry picked up the first one, and laughed when he saw that it was from Tonks. Honestly, the wrapping paper gave it away. Who else would use a color-changing charm to swap the traditional green and red coloration of Christmas for neon blue and hot pink? Opening the gift, he was met with the sight of a new rune carving kit. This one looked much fancier than the 3 he'd found in his workshop. Reading the card Tonks had sent, he was surprised to learn she'd been planning this since October. The tools in this kit were made with alchemical metal alloys, allowing them to be used with almost every material imaginable. This kit must have cost at least 9 or 10 galleons, maybe more. "I'll have to hope she likes my gift as much as I like hers," Harry mumbled to himself as he set the kit aside. He'd definitely save it for after he got the hang of dealing with normal metals. After that, maybe it would be prudent to look into alchemic metal alloys for his enchanting. He had a kit that could work with those magical metals now, and it would be a shame to not explore the idea. The next gift he picked up was from Hermione. She'd sent him a book called Famous Enchanted Objects from Around the World. He'd definitely have a look through this tonight before bed. It would be interesting to see what other enchanters had come up with and gotten famous for. The third gift he picked up was from Mandy. She'd gotten him a sample of what had to be every single magical candy out there. Some of these he had never even heard of. He knew the girl had a sweet tooth, but now he'd have to carefully read what each of these candies did before he ate one. Magical candy was known to have a variety of effects after all. Padma's gift ended up being 4th. The Indian witch had sent him a book on learning Devanagari for use in runes. He'd have to thank his study buddy for this when she got back. If he could learn another runic language, he'd open up a whole new path for his enchanting. Not to mention the potential of mixing runic languages into a working array. The theory was sound enough, but only a few enchanters had actually succeeded from what Harry had read. The fifth gift was from Penny, and he smiled when he read the card. The sweet girl was once again thanking him for teaching her wandless magic and hoped her gift made him happy. The gift turned out to be another book, but its title caught Harry's attention. Beginner's Alchemy for Enchanters was embossed on the cover, and Harry opened it to read the foreword. This book would teach the beginnings of alchemy and the products it could create to assist in enchanting. Harry had only briefly come across this in his advanced magical crafting book, but the possibility of using alchemic compounds to create magical circuits between runes to spread their effects or to link them up in new ways was briefly mentioned near the end of it, and Harry's mind was already abuzz with new thoughts and ideas. I do believe my two closest friends collaborated on their gifts for me. Harry mused fondly. Those two were far too good to him. The second to last gift was from Hagrid. The gentle giant had given him a hand-carved wooden flute. Blowing into it produced a sound similar to an owl. Maybe a side hobby to pick up? It would be good to take his mind off his enchanting or magic practice whenever he got stuck. He was certain he'd hit dead ends multiple times throughout his life, so something else to do might be a good idea. The last gift was unsigned, but the card mentioned that it had been left in the person's care by his father before he died. Carefully unwrapping the gift, a silvery cloth fell out onto Harry's bed. Slowly picking it up, Harry realized it was a hooded cloak. Deciding to try it on, Harry noticed that his body disappeared as soon as the cloak was settled. An invisibility cloak? I thought their magic dispersed within a decade. How is this one still working if it was my father's? Harry wondered as he removed the cloak and reread the card. There were no further clues, and without having another invisibility cloak to compare his new one to, he couldn't say for sure if there was anything different about it. His stomach rumbling let Harry know it was time for breakfast. Deciding to stow the cloak in his trunk for now, Harry picked up his gift to Hagrid and made his way down to the Great Hall. "Merry Christmas, Hagrid." Harry smiled as he handed his friend the gift he'd made him. Hagrid smiled back as he took the gift and placed it on the staff table to unwrap it. Seeing the large scarf and gloves, Hagrid beamed at Harry as he picked them up. "These are great, Harry. Did ye make them yourself?" Hagrid asked, as he pulled the gloves on and found they fit nicely. "Yeah, those wooden buttons will produce a continuous warming charm when you put a bit of magic into them. I've seen you working outside when it's been cold, so I thought you'd appreciate the function," Harry explained. Happy Hagrid enjoyed his gift. "You don't say," Hagrid replied as he touched the wooden button on one of the gloves he was currently wearing. Feeling pleasant warmth cover his hand, Hagrid couldn't help but sigh. This would definitely make the winter groundskeeping jobs much more enjoyable. "This is nice, certainly gonna be much nicer doing the outside work when I'm all warm and toasty. I'm glad you like them, Hagrid." Harry grinned as Hagrid smiled back and removed the gloves. The large man placed the gloves and the scarf safely inside his large coat, and promised to use them well. "Thank you for the flute, by the way. I think I'll try and learn to play it. It could be a good non-magic related hobby for when I just want to take a break." "Aw, you're welcome, Harry. I'm glad you like it. Was never the best player myself, but I do enjoy a nice tune," Hagrid replied with a grin before telling Harry to go fill his rumbling stomach. It was just after Harry finished eating that an owl flew in and landed in front of him. Taking the letter from the owl, Harry looked at the sender in confusion. What could St. Mungo's want with me? He pondered to himself. Opening the letter, Harry read over it, his eyes widening the further he read. His godfather, Sirius Black, had awoken from his decade-long coma in the early hours of the morning. At Sirius's request, Harry was being invited to visit on Boxing Day to meet his godfather. Harry suddenly felt like he might have experienced a genuine Christmas miracle firsthand. Chapter 6. Sirius, Offer, Learning. "Are you ready to go, Mr. Potter?" Flitwick inquired, as he stood in front of the flue in his personal quarters. As Harry's head of house, Flitwick would be escorting Harry to St. Mungo's for his visit with Sirius. "Yes, Professor." Harry nodded as he stepped into the green flames. "St. Mungo's," he called out, and was suddenly whisked through the flue network. When the spinning finally stopped, Harry was sent stumbling out of the fireplace in the St. Mungo's reception area. He ended up almost flat on his face before he felt someone grab his arm to steady him. The only problem with this was that the other person just so happened to be rather uncoordinated themselves and ended up getting pulled down along with Harry. "Oof!" Tonks cried out as she fell on top of Harry in a tangle of limbs. "Tonks, what are you doing here?" Harry questioned before realizing their position and flushing red. "Can you get off me?" I believe that would be best. Miss Tonks. Flitwick piped up, having come through the flue after Harry. Sorry about that, Harrikins. Tonks grinned with a wink as she got up and helped Harry to his feet. Thanks for the gift, I really like them, she gushed, as she motioned to the scarf that she had around her neck. No problem, Tonks. I'm glad you like them. Harry smiled back before offering his own thanks for her gift. You didn't have to spend so much on my gift, you know? Better to spend it on you rather than some random thing for myself. Tonks waved off before taking his wrist and pulling him over to the reception desk. Let's get you signed in so you can see Sirius. Wait, why are you visiting Sirius? Harry questioned. Oh right, I never told you. Sirius is my second cousin. My mom and Sirius are first cousins. Tonks replied as they stopped by the reception desk, and Harry was given a visitor's pass. Flitwick followed behind the duo and would wait outside of the room during Harry's visit. Nervous? Tonks asked, seeing the look on Harry's face. A bit. I've never met the man when I had the ability to remember, so this is basically our first meeting, Harry explained, getting an understanding nod from Tonks. Don't worry, Harry, Sirius adored you from the moment you were born. He's been practically bouncing since he received confirmation that you were coming to see him, Tonks reassured her friend. Harry smiled slightly at Tonks' encouragement. Thanks, Tonks. Well, let's go see my godfather. Harry put on a grin, though Tonks could tell he was nervous still. I brought Harry, Tonks announced as she and Harry entered Sirius's hospital room. Harry saw the slim man with the trimmed beard and long dark hair sitting in the hospital bed. He was surrounded by other people Harry didn't know. A haggard-looking man in older-looking robes, a witch that bore a resemblance to Sirius himself, and finally another man that looked fairly plain with brown hair and a smile on his face. Though that smile was definitely the same one Tonks often wore, so this man was probably her father, Ted. Harry, Sirius called happily as he threw his arms open wide. Come give your dogfather a hug. Dogfather? Harry questioned as Tonks laughed and gently pushed Harry forward. Ignore his terminology, he never made it past third year maturity-wise. The woman whom Harry was convinced was Tonks's mother, Andromeda, jibed at Sirius. Oi, I'm a man of culture and refinement, I'll have you know. Sirius sniped back, making all three adults laugh at the statement. Hey, you're supposed to back me up at least, Mooney. Sorry, Padfoot can't help but laugh at a joke like that. Mooney chuckled, getting Sirius to snort before laughing as well. Nice to meet you, Sirius. Harry smiled with the tension from earlier lifting away at the laughter in the room. He was quickly pulled into a warm hug by Sirius, which he gently returned. Sorry it took me so long to wake up, Harry. But I dragged the rat back for you, Sirius whispered quietly as he hugged his godson. It wasn't too bad, Sirius. You did what you needed to do. I'm sure my parents were happy about that. Harry whispered back, strengthening his hug slightly before the two released each other. Thank you, Harry. That means a lot. Sirius smiled, getting Harry to smile in return. So tell me how you've been, Harry. The last time I saw you was when you were 1. With that, Harry began to explain his life to Sirius, plus his visitors, until he got to his time starting at Hogwarts. Wait, you're in Ravenclaw? Sirius questioned, getting a nod from Harry. Nerd. Oi! Harry called out, getting a burst of laughter from everyone in the room. I know, right? Tonks laughed as she pulled Harry into a hug. But he's my nerd. He makes me nice things, she laughed as she held up one end of her enchanted scarf. Harry's red face only prompted further laughter from the adults in the room. Harry was surprised that Sirius hadn't asked about his scouter and mentioned it. I've been reading back issues of the Prophet that St. Mungos keeps around. So as soon as I saw your name, I read the article about your item. You want to scan me? I might not be in tip-top shape, but I bet I still score higher than Remus here. Sirius chuckled, getting an amused roll of the eyes from Remus. Always so competitive. Remus huffed, getting an agreeing nod from Andromeda. Sure, just a second. Harry smiled as he pulled his scouter from his pocket. Does everyone want one? He asked the room, getting a nod or shrug from the others. With that, Harry started with Sirius, who was looking like an eager child. You have 2,714 mana right now, Sirius. I don't know how much you had beforehand, so I can't tell you if it's shrunk from your stay here or not, Harry informed, getting a nod from Sirius. Remus has 6,428 mana, Harry stated after scanning the other man. Remus smiled gently before Sirius spoke up. What? I have less than Mooney, no way. Sirius called out jokingly, getting another eye roll from Remus as the man shook his head. Mrs. Tonks has 6,558 mana. Harry announced, getting a nod from the woman and a grin. Mr. Tonks has his 6,306 mana, Harry said, which got Ted a nudge from Andromeda, while Sirius joked about who was in control of the marriage. Tonks currently has his 4,908 mana. You've gone up again, Harry commented, getting a satisfied nod from Tonks. Looks like Nymphadora is going to catch up to you soon, Andy. Sirius chortled, only to get an enraged Tonks with red hair and eyes yelling at him. Don't call me that. Tonks growled at Sirius, who only held his hands up in defense while chuckling. Nymphadora? So that's what the N in your initials stands for, Harry realized, since Tonks refused to tell Harry her first name, and he'd only managed to find out it started with an N. Don't you start using that name, mister? Tonks threatened, with her right index finger pointed at Harry. He nodded quickly, knowing that Tonks wouldn't hesitate to hit him with her wandless stinging hex. Oh, Nymphadora is a perfectly nice name. I don't know why you dislike it so much. Andromeda sighed while Ted rubbed her back. You don't have to live with it, Tonks grumbled as she pouted and played with the end of her enchanted scarf. I think it's pretty, Harry shrugged, getting a smile from Andromeda, while Tonks looked at him in shock, and a dusting of pink overtook her cheeks. You hush, Harry, Tonks demanded as she let a weak stinging hex leave her finger and hit his leg. Oi! Harry whined as he rubbed the weak feeling on his leg. It went away fast enough, but it was still annoying. It was only afterwards that the two realized that the room had gone completely silent. Nymphadora, honey, did you just use wandless magic? Andromeda breathed out as she looked at her daughter. All the adults were staring at her in shock, while she turned to Harry with a look of such remorse and apology on her face that it almost hurt Harry to see it. It's all right, Tonks, they're your family. You can tell them, Harry reassured her, making all the adults look at him. Harry can use wandless magic, and he taught me and Penny how, Tonks admitted, getting stunned looks from the adults. After a moment, Andromeda let out a muffled squeal of delight as she enveloped her daughter in a hug. My baby is so strong, Andromeda praised as she held her daughter close and ran a hand through her daughter's ever-changing hair. Ted beamed at his daughter while Remus and Sirius gave impressed congratulations. So Harry, are you going to let all of us in on your secret? Sirius teased, getting Harry to realize that his plans to make his wandless magic a Potter family secret might be much harder than he initially thought. No, this was Harry's discovery and he wants to keep it a family secret. Don't pester him, Tonks practically growled at Sirius, causing the man to once again raise his hands in defense, especially since he now knew that she could hex him without a wand. Family secret? A Potter family secret? Andromeda questioned as she looked over at Harry, who nodded shyly. Exactly, so please don't ask me to teach you. I made a promise I wouldn't, Tonks stated, getting understanding nods from her parents. My little girl is getting betrothed. I'm so happy for you, honey. Andromeda smiled brightly as she pulled her daughter into a hug. What? Harry shouted, startled. Mom! Tonks cried out, embarrassed, as her hair rapidly shifted through colors. Good on you, Harry. Nymphadora is a great girl, Sirius cheered, while Remus looked back and forth between Harry and Tonks. Ted looked a little lost among everyone else. Can someone explain what's going on to me? Harry asked, confused, getting a nod of agreement from Ted. You don't know? Andromeda questioned, still holding Tonks in a hug. When Harry shook his head, Andromeda started to explain. When an unwed wizard or witch offers a family secret to another witch or wizard, it is considered the first part of starting a betrothal. A family secret offered is stating intent to bring the other person into your family. Mom, Harry didn't mean it like that. He agreed to teach me and Penny to get familiar with teaching it, so that when he has children, he'd know where to start, Tonks explained, while Harry's face was as red as it had ever been from embarrassment. Oh, so he offered to teach you both? Nymphadora multiple marriages, while still legal, have fallen out of use in the last several generations. But if you three have it worked out, I'm still happy for you. Andromeda smiled, getting Tonks to sigh as her mother clearly wasn't listening. Mom, seriously, it's not like that, Tonks stated dully, finally making Andromeda calm down a bit. Oh. That's too bad. Are you sure? You'd have to wait a few years for Harry to reach majority so he can get married, of course, but I think you two would be good for each other, Andromeda stated as she released her daughter from the hug. She did offer marriage to me and Penny, Harry chuckled, getting all the adults' eyes to widen, especially Ted's. But it's not right for her to chain herself to me when she has 5 years to find someone better for her. Hey, I think it's a good idea. You're the one being stubborn about it, mister, Tonks retorted, getting Harry to blush again. Besides, Penny is totally on board even if she won't admit it yet. Tonks, you can't just decide for her, Harry replied with his hands raised in a placating gesture. I'm not, she's being stubborn about it just like you. Tonks pouted. The three of us could make it work, we like each other well enough. Besides, you want a good-sized family anyway. Well, I mean, that's true, but Harry stammered out, beyond embarrassed, especially after seeing Sirius and Remus barely holding back full-on laughter at his predicament. I'll want a couple after a few years too, you know, Tonks admitted, getting Harry to nearly go light-headed from the heat of his face alone. Andromeda's eyes practically lit up at the thought of grandchildren, while Ted's entire face paled considerably. Harry, my godson, Sirius stated in a stiff tone, making Harry and Tonks both look towards the normally jovial man. I approve of this union. The prankster laughed as he gave Harry a thumbs up, while bursting into raucous laughter along with Remus. Sirius, Harry choked out, sending both Remus and Sirius even deeper into their laughing fits. My daughter is getting betrothed, Andromeda exclaimed again, while pulling Tonks back into a hug. Mum, he hasn't agreed to anything, Tonks argued as she was squeezed by her mother. My little girl, Ted mumbled out, having a hard time processing how fast his daughter seemed to be growing up in her final year at Hogwarts. He wasn't ready for his baby girl to be an adult. I need a minute, Harry stated softly, as he leaned back in his chair, and tried not to pass out from emotional overload. Sirius and Remus were in fully belly laughter at this point. Neither of them had laughed this hard in years. Over an hour later, Harry was happily chatting with Sirius, Remus, Andromeda, and Ted. Tonks was being her usual playful self again, and Harry couldn't remember a time he'd felt more a part of a family than right now. So, Harry, since I'm your legal guardian in the magical world, I was wondering if you'd want to live with me once I'm cleared to live on my own? Sirius offered, getting Harry to smile brightly. He'd been waiting a decade for his godfather to wake up and offer him a home. The Dursleys had done everything that was normal and proper, but the emotional distance had been clearly obvious. To be part of a family that wanted him, and all that included, was one of the few things he truly desired in the world. If you want me to, I'd like that very much, Sirius, Harry agreed, getting a beaming smile from Sirius. Great, we'll have a great time, Sirius cheered, getting Remus to shake his head fondly. It was good to have his friend back. Sirius will be staying with us until he's recovered, Andromeda stated, getting a nod of thanks from Sirius. We'll have to look at what properties are available until the summer. You most certainly are not staying at Grimmauld Place. That horrible old building isn't fit for habitation anymore. Works for me, Sirius nodded. He had no love for the place after all. Mr. Potter, I hate to interrupt, but we should be going soon, Flitwick announced as he stuck his head into the room. Yes, Professor, Harry replied, as he sighed. With heartfelt goodbyes, Harry separated from the group, only for Tonks to pull him back by the shoulder and plant a kiss on his cheek in front of everyone. Make sure you consider the betrothal, Harrykins. Tonks grinned and winked at him. Harry's face went straight back to dark red as Sirius and Remus chortled, and Andromeda's eyes shone with hope. Okay, Harry mumbled back as he made his way out the door, and quickly started following Professor Flitwick. He said he'll consider it. Andromeda cheered so loudly Harry heard her down the hall. Harry didn't think he could handle much more embarrassment today. Should I be congratulating you, Mr. Potter? Flitwick asked, amused. Professor, Harry groaned, getting chuckles from the charms master. It was a short time later that the two arrived back to the castle, Harry once again falling almost flat on his face. What a day. Harry sighed as he flopped down into his bed in Ravenclaw Tower. He'd met Sirius, and now he had a family to go home to in the summer, a family that wanted him, magic and all. He couldn't help but smile at this fact as he picked up Hermione's gift to him and cracked it open. A bit of relaxing reading would do him some good for the rest of the day, now to see what other enchanters had gotten famous for making. With that, Harry spent the rest of the day reading through famous enchanted objects from around the world. He came across an entry about a magical swordsmith from Japan who had made a couple of magic swords in the past. This entry seemed to be from a historical record, rather than an interview like some of the other entries. Magic swords, huh? Harry mused thoughtfully as he read over the entry and learned about this magical swordsmith and his famous blades. One known as Akukoroga and the other Kazakiryuga, apparently both had been made from the fangs of magical creatures. Some kind of yokai for the Akukoroga and a dragon native to Japan for the Kazakiryuga. Interesting, this is creature craft as enchanters call it, making an enchanted object out of the hair, scales, fangs, claws, horns, and other such things of magical creatures. I wonder if I could learn that. Speaking of magical swords, the most famous one in Britain was, of course, Excalibur. Maybe he should check the library and see what the magical world knew about that particular sword. Well, that would be for tomorrow. For now, he'd get to a stopping point and get some sleep. The next day, Harry plundered the library for any books regarding Excalibur or other legendary magical items. Sadly, even the magical world didn't seem to know very much about Excalibur. It was known that it was forged in England around the time that King Arthur was around, and that it had many magical abilities. Other than that, however, no one seemed to be able to agree on much else about the sword. There weren't even any guesses about who had forged it in the first place. The other magical swords he'd read about were usually better explained, but some were still mysteries, just like Excalibur. The sword of Gryffindor was mentioned, and it was supposedly forged by goblins at Godric Gryffindor's request. The main ability was that the sword would take in any substance or ability that made it stronger. That was fascinating, but something struck Harry as odd about the history of the sword. Goblins hate wizards and witches. Why would they forge a sword for Gryffindor? Harry wondered, as he finished the section on Gryffindor's sword by finding out the weapon had disappeared after Godric's death, and no one had seen it since. Harry may not know the most about goblins, but he was fairly sure that they wouldn't create something for any wizard that was as powerful as the stories claimed. Something doesn't seem right about this story. He mused as he closed the book and moved on to the next one. After lunch, Harry had retreated to his workshop with both books he'd received about enchanting. He'd keep the beginner's alchemy for enchanters inside his workshop until he could order the basic ingredients with which to practice the art. Padma's gift he'd start studying now, and whenever he had some extra time. Devanagari would be a long process to learn, but if he went at it a bit at a time, he'd eventually be able to use it for his enchanting, just like elder and younger Futhark. In the meantime, he'd spend the remainder of his free time during the break to work more on his rune-safes array. He'd practice a little with learning to play the flute Hagrid had made him too. 3 days later. 3 days. 3 bloody days. Why couldn't he figure out how to make the mana absorption sequence integrate with his multi-layered security array? He didn't want to remove any of the security sequences in the array when he'd finally gotten them to work together successfully. That accomplishment in and of itself had taken him the better part of a month. No way was he going to undo all of that work now. But he'd basically been bashing his head against a brick wall trying to figure this out. He'd rewritten the mana absorption sequence over a dozen times, tweaking how fast it absorbed or how much it could absorb all at once. He'd even gone through the entirety of the security array and looked for any sections that would prevent an absorption sequence from working. He'd found nothing of the sort in the array. He'd tried integrating the absorption sequence into the security array half a dozen different ways, but the runes needed to create the absorption sequence would interfere with the security array's runes if he added them in at certain points, so he was limited in where he could add the sequence. There had to be something he was missing. Theoretically, this should be able to work, so why wasn't it? A rumbling from Harry's stomach alerted him that he hadn't eaten since breakfast. With a sigh, he set down the papers and parchments he'd been testing sequences out on, and left his workshop to get some lunch. Oh yeah, my order. Harry remembered, as he saw a large owl order owl sitting at the head of the Ravenclaw table. As soon as Harry got close, the owl hooted at him, and he approached it to relieve it of his package. After taking the package from the owl, the bird left the Great Hall quickly. Harry kept his package next to himself while he ate and took it with him back to his workshop when he finished his lunch. Smiling giddily as he opened the package and removed everything inside of it, Harry couldn't help be pleased. After all, this alchemist starter kit, as it was called in the Owl Order catalog, had cost him 6 galleons. But it truly did come with everything a beginner needed to start practicing the art. Base metals ground down into powder, a set of metal sheets on which basic alchemic transmutation circles had been perfectly etched, and a dozen other ingredients like reagents, catalysts, and stabilizers made from magical plants or ground-up dragon bones. As it turned out, the reason that alchemy was difficult to learn was because it required knowledge of multiple fields. Some geology, some herbology, magical theory, and even some knowledge about which parts of magical creatures were the most reactive. Harry already had some knowledge about stones from primary school. His herbology wasn't great, but he didn't get below exceeds expectations on his work. Magical theory, he was rather ahead in, and a good amount of book reading, plus some questions for Hagrid, should see his knowledge of magical creatures and their uses increase sufficiently. After reading through the first several chapters of his beginner's alchemy book, Harry felt confident that he could make the most basic alchemical compound he was interested in, simply called circuit base. It was a compound that could channel mana through it, and keep whatever effect the mana was producing while it traveled. Alright, let's follow the directions. Step 1 is to melt copper in a vessel, Harry stated to himself as he got his blacksmithing tools ready and got a fire going. With some time the copper melted, and Harry proceeded to the second step. Mix in 5 units of powdered dragon bone and 6 units of oogie grass stabilizer to the molten copper. Measuring out the appropriate amounts of both materials with the provided scoops was easy enough, and using a steel rod to stir them into the molten copper only took a few minutes. The final step is to pour magic into the mixture until it glows. After the glow subsides, it will be ready to use. The warning says that it will solidify if allowed to cool. That's obvious though. Harry added mana to the mixture continuously until it glowed like the sun was reflecting off of it. He quickly went to grab a few planks of wood and his alchemic rune kit, while he waited for the glow to subside. Harry etched 2 simple runic sequences onto each end of the first piece of wood. Then he carved a line from each of them that met in the middle of the plank. If his circuit base was made correctly, it would spread the effect of each sequence to the middle of the plank, and the 2 effects would both occur where the lines met. Noticing the glow had faded away, Harry dipped the tip of a tool called an alchemic pen into the circuit base liquid and felt it pull the mixture into the compartment inside. With a steady hand, Harry filled each rune of both sequences with the circuit base, and then filled in both lines. Setting the pen aside, Harry placed a small metal bowl in the middle of the plank. Then he activated both runic sequences, and watched the metal bowl eagerly, hoping his first attempt worked. Seeing the bowl slowly fill with water made Harry grin. He outright cheered when that water started steaming and then boiling a moment later. Success! Both the water gathering sequence and the heating sequence effects were applied to the bowl. Deactivating both sequences, Harry pulled on one of his blacksmithing gloves and removed the hot metal bowl of water off the wood plank. He dumped the water out into the sink in the bathroom before returning and grabbing another plank of wood. This time he etched 2 sequences that couldn't be put together without their individual runes interfering with each other. After filling both sequences with circuit base, he filled the 2 lines he'd carved all over the top of the plank between the 2 sequences. "Here goes nothing," Harry remarked as he held his hand over the wood plank and conjured fire. When the plank didn't burn, Harry smiled. "The fire protection sequence is working." He grinned. Next, Harry pulled out his wand. This next spell he hadn't gotten to work wandlessly yet. In Frigorium. He intoned and watched closely to see if the spell took effect. Not seeing anything change, Harry stowed his wand away and touched the plank. Not even cold. The freeze-proof sequence is also working. The 11-year-old couldn't contain himself, and jumped around his workshop laughing and cheering at his success. It was only the first steps of alchemy, but they worked. He could use alchemy for his enchanting now. This opened up an innumerable amount of paths for his future as an enchanter. The title of Artificer wasn't just a pipe dream now, he could actually achieve it. This could be just what I need to finish my rune safe. If I use circuit base to connect the mana absorption sequence to the security array, they should link up and apply their effects together, Harry surmised as he continued to think on his current project. I need to make sure they can link up through a circuit when etched into metal. I'll need more metal, so another trip to reclaim some from an abandoned classroom is required. If this works, my rune safe will be more secure than any trunk on the market. The next day, Harry had acquired enough metal to begin his tests. Pounding out 10 flat metal bars in the smithy took the rest of the day, but he'd be ready to experiment first thing in the morning. Harry had a hard time getting to sleep that night from sheer excitement. Waking up the next morning, he ate breakfast quickly before heading to his workshop to start his experiments. Failure. Bloody hell. Harry groused as his 6th metal bar failed to hold all the properties of his combined security and absorption array. This was his 6th attempt at connecting the absorption sequence into the array with circuit base lines. He still had a few more tries left, but he was starting to think he was missing something else. Alright, let's try this again, Harry breathed out as he tried to calm down. The 7th try wasn't any more successful than his first 6. Neither was the 8th attempt or the 9th. Tossing his newest failure into the pile of failures, Harry sighed as he made his next and final attempt before he'd have to get more metal and forge it into shape. Failed again. Why? What am I missing? Harry demanded to no one as he roughly tossed his 10th failed bar into the pile and stewed on his lack of progress. Why wouldn't the metal hold his connected array? There was nothing wrong with how the sequences were placed, and the circuit base lines were connecting the array together properly. What was he missing? There had to be some reason he wasn't seeing, but what could it possibly be? Pacing back and forth through his workshop for several minutes yielded no answers as Harry continued to mull over his dilemma. There had to be something wrong with his method. Staring over at his pile of failures lying haphazardly on the stone floor, he noticed that a few of the bars had fallen into a rhombus shape together. Wait a minute. Could it be? Harry pondered as he moved over to the pile and rearranged the failures into squares on the floor. Seeing 2 squares of 4 metal bars each sparked his thought process. He noticed that the circuit lines from the individual bars touched where the bars met. The effect would spread correctly if they were a single piece, or at least connected properly together, like a singular item. That's it. That's it. It's the form, Harry exclaimed to the empty classroom as he grinned and quickly left the room to acquire more metal. It was the morning after his epiphany and Harry had scrounged up all the metal he could find last night. He'd hit every single abandoned classroom on the 6th floor and taken every bit of metal he could find. It was almost all iron, but that suited Harry's purposes just fine. He'd made sure to take extra food from breakfast this morning so that he wouldn't have to stop his work to go to lunch. It was time to get to work. Harry spent the rest of the day heating the iron pieces in the forge, pounding the hot iron pieces together into single sheets. His mana was imbued into the iron with every strike of the hammer. He had sweat more on this day than any other day in his life. Near what would be dinner time, Harry was finished with the first part of his creation. Cooling, after being dumped in the slack tub and then levitated back out, was an iron box with one side missing, and another slab of iron with a handle on the left side of it, and on the upper and lower corners of the right side were 2 bits of metal protruding from the top and bottom of the slab. This would be the door for the iron box. That took a while. Harry smiled to himself. His safe's form was complete at least. It wasn't very big at the moment, only being 45 centimeters tall, wide and deep. But it would hold a nice amount of money, and once he worked in his array it would be as unbreakable and secure as he could make it. Let's wash up, I definitely need dinner. He chuckled as he headed into the bathroom that was in the smithy. A quick shower and Harry deemed himself clean enough to head down to the Great Hall for dinner. He ate more than normal, but with how much physical exertion he'd done today, not to mention the amount of mana he'd expended, he felt he'd earned it. The next morning Harry grinned happily at his 2 parts, and marveled at how imbuing his mana into the iron had helped him shape it into his desired form so quickly. A normal blacksmith would have taken several days to get the safe's body finished as they slowly forged the iron walls and then forged them together into a box. His mana had made the iron shape to his will faster and come out as he'd wanted it. That would probably explain the deep sleep he'd experienced last night. He hadn't checked his mana since the demonstration in the Great Hall, but he was fairly certain he'd probably used somewhere close to 80% of his mana yesterday. Just have to set the door into the safe and then we'll get to the rune work. Harry nodded to himself as he pulled out his wand. It irked him something fierce that he still had so many spells he couldn't do wandlessly, but he'd been so preoccupied with his rune safe lately that he'd put off some of his wandless magic practice trying to get the safe made. Reducio, he intoned, pointing his wand at the iron door. The metal shrank slightly and Harry picked it up. Fitting the hinge points into the holes he'd made in the box was easy enough. Now he just had to restore the door to its proper size, and it should fit perfectly. A wandless finite saw the door clicking into place with a thud as it returned to its normal size. Testing the door and seeing how it opened and closed, making sure it fit into the grooves of the safe and closed securely, was a success as well. Now came the process of etching the runic array and then filling it with circuit base to connect it to the entirety of the safe. Many would wonder why the safe didn't have a physical lock, but Harry could only grin. Once the rune work was done, the whole safe would be the lock. One of the security sequences would only allow the door to be opened by the first person to charge the array. Harry was going to be that first person, and so the safe would never open for anyone else. 2 days later, finally done. Harry smiled as he looked over his finished work one last time. All the runes were precisely etched and in perfect shape. The circuits made from circuit base were connecting the array together properly. The safe was ready to be charged with mana for the first time. Etching the array in 3 dimensions had been challenging to say the least. Having to make sure each circuit line was unbroken as it moved over the edges and corners of the safe had required intense focus. But it had all been worth it. The circuits were solid and covered the entirety of the inside of the safe. They would impart all aspects of his security array to the entirety of the rune safe, including the circuit-connected absorption sequence. With a grin, Harry placed his hand on the center of the array on the inside of the safe. He'd centered the array on the back wall, so he'd be able to work from that point outward, and end on the back of the door. Feeling his mana being taken in by the array and watching as the runes began to glow was amazing for Harry. Watching as the circuits glowed as his mana traveled through them was satisfying, and eventually the entire inside of the safe was glowing faintly with his mana. "Oh, so that's what that feels like," Harry mumbled as he felt the permanent locking sequence attune itself to his mana. It suddenly felt like the whole safe was a part of him for a few seconds before the feeling faded away. Harry continued to charge the rune safe's array, until he felt a noticeable drop in his mana. Cutting off the flow and pulling his hand back, Harry watched on as the array slowly dimmed until the glow wasn't really noticeable anymore. "Now we wait," Harry muttered as he closed the rune safe's door, feeling the array activate and secure the safe. If everything was working properly, then when he came back the next morning with Tonks and Penny to show them the completed rune safe, it should still be working perfectly as it absorbed mana from the air. In a place as overflowing with magic as Hogwarts, the safe would probably just get stronger as it absorbed more and more mana. He'd purposefully added in the strengthening sequence to the array, so that excess mana would be used to make the safe and its effects stronger. Eventually the safe would bleed off any mana that exceeded the material's ability to store mana and leave it fully charged, for lack of any better term. "I can't wait to show this to Penny and Tonks." The next morning, the students that had left for Yule break returned. Harry enthusiastically greeted his friends, and was hugged by Penny before both were pulled into a group hug by Tonks. Harry could only smile and laugh, as he reunited with his two closest friends. Penny had thanked him profusely for his gift to her, and Harry had to admit that seeing both Penny and Tonks wearing what he made for them, caused a feeling of warm joy to blossom in his chest. "So what's this new item you're so eager to show us?" Penny questioned with a smile as Harry was practically dragging her and Tonks towards his workshop. They'd barely had time to put their things away because Harry was so eager. "It's the one I was having such trouble with for so long. I finally figured it out." Harry enthused, getting a smile from the prefect while Tonks chuckled. "We're coming, Harry. You don't need to drag us around." Tonks laughed, as Harry continued to urge them forward. Once the group arrived to the workshop, Harry proudly presented his rune safe to his closest friends. "You made a safe? Why?" Penny asked curiously as she and Tonks looked the iron box over. "I don't trust the goblins, to be honest. I've only had a single meeting with my account overseer, and he tried to make off with more than 20% of what remains of my family's money. So since the goblins seem in the market of extorting their vault holders, I decided to keep my money under my own protection," Harry explained, getting nods from both girls. Both had been raised in the magical world, though Penny had a good bit of exposure to the non-magical world as well because of her various muggle relatives. Neither could truthfully state that a witch or wizard could ever truly trust a goblin. "Can we open it?" Tonks asked, wanting to see the inside. "Give it a try." Harry grinned, trying not to laugh. Tonks tried to open the safe only for it to remain closed. "Oh, ha ha, very funny, mister." Tonks pouted as Harry couldn't stifle his chuckles. "So how does it unlock?" "It doesn't." Harry smirked, getting baffled looks from both girls. "But, if it doesn't unlock, then how are you going to use it?" Penny questioned while Tonks nodded along, confused. "I'll just open the door and put what I want inside, of course." Harry smiled as he walked over and easily pulled open the door. The looks of curiosity had Harry chuckling again. "I'm the only one in the world that can open this door. The permanent lock sequence that's part of the rune array is attuned to my mana now. It won't open for anyone else." "That's actually really cool." Tonks nodded, impressed. "Harry, this is amazing. You've made something truly impressive." Penny congratulated, making Harry blush slightly at the praise, while also puffing up just a bit. Both girls looked inside the now opened safe, and noticed the large sprawling series of lines covering the inside, and the small runes etched into the back. Neither girl could make heads or tails of the lines, so Harry explained it to them when they'd asked. "I'm so glad you're using my gift," Penny exclaimed happily as she gave Harry another hug. "It's thanks to your gift that I was able to take this next step in my enchanting, Penny." "I should be thanking you," Harry replied as he returned the hug. "Hey, what about mine?" Tonks pouted dramatically, making Harry roll his eyes fondly. "Your gift was invaluable to this success as well. Do you want a—" Harry started, only for Tonks to practically rush him and pull him into a hug. "Hug?" he finished as the breath was being squeezed out of him. "Tonks, I think he needs air. Penny spoke up after a few moments. Harry's face was getting very red after all. Tonks grinned as she released him, and chuckled as Harry drew in a long deep breath. Oh yeah, Penny, we need to talk about the betrothal. Tonks smiled brightly. Betrothal? What betrothal? Penny asked, confused. Tonks! Harry yelled, his face now red for an entirely different reason. Chapter 7. Next sale. Too many letters. Bloody hell again! Harry groused as he stared at the stack of letters that had been dropped off at breakfast. He could hear the murmurings of his schoolmates as everyone in the great hall stared at the pile of letters. It had been this way since shortly after the holidays. Every morning a flock of owls would drop off a new pile of letters from magical scholars, enchanters, companies, and even just random curious witches and wizards. He'd tried to answer each of them the first day, but when another pile had been delivered the next day, and the one after that, he'd quickly realized that he'd never be able to answer them all. Tough being famous, eh, Harrikins? Tonks smiled as she helped him gather the pile into a neat stack. There's just too many. I can't possibly answer them all. Harry sighed as he ate more of his breakfast. If it's anything like last time, the majority of them are asking the same few questions. Maybe you could answer them all at once? Penny offered from his other side. Like an article in the Prophet or something? Tonks inquired after she swallowed her mouthful of food. It couldn't hurt. The Prophet takes a bit of time to get to the further parts of the international magical community. Then it takes the owls a while to fly. All the way here. These letters only started coming in over the last few days, so I'd bet that they're from further abroad than the first 6 Harry got. Penny reasoned as Harry listened and nodded at her hypothesis. Could I get your help going through these? If I can find out the most commonly asked questions, then I'll know what to put in the article. Harry asked, getting nods of agreement from Tonks and Penny. After classes. So we've narrowed down the 3 most common questions so far. The first is, how did you create your unit of measurement? The second was, can you sell the person a scouter directly? Finally, the third question is, what does the reading mean? Penny summarized as the 3 finally finished the pile of letters Harry had gotten over the last few days. The first 2 will be easy enough, just have to explain my Lumos charm experiment, and how I found the lowest amount of mana that'll make the spell work. The second is a simple, I don't have enough time to make scouters to sell directly, so that's an easy answer. The third will be a bit harder to explain. The reading doesn't mean anything by itself. It's just how much mana the person has. A wizard or witch isn't stuck with whatever number they first get. They can increase their mana through more actively using spells. But that may not satisfy all of the people asking, Harry stated as he leaned back in his chair. I think those are all the answers you need, Harrikins. They answer the questions asked sufficiently, and if anyone has some kind of follow-up, then they can write to you. Tonks claimed, getting a smile from Harry in return. Since we're on the subject of articles anyway, I thought I'd let you know that I've finished the advert for the test frames. If you'd give it a look over, you'll be set to start selling them. Penny spoke as she handed Harry the advert she'd finished. The only thing left to put on it is how many are currently available for sale. How many were you able to get done, Harry? 3 dozen. Anytime I felt like I was slamming my head into a brick wall with the rune safe, I worked on making test frames, or learning some more Devanagari, or learning to play the wooden flute Hagrid gave me for Christmas. I'm still pants at the flute, but I know a few characters of Devanagari now. Harry informed her, getting surprised looks from both Tonks and Penny. What? I had a lot of time on my hands without any classes or homework to get in the way. You two had already transfigured tons of frames for me, so I just had to etch the runic sequence and then apply the wooden overlay with Ollivander's self-destruction sequence on it. You're some kind of workaholic, Harrikins. Tonks shook her head playfully. It's called work ethic, Tonks, and there is nothing wrong with it. Penny claimed with a faux snooty tone as she tilted her head so her nose was pointing into the air. Tonks and Harry chuckled at Penny's act, knowing that Penny often dealt with Percy Weasley during her prefect duties. The oldest Weasley currently in Hogwarts was quite the stickler for the rules, and seemed to abhor any kind of procrastination or laziness. Well, I like the advert, so just put that there are 36 for sale, and I'll send it to the Owl Order service. Harry nodded as he handed the advert back to Penny. Are you still set on the price of 6 galleons? Penny asked for clarification, happy that Harry liked the advert she'd made with him. Yeah, I think it's a fair price based on what the frame does. I fully expect a few businesses to have their frame attached to their counter or a wall of their shop so that customers can pay to use it. Even at only a knut per use, they'll probably make their money back in less than 6 months. Harry reasoned as Penny nodded at his hypothesis. Well, let's get this article written so we can get to the fun stuff, Tonks exclaimed with her arms in the air and a grin on her face. She was always more of an action girl and was far more interested in practicing wandless magic than writing an article. You shouldn't rush these things, Tonks. The better the article answers the questions, the sooner Harry will stop getting bombarded by mail. Then we'll have more time for practice. Penny replied, getting Tonks to grudgingly agree before pouting and offering her help. The weekend. Harry sighed happily, even though he still had a new stack of mail to go through. The article had been sent on Tuesday, and the response from the prophet assured them it would be in the paper on Thursday morning. Seeing the article the three of them had worked on and the prophet had given Harry hope that this excessive stream of mail would soon slow down. He was currently going through today's batch looking for any letters that asked a question that wasn't one of the three the article answered. Hey, I got a response from Madame Aveline. Harry grinned as he opened the letter and started to read. The French magical scholar had written back to accept his offer of buying a scouter directly, and had even included the 10 galleons in the envelope. The woman was showing a lot of trust in Harry by sending the money along without any guarantee that he'd send the scouter back to her. Harry smiled as he walked into his smithy and pulled open the door to his safe. Carefully placing the 10 galleons inside with the other coins that were already stacked in the safe, he picked up the scouter he'd set aside for Madame Aveline back in December, wrapping it securely in cloth and placing it into a small wooden box he'd glued together from spare pieces of wood. Harry looked over the runes he'd etched onto the box. Durability sequence? Check. Waterproof sequence? Check. That should be enough to get it to her safely, he thought to himself as he left his workshop and headed for the owlery. He sent Hedwig off with the parcel, and watched until he couldn't see his owl anymore before leaving. Watcher Harrikins, Tonks announced herself as she met him outside his workshop. The bubbly metamorph magus had taken to practicing in his workshop on the weekends to get ready for the Auror exams that she planned to take after she graduated Hogwarts. Apparently blasting the old stone walls was also a good stress relief from preparing for Newt exams for the 7th year as well. Morning, Tonks. Had a bit of a lie-in this morning, Harry greeted as he opened the door for her. Not all of us like getting up early on the weekends like you Ravenclaws, Tonks snarked, since Harry and Penny often were up by no later than 8 in the morning on the weekends. Just don't want to waste the day is all. Harry shrugged before watching Tonks stumble over her own 2 feet before she righted herself. Damn it. Tonks cursed as she sent a look at Harry. Not a word, mister. Didn't say a thing. Harry grinned with his hands up, placating his friend. You klutz. I said not a word, you prat. Tonks huffed as she let off her wandless stinging hex. Harry darted to the side to avoid the spell, prompting Tonks to launch another one. Hold still. You have this coming. I spoke only the truth, Harry called back before taking a deep breath and exhaling a cloud of smoke that quickly covered the side of the room Tonks was in. That was a new spell Harry had picked up and made wandless over the break. Fluctus fumus, or the billowing smoke spell, was used to obscure vision and hamper breathing. It was often used as an escape spell by the cornered witch or wizard. Harry had found it in one of his trips to the library and decided to learn it for the utility it provided. Colligente scali, Tonks incanted as all the smoke quickly gathered into a small ball at the tip of her wand. Finite. With the dispelling charm used, the smoke ball vanished, and Tonks grinned as she trained her wand on Harry. I thought you wanted to work on your wandless magic? So why are you using your wand? Harry teased the older witch, making her stick her tongue out at him. You hush, you're lucky I don't hex you for that too, Tonks threatened before she stowed her wand back in its holster. Now watch what I was able to get working over the break. Alright, show me what you managed. Harry smiled as Tonks held up her hand, palm facing outwards, and a translucent barrier formed in front of the girl. I made Protego wandless. I'm sure that'll get me bonus points on both the Newts and in the Auror exam. Tonks beamed at her accomplishment, getting applause from Harry. That's brilliant, Tonks. I still haven't had much luck with Protego, or with Fullman either, now that I think about it. But I did spend a lot of my time over break getting the rune safe finished. I guess I should get back into practical magic now. Harry congratulated his friend. Well, I could use a training buddy since Penny has her boring prefect meeting today. Tonks grinned as she pointed her right index finger at Harry. Now dance, my minion, she cackled as she launched a stinging hex at her friend. Oi, who do you think you're calling a minion? Harry shouted back as he blasted her hex out of the air with his flipendo spell. This means war. With that, Harry launched a small volley of his own stinging hexes at Tonks. The 7th year only laughed harder as she summoned her Protego and let his hexes bounce off her shield. You're already my nerd, might as well go all in and become my minion too. Tonks teased as she dropped her shield and launched the second spell she'd managed to make wandless over the break. Conjured ropes flew at Harry, seeking to tie the young wizard up. Harry swiped his hand downwards, and the ropes split as if they'd been sliced with a blade. Cutting charm beats Incarcerus? Harry taunted as he launched a more powerful flipendo at Tonks. The metamorph moved to the side to dodge the spell, only to trip and fall to the floor. Got you, Harry called out as he launched another flipendo at the downed girl. Not today, Harrikins. Tonks mocked as her protego reappeared and blocked the spell. You should give up and accept your place as my minion. I don't know the meaning of the word. Harry laughed over dramatically as he breathed out his billowing smoke spell to obscure Tonks's vision. A volley of stinging hexes burst from the smoke, forcing Harry to run to dodge them all. You'll soon learn your place, minion. Tonks cackled as she rushed out of the smoke, launching stinging hexes at Harry. A few hours later, Penny stuck her head inside the partially open door of the workshop. Seeing Harry tied up and sitting on Tonks's lap while said metamorph teasingly rubbed her cheek against his was an odd sight, to be sure. So, what did I miss? Penny questioned as she stepped inside and closed the door behind her. Oh, nothing, me and Harry just had some spell practice. Tonks giggled as she continued to snuggle Harry. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Harry mumbled over and over again as Tonks ignored him. Unfortunately, the younger wizard was low on mana and unable to do anything to escape the older girl's hold. The embarrassed blush on his face at being seen like this only made Tonks giggle more. Tonks, be nice. Penny sighed as she moved over to the sitting pair and pulled a chair over to herself with a wandless Actio charm. Harry looked towards his prefect friend with hope of escape, and Penny smiled at him in return. Share. The dirty blonde Ravenclaw requested, getting Harry to look at her in complete shock. Sure thing. Tonks chirped as she practically passed Harry over to Penny. The wizard soon found himself sitting in the prefect's lap and being snuggled by the fifth-year girl. You're adorable when you look all tired like this. Penny cooed at Harry as she nuzzled her cheek into his hair. Who are you and what have you done with Penny? Harry asked, confused. He'd never seen Penny act like this before. What? I can't cuddle with my betrothed? Penny asked in mock shock. Damn it, Tonks. Harry grumbled as Tonks broke out into a fit of laughter. He should have known the playful witch would still talk to Penny about the situation at St. Mungo's. Oh, just enjoy the cuddles, Harrikins. You're a lucky boy to have two pretty girls' attention, you know. Tonks teased. You can just take a little nap right here, Harry. I won't let you fall. Penny assured as she slowly started to rock Harry back and forth. I'm not a baby. Harry grumbled, only to be ignored by both girls entirely. One day, Tonks, one day. He mentally swore his vengeance against the giggling metamorph. Against his own will, Harry found himself lulled to sleep by Penny's gentle rocking, his low mana only adding to his physical exhaustion from running and dodging Tonks' spells. He really is adorable when he's asleep, isn't he? Tonks whispered to Penny, getting a nod in return. Let's let him rest for a bit, it should be close to dinner when he wakes up. Penny smiled as she used Finite to make the ropes vanish. Tonks quickly got out her wand and conjured up a blanket and pillow for Harry. In France. Can't write French, but they are speaking it. A knock was heard on a door that led to a tastefully decorated office. The woman behind the desk in the office looked up and checked the time. Seeing that it was the usual time, the woman smiled and bid the person to enter. Come in, the woman called as the door opened. The person that entered and closed the door behind them was a blonde teen of 14 years. The teen quickly made her way in front of the desk and took a seat when the woman offered it. Good to see you again, Professor Aveline. The blonde teen greeted the woman, who smiled back. You as well, Miss Delacour. Are you ready to discuss magical theory more in depth? Professor Aveline inquired of her student. Yes, Professor, I am. With the recent creation of a unit of measure for magic, I find myself brimming with questions. Fleur responded with a beautiful smile of her own. Yes. Young Mr. Potter has certainly made waves in the magical community with his enchanting. Professor Aveline laughed softly. Have you heard back from him? I hope he responded favorably to your request to purchase this scouter from him. I admit I'm rather curious to know my own magical strength. Fleur stated with a small sheepish grin, getting an understanding nod from her professor. I have, and he did. I sent the galleons along with my letter accepting his offer. I imagine I'll have received the scouter by next week or so. Though a most curious item has appeared in the Owl Order's newest catalog, and I'm sure you'll be pleased to know that I was able to purchase one. Professor Aveline smiled as she pulled out a copy of the catalog and opened it to the correct page. Fleur looked over the page before gasping in shock. Owl Order Catalog. Are you curious about the new way to measure a witch or wizard's magical strength? Were you unable to purchase one of the limited scouters from this catalog? Well, have no fear. Harry Potter has come forward with a new creation that can tell you your magical strength. Behold the test frame. Simply hold this talisman and push your magic into it, like you would a wand, and your magical strength will be measured, and a reading will be displayed. Act quickly as only 36 are currently available. Item: enchanted object, talisman. Name: test frame. Function: measures a witch or wizard's magical strength and displays it as a numerical value. Creator: Harry James Potter. Price: 6 galleons. Status: sold out. End catalog. He made a new item to measure magical strength? Why? Fleur wondered out loud before looking up at her professor. I imagine these test frames are easier to make than the scouters, so producing many of them is probably far more profitable for the young enchanter than only putting 4 or 5 scouters on the market every several months, Professor Aveline hypothesized. I suppose that makes sense, Fleur responded as she looked over the picture of the test frame in the catalog. So what aspect of magical theory shall we discuss today? Professor Aveline asked as she waved her wand and some tea and snacks floated over to the desk. Well, as I said earlier, I have many questions regarding this new means to measure magical strength. You've been in contact with Mr. Potter, and I was wondering what you've learned about his measurement system. What is it based on? How did he come to his conclusion on what defined the base unit by which to measure? Do his items take into account all magical beings or just wizards and witches? Is a spell defined not only by its purpose, but also by the amount of magic that is used to cast it? Fleur asked as Professor Aveline sipped her tea. You do have many questions, Miss Delacour. Thankfully I have solid answer for the first 2 at the least. Professor Aveline smiled as she set down her tea. Please, Professor, tell me what you've learned. Fleur asked, her blue eyes brimming with excitement. Of course, I learned this from my letters to Mr. Potter, so this knowledge comes directly from the source. Professor Aveline grinned at the eager look on her student's face. She then proceeded to explain what Harry had told her of his tests, and his discovery of the lowest amount of magic that could successfully cast a spell. How using this minimum Lumos charm had led to the structuring of the entire measurement system, and the creation of the 2 items that Harry had made. To think he came up with this when he is only 11. Fleur breathed out in shock. Yes, the boy is clearly a prodigy in the field of enchanting, to say the least. I dare say from our letters he seems to have quite a number of theories about magical theory as well. I hope to continue conversing with him about magic in the future. Professor Aveline nodded as she took a snack and delicately ate it. What of my other 2 questions, Professor? Fleur inquired as she finished a sip of her own tea. I'm unsure how his items react to other magical beings, but I'll be sure to test both of them when they arrive. In regards to spells, however, I believe the purpose of a spell is defined by the caster's intent. The more magic you put into a spell may make it last longer or increase its effect to a degree though. But, as an example, you'll never turn a cutting charm into a severing curse just by using more magic. The fundamental nature of the spell is different between the 2. Even though they have the same basic function and the severing curse requires more magic to cast, casting the cutting charm with excess magic won't result in the same effects. Professor Aveline explained while Fleur listened intently. But surely there are spells that can be considerably enhanced with more magic used to cast them? Fleur questioned, her eyes filled with curiosity. Let's use another example then. The basic Aguamenti charm, when cast with very little magic, gives you a stream of water, not unlike what you'd get from a faucet. Put in more magic and the amount and force of the water increases. The spell can range in power from the faucet all the way up to something akin to a massive torrent. Conversely, the incendio charm only makes a gout of flame that can light a hearth or start a campfire. Both of these uses are what was intended when the spell was made. Adding more magic makes the flame last a bit longer, but that's the extent of it. The incendio charm will never become strong enough to rival any fire-based curse, and it'll most assuredly not become something like the battle magic known as the firestorm spell. While the incendio charm and the Aguamenti charm are often considered to be a pair or mirrors of each other, in truth the purpose and function of both spells was determined during their creation. So while one can get incredibly more powerful, the more magic is used to cast it, the other is locked into a lower power requirement simply by virtue of its design. Professor Aveline explained as Fleur thought over what she heard. I see, so a spell's creation truly defines what it is. But the way in which it is used is also a factor, correct? Fleur asked as she mulled over the nature of spellcraft. Very much so, Miss Delacour. Professor Evelyn nodded as she sipped her tea to soothe her throat. Do you think Mr. Potter would mind me writing to him as well? I think it would be enlightening to hear about theories from another student that has obviously thought long and deeply on the nature of magic. Fleur asked, before taking a snack for herself. I'll introduce the idea to him in my next letter. I'm sure he wouldn't mind another person to have conversations with. I've even been helping him learn a bit of French in our missives, usually a word or two at a time, or a common phrase to help him should he visit France in the future. He seems to be taking well to our language. Professor Aveline smiled, getting one in return from her student. Thank you, Professor. I look forward to making a friend who is just as interested in magic as I am. Starting as pen pals seems like a good way to get to know one another. Fleur grinned as she adjusted her sitting position and started to talk more in depth with her professor. Chapter 8. Quirrell Artifact? Harry once again was sitting in his defense against the dark arts class, trying to understand anything the stuttering Professor Quirrell was saying. With a grimace, Harry tried to tune the turban-wearing man out as he went through his textbook and studied the current material independently. Was Quirrell really the best Hogwarts could offer as a defense professor? If so, it was pretty sad. The man jumped at the smallest of things and appeared perpetually terrified. With no viable instruction coming from the so-called professor, Harry read through his textbook to try and learn anything. Surely there's got to be something that makes this man qualified to teach, Harry mused to himself. With a slow and subtle movement, Harry pulled out his scouter and focused it on the professor that was currently facing the other side of the classroom. A quick scan and Harry saw something he'd never seen his scouter do before. 4,886 appeared for a brief second before changing to 1,050, and Harry had no idea why. Quirrell wasn't doing anything like casting a spell. Why was his mana bouncing more than 3,000 points back and forth? Wait a minute, it changed again? Harry stared into the lens of his scouter, confused. The numbers bouncing back and forth now read 4,884, and the second number was now 1,052, as they both repeatedly switched with one another. What in the actual hell? He thought to himself. Is the scouter broken? It isn't damaged, and the runic sequence won't just suddenly stop working properly. The hell is going on with Quirrell? After class, Harry quickly left to find Penny and Tonks. He wanted to share the oddity of Quirrell's scan and get their opinions and thoughts on the anomaly. It didn't take long to find the two as they were both heading to dinner. Both girls smiled at him as he got their attention and walked up to them quickly. Evening, Harry. How were your classes today? Penny asked as Harry caught up with them. Watch your Harrikins. You must be hungry running towards the Great Hall like that. Tonks commented, getting a shake of the head from Harry. No, not that. I just have something to tell you both. I want to get your opinion on something that happened in class, Harry informed the two as they entered the Great Hall. We can eat and talk then. After that we'll see what we can do, Tonks offered, getting agreement from Harry and Penny. So while the three ate together, Harry told them about the strange fluctuation of Quirrell's mana amount and how he couldn't figure out what was going on. Neither girl could offer much explanation for such a large fluctuation when the professor wasn't casting any spells. Nor did either of them have any idea about why the highest and lowest numbers were changing. Why would the highest number be shrinking and the lowest number be growing? The three agreed to go to the workshop after dinner to test the scouter and make sure something hadn't gone wrong with the trinket. Alright, Harrikins. Scan me and we'll see if the scouter is still accurate. Tonks offered to go first for the tests. Sure thing, let's see what it says, Harry replied as he scanned the metamorph. You've increased your mana amount again, Tonks. You're clocking in at 5,002 mana now. You must have been practicing a bit more lately. Of course, I want to get into the Aurors. After I graduate, I need to have every advantage I can, otherwise I'll be stuck in some desk job pushing papers around while I go through remedial courses. Screw that, Tonks explained while looking disgusted at the thought of being a desk worker at the ministry. I'm sure you'll do fine, Tonks, even with your klutzy moments, Penny assured her friend with playful ribbing thrown in. Tonks, maturely, stuck her tongue out at the blonde. My turn, Harry. I've been putting in a bit more practice in preparation for the OWL exam, so I'm hoping I've gone up a bit. Well, the scouter doesn't seem to be broken yet, so let's get your reading. Harry nodded as he scanned Penny. Huh, I think we can safely say your extra practice has paid off, Penny. Your mana amount is currently 3,678, That's a 672 unit increase from when you used the test frame for the demonstration. Penny smiled happily, and even gave a small cheer that her practice had paid off. Your turn, Harrikins. Let's see what you've got, Tonks exclaimed as she took the scouter from him and scanned the first year. Well now, seems you've been playing catch-up since you spent so much of the break making your safe. You're sitting at 582 mana right now. That's around 176 units more than your last demonstration. Are you trying to catch up to us? She asked teasingly, getting Harry to roll his eyes at her. So the scouter isn't broken, but that still doesn't explain Quirrell's weird reading. Harry mused as he looked the scouter over, glad that it wasn't damaged. Well, just keep an eye on him when you're in class, I guess. If it continues, you could always tell another teacher about it. Just say you're worried that Quirrell might not be in good health. Tonks shrugged. Maybe he did something to himself and his magic is fluctuating until it stabilizes at his original amount? Penny theorized, getting looks of confusion from Harry and Tonks. It's just a thought, the prefect stated with her own shrug. I guess I'll just keep checking every now and then. If it goes on for too long, I'll bring it up to another professor. Harry agreed before he stood up and stretched. So, are you two up for some wandless practice? Tonks and Penny both agreed, and the trio started working on making more of their spells wandless. April 1st. Nothing much had changed in the daily routine for Harry and his friends since January. Harry, Penny, and Tonks practiced their wandless magic together often, trying to gain more spells and increase their mana. Harry did have a new pen pal thanks to Madame Aveline, one Fleur Delacour, a girl 3 years older than him that was quite studious when it came to magical theory. Learning that Madame Aveline was the magical theory professor at Bogsbaton's Academy of Magic had come as a small shock. He was also delighted to hear that she'd bought one of his test frames from the first batch he'd sold. Apparently Fleur was quite the fan of his items, and Madame Aveline had teasingly written in one of her letters that Fleur would often ask to test her mana amount when the two chatted outside of classes. In the intervening time when he wasn't writing to his new pen pal, doing schoolwork, practicing with Tonks and Penny, or checking on Quirrell's strange mana reading, Harry had been crafting and working out new skills to use in his enchanting. He was very proud of himself for what he'd managed to make this time. Today was Tonks's birthday, and Harry found it oddly fitting that his bubbly goof of a friend was born on April Fool's Day of all days. Now he just had to surprise her when she came by the workshop after classes. Speak of the devil. Harry grinned when a knock came from the door. He quickly got up and let Tonks into the workshop. Before she could say much of anything, Harry had opened the bottom drawer of the desk he'd commandeered as a work table, and pulled out his gift to her. Harry? Tonks questioned, as she looked down at the small wrapped gift he was holding out to her. Happy birthday, Tonks. I hope you like it. Harry smiled as Tonks gently took the gift and gave him a beaming smile. Unwrapping the item, Tonks found a metal belt buckle with an engraving of a dragon on it. "Aw, did you make this for me, Harrikins? I'm touched." Tonks teased, though the smile on her face let him know how much she truly appreciated his gift. "It looks cool and it totally fits my style." "You've been paying attention, huh? I know you like the rocker style, so I tried to match some of the things I've seen you wear before." Harry grinned, happy that she liked his gift already. Wait until she found out what it did. "Could you try it out? I'm curious if it'll fit the belts you wear from time to time." Sure, just let me get this robe off." Tonks smirked, giving Harry a playful wink and giggling when she saw the dusting of red on his cheeks at her innuendo. Shrugging off the robe only took a few seconds before she attached the buckle to her belt. "It latches fine. Looks cool too. Nice job, Harrikins," she praised, only to be given a gentle push backwards, sending her stumbling. She caught herself before demanding an explanation. "What was that about, mister? You didn't trip or fall?" Harry replied simply as a grin spread across his face. "I'm glad it works." Tonks looked at him confused for a few moments, before her eyes widened as it dawned on her that her klutziness hadn't sent her sprawling onto the floor. "Harry, what did you do? What is this?" Tonks asked, as she looked down at the belt buckle. "My first talisman using Devanagari runes. It's an ever-balanced talisman. When you wear it, the effect of the talisman makes it almost impossible for you to trip or fall. I thought you'd like it since you have those moments sometimes." Harry would have continued, but he was suddenly wrapped in a hug from Tonks. Thank you. You have no idea how much this will help, Harry. I was always kinda worried that my klutziness could cost me a spot in the Aurors, but with this I won't have to worry as much. Thank you." Tonks expressed her gratitude and appreciation as Harry hugged her back. What Harry wasn't expecting was for Tonks to pull back slightly and kiss him full on the lips. It was soft and pretty chaste, all things considered, but to Harry, it was amazing. When she pulled back, he saw a look of sincere affection in her eyes that truly revealed how much she cared about him. Harry felt his face grow hot, and knew he was blushing hard. Tonks's sudden bout of giggles only further confirmed it. That was, really. Harry started only for Tonks to finish for him. Amazing, fantastic, awesome? I know I'm very impressive, but feel free to keep praising me. Tonks smiled as she released Harry from their hug. Harry grinned back before another knock came from the door. "Oh, I should totally show Penny what you made for me," she cheered as she quickly opened the door and dragged the girl inside. "Tonks, what's the hurry?" Penny asked, confused by how energetic her friend seemed. "Even more so than usual. Harry made me this really cool belt buckle talisman. It fixes my klutziness and makes it impossible for me to trip or fall over," Tonks gushed as she directed Penny's gaze to her new accessory. "Watch this." Without a second of hesitation, Tonks rushed over to an old wooden table in the back of the room and jumped on top of it. The table had just been shoved out of the way when Harry had first taken over the old ancient runes classroom and left in the back. Needless to say, the old wooden table wasn't exactly able to handle a 17-year-old girl suddenly jumping on top of it. The two legs on the side that Tonks had jumped on broke, sending the table to the floor, and Tonks along with it. "Tonks, are you okay?" Penny asked as she and Harry made their way over to the fallen metamorph. "I thought you said I couldn't trip or fall," Tonks questioned with a groan. "I said almost impossible. It prevents trips and falls by assisting your balance. It doesn't suddenly make you an acrobat or something." Harry sighed with a shake of his head. "Ugh, now he tells me," Tonks grumbled as she slowly sat up. Penny couldn't help it and broke out into a fit of giggles. Harry started chuckling soon after, and Tonks pouted at both of her friends for a moment, before bursting into her own laughter. Friday the 17th of April. This had gone on long enough. Quirrell's mana was still having its odd fluctuations, and Harry was going to inform another professor about his concerns. Shortly after classes, he made his way to Professor Flitwick's office to talk with his head of house. After knocking on the door and being allowed entry, Harry took the offered seat and laid out his concerns about the defense against the dark arts professor. "I see, that is troubling. For a person's magic to be in flux for so long does seem abnormal." Flitwick nodded as he mulled over the information Harry had presented him with. "I'll inform the headmaster, and we'll have Quirrell seen by either Poppy or take him to St. Mungo's if necessary. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Mr. Potter. Take 10 points for Ravenclaw." "Thank you, Professor." Harry accepted, and made his way out of the office. At least now the Quirrell situation was the staff's problem to deal with. Easter holidays marked the spring break for Hogwarts, and Harry had gotten a letter from Sirius about visiting him at the castle. It seemed Sirius was recovered enough that some light exercise was being encouraged to help him get back up to physical shape. A healer was coming along as an escort for Sirius, along with Andromeda, just to make sure Sirius didn't overexert himself. Harry was looking forward to showing Sirius his hidden workshop and showing him his completed rune safe. That evening at dinner, Dumbledore stood to make an announcement, and Harry had to wonder at the timing. It seemed odd that the very day he mentioned Quirrell's condition, that Dumbledore would make an announcement. Especially when Quirrell was sitting at the end of the staff table as normal. What could the headmaster possibly be announcing? "Attention, students! I have a small announcement to make before we start our dinner. As many of you know, I have a few different roles I play in the magical world. I'm afraid my role as Supreme Mugwump will require me to be away from the school for most of the Easter break. Deputy Headmistress McGonagall will be in charge while I am away, and I expect you'll all be on your best behavior. I will see you all upon your return from the break. Thank you for your attention," Dumbledore announced before sitting down to eat. There were many murmurs throughout the Great Hall, but Harry was only left more confused. Monday morning after breakfast. "Harry, good to see you again. Your dogfather has come for a visit." Sirius waved exaggeratedly as Harry smiled, seeing his godfather up and walking about. At his right was Andromeda, and to his left must have been the healer, a pretty ravenette with gray eyes. "Great to see you up and about, Sirius. You haven't been overdoing it, have you?" Harry asked as the three adults stopped in front of him. "Of course not. I'd make Marley here mad at me if I made her job any more difficult." Sirius grinned as he gave the healer a charming smile. "You stop harassing the poor woman, you mutt," Andromeda admonished as she swatted Sirius lightly with her purse. "Ack! Marley, she's assaulting me. I'm still a recovering patient. Throw her out." Sirius whined playfully, making the healer smile softly. "I can't throw her out of Hogwarts, Mr. Black, but I'll ask her politely to not smack you," Marley replied before winking at Andromeda, who only smiled back pleasantly. "Aw, no one's on my side, are they?" Sirius grumbled, getting a shake of the head from all three of them. "Not you too, Harry." "Sorry, Sirius, but I think wooing anyone counts as overexerting yourself," Harry responded with a grin, getting a shocked look from Sirius. Andromeda and Marley both burst into giggles at the quip, and even Sirius playfully grumbled at him. "You've been spending too much time around little Dora," Sirius pouted as the group followed Harry through the castle. Sirius happily reminisced about his time at the castle, and shared tales of the Marauders' many pranks at various places. Harry laughed at the antics his father had gotten up to with Sirius and Remus back in their days as schoolboys. "Why'd we come down this old corridor, Harry? Not much to see down here," Sirius asked as Harry stood by the wall. "Just watch," Harry stated before opening a door that none of the adults had noticed was there. "A secret door? I thought we found all of them back in the day," Sirius mumbled as he, Andromeda and Marley entered the room after Harry. "Not quite, I just used a few trinkets to hide this room from others. This is my private and also secret workshop. I practice my spellcasting and my enchanting here when I'm done with my homework and such," Harry explained, getting all three pairs of eyes to widen. "Harry, have I ever told you that you're a very impressive 11-year-old? Sirius asked as he looked around the room, seeing obvious spellfire marks on the far wall. "The Marauders really should have thought of having their own hidden room like this back in the day. You might have mentioned it in one of your letters." Harry chuckled as he showed the group some of the small trinkets and talismans he'd been fooling around with. It wasn't until he'd led them into his smithy and showed them the rune safe that Andromeda spoke up again. "Harry, you said that your safe only opens for you and doesn't need to be provided magic by anyone to work, right?" Andromeda questioned, getting a nod from Harry. "Yes, it has quite a few security sequences within the array. Multiple protection sequences too. Fire, water, blunt force, cutting, etc. Basically any way I could think of that someone might try and crack it. It also absorbs ambient mana from the surroundings to keep itself powered." "Why do you ask?" Harry asked as the woman looked the iron safe over. "Well, I'm no expert, but the way you described your safe makes it sound a lot like an artifact, at least to me anyway," Andromeda stated, making Sirius nod slightly since he'd read up a bit on enchanted objects and artifacts during his stay at St. Mungo's. After all, if his godson liked them, Sirius wanted to be able to get him gifts that fell in line with Harry's interests. I don't think I could make an artifact without knowing it," Harry mused as he thought about the specifics of his rune safe. Seeing Harry lost in thought, the adults waited for a moment, only to hear a knock on the door. "Harry, I think you have visitors," Sirius called out. "It's Tonks and Penny, could you let them in real quick?" Harry requested as he went over to a bookshelf on the far end of the smithy and pulled a book down. "Sirius?" Tonks called out, alerting everyone that was in the workshop that Sirius had let Tonks and Penny inside. The four people returned to the smithy portion of the workshop, Marley not leaving Sirius's side as his healer, only to see Harry staring at an open book unblinking while Andromeda rubbed his back. "What happened?" Penny questioned, as she and Tonks moved over to Harry. "I just mentioned that his rune safe sounded a lot like an artifact to me. After grabbing this book and going through it for a bit, he just started staring at it. I was only going to suggest he might want to get an expert opinion on whether or not he'd made an actual artifact," Andromeda explained, making Tonks and Penny widen their eyes at the implication. "Harry, are you with us?" Penny asked softly, getting no response from the wizard. "Oi, Harry, you in there?" Tonks shouted at the still boy, jolting him from his trance. "Tonks? Penny?" Harry questioned, looking between the two. "We're here, Harry, what's going on?" Penny asked, only for Harry to motion towards the book he had open. "Could you both read that and give me your opinion? I'm still not sure, but I might need to have an expert come test my safe," Harry muttered to himself as Penny and Tonks read over the 2 pages of the book. The pages detailed all the various differences between enchanted objects and true artifacts. Going through them all, the both of them could tick off several key things that artifacts had that Harry's rune safe was also capable of. "Harry, you may want to call for that expert," Penny said softly as she finished reading and comparing. She wanted to be gentle about the situation after all. "You're a real dum-dum, aren't you, Harry?" Tonks laughed loudly, showing absolutely no compunction about being delicate with the situation. "Ah!" Harry yelled out, completely overwhelmed that he may have made a true artifact and not even known it for months. Tonks's laughter was soon joined by Sirius's, while Andromeda and Penny chided them both for laughing about the situation. Healer Marley only smiled seeing her patient in such good cheer, and obviously on the road to a full recovery. She didn't know much about artifacts or artificers, but she was fairly certain that Harry would probably be the youngest ever if he'd already made one. While this revelry was happening in the hidden workshop, another pair was making plans of their own. "He'll be gone for the week. Master, I can retrieve the stone tonight," Quirrell mumbled to seemingly empty air. "See that you do," hissed a voice from nowhere. "Yes, master," Quirrell replied as he paced around his quarters. In another part of the castle, Dumbledore sat patiently, after having already left for the International Confederation of Wizards meeting he'd announced on Friday to the school. "And so the trap is set, Tom. It is time we met face to face again," Dumbledore murmured as he watched a device that was tied to the door on the third-floor corridor. If only he could figure out how Tom had managed to survive that Halloween night, he could end this madness here and now and hopefully leave a brighter future behind for the next generation. Current mana levels. The time skips make these numbers outdated. Harry, 582. Tonks, 5002. Penelope, 3678. Chapter 9, Meeting a Legend, Expert Panel. It was the third day of the Easter break when Harry found himself standing in an out-of-the-way room on the ground floor of Hogwarts. Standing with him was McGonagall, in her role as Deputy Headmistress Flitwick, as his head of house, as well as Tonks and Penny. The group had just been joined by no less than 5 people that had been guided to the room by Hagrid. The gentle giant had given Harry a smile and a nod of reassurance before he'd left, and now introductions were about to start. "Good day, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of all of us, I'd like to welcome you to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." McGonagall welcomed their 5 guests, 2 women and 3 men, who all gave their thanks at being welcomed. "We're pleased to be here, Deputy Headmistress," the oldest member of the group of 5 replied. He was an ancient-looking man that could make Dumbledore seem youthful by comparison. "I'm Lorenzo Trevisan, currently head of Italy's Enchanter Guild. I've held the title of Artificer for 94 years and have 4 true artifacts to my name." The old wizard introduced himself. "I'll let the others introduce themselves before we have the potential artifact brought out and begin the examination. Interesting to be walking the halls of such a long-standing institution," the next person commented with a smile. She was an older woman that could possibly be just a bit older than McGonagall. It was hard to tell with wizards and witches, though she held a darker complexion than his Transfiguration professor. "I'm Elena Diaz. I've held the title of Artificer for 31 years, and have 2 true artifacts to my name. Glad to be here. Forgive me if my English is a bit rough, it's my 3rd language." The next member of the group of 5 responded. He was dark-skinned, African most likely, and spoke with an accent. He was also one of the youngest, comparatively, of the group. "My name is Salim Bell, an artificer for the Moroccan Ministry of Magic. I've held the title of Artificer for 18 years and have 1 true artifact to my name. Thank you for the welcome." The largest man of the group of 5 nodded. He was tall and had wide shoulders with some muscle on him. Harry thought he possibly had a Russian accent. "I'm Artem Demina. I work as an artificer for the Russian ministry. I've held the title of Artificer for 41 years, and have 2 true artifacts to my name. Good day. I look forward to seeing what this young man has created." The final member of the group of 5 smiled gently. She was Asian and quite pretty, possibly the youngest, though Salim may still actually be the youngest since Harry couldn't tell. "My name is Tajiri Mio, or in the Western form, Mio Tajiri. I'm a freelance artificer in Japan that takes commissions for enchanting. I also consult with the Japanese ministry when they find strange magical items they can't decipher. I've held the title of Artificer for 21 years and have 2 true artifacts to my name. Thank you all for coming on such short notice." McGonagall thanked with a small nod. "I realize the artificers of the Enchanter Guilds are often busy people, and hope you haven't been inconvenienced." "Not at all. Anything that gets me away from the parchment work." Lorenzo chuckled, getting an agreeing nod from Elena and Artem. "Now, let's see what the young man has made." With a nod from McGonagall and a reassuring smile from both Tonks and Penny, Harry walked over to the corner of the room and removed the cloth that McGonagall had conjured. With a slight application of his magic, the rune safe became feather light for him, and he carried it to the middle of the room. Harry stepped back a few steps as the 5 artificers looked at the safe from where they stood. "Interesting. I've not seen an artifact safe before," Salim commented as his eyes roved over the iron box. "May we, Mr. Potter?" Lorenzo asked as he gestured towards the rune safe. "Of course, Master Trevisan." Harry nodded before he stepped forward quickly and pulled open the door. Seeing the looks from the artificers, Harry quickly explained. The door will only open for me. It's part of the runic array and can't be changed or disabled. Then it's a good safe regardless. Artem chuckled as the five moved closer to inspect Harry's creation. Harry stood back and tried to keep himself from fidgeting nervously. He'd already applied a metal disc with Ollivander's self-destruction sequence etched into it over the runic array on the back wall of the safe. He didn't need to worry about any of them memorizing his array. Not that he actually thought they'd do it. These people were already artificers, and had probably made artifacts that put his safe to shame. Someone has been dabbling in alchemic enchanting already? My, Mr. Potter, you're quite the young prodigy. Elena commented with a grin towards Harry, who only blushed slightly and gave a small, thank you. The magic circuits are applied very well, no breaks or malformations, the spacing isn't bad either, a little off from what I do but still fully functional. Mio praised, making Harry duck his head to hide his red face. I'm curious, Mr. Potter, did you forge the safe yourself? Artem asked, and Harry looked up at the Russian man before nodding. Good, it's the best way to make sure your material is to your own specifications. Plus swinging the hammer will put some muscle on you, so it's good for a young man's health. Harry nodded at the older man's words and breathed deeply to try and calm himself. So far everything seemed to be going well with the initial examination. Care to tell us the functions of your array, Mr. Potter? I find myself very curious after seeing such nice work having been done on this creation. Salim asked kindly, and Harry swore he saw Lorenzo's old eyes light up with interest. So Harry started going over the numerous security features and protections he'd worked into his runic array. The five artificers nodded along with his explanation while continuing to look over the safe. Yes, very well thought out, Mr. Potter, very well thought out indeed. Lorenzo nodded at the end of Harry's explanation. Now to test these protections, we'll perform a few simple tests. If your item is still intact and fully functional at the end of all of them, it will be recognized as a true artifact. I'm sorry to interrupt, but what are the exact differences between enchanted objects and true artifacts? McGonagall asked curiously, as she'd never particularly studied this branch of magic. The fact that she'd had to arrange for this meeting and examination without knowing its full significance had been bothering her quite a bit, if only in the back of her mind. A good question, Deputy Headmistress. Not many people know the exact differences without studying in depth about the subject. Lorenzo nodded before explaining. The simplest way to explain the difference between the two is that a true artifact is near indestructible and self-maintaining. It will fulfill its function so long as it exists. An enchanted object requires outside magic from the user to exhibit its effect, and will eventually break down or be broken during the course of its use like any other tool. I see enchanted objects wear down while true artifacts do not. Likewise, an enchanted object can be destroyed, whereas a true artifact takes some kind of special process to destroy, if I understand correctly. McGonagall replied, getting a nod from the artificers. Artifacts can also be bound to a person or their bloodline as well, Elena informed. These artifacts won't work for anyone but the person or a member of the bloodline they're bound to. It's a shame that some ancient artifacts will never be able to be used again because of this. Quite, I would have enjoyed seeing some of them in action. Lorenzo sighed before shaking his head and returning to the topic at hand. Now let's begin with the physical tests. I'll administer the first one. Salim offered and stepped forward. I'll do the same test my own teacher used when I was learning under him. With that, the man picked up Harry's safe and heaved it into the nearby wall with all of his strength. The loud bang and crash the rune safe made as it struck the wall and then fell to the floor had a few people covering their ears. Now let's see how it did. Salim grinned as he went and brought the safe back over to the other artificers. No damage here, Mio stated with a shake of her head a few minutes later. All the other artificers nodded in agreement. Was that really necessary? Flitwick asked as he rubbed his ears. You'd be surprised how many enchanters forget to protect their creations from physical damage. Artem spoke up, the large man shaking his head from the memories. It can resist every spell in the world, but if I can throw it on the ground or into the wall and break it, then it isn't an artifact. Now let's see how it reacts to various spells. Elena smiled as she pulled out her wand, along with the other artificers. For the next several minutes, Harry had to watch as his rune safe was blasted with spell after spell. The safe was doused in flames, submerged in a levitating ball of water, smashed with bludgeoning spells, and explosions rocked the safe 3 different times. Through it all, Harry could only hope that it would still be in the same shape that it was when he'd brought it down from his hidden workshop. Well, I dare say this safe is hard to damage? Lorenzo commented once the barrage of spells ended. Can't seem to even make it hot or cold, and it doesn't even move when hit with blasting curses. I'd say it's doing exactly what Mr. Potter said it would do. Salim nodded towards Harry. It's actually absorbing large amounts of magic from every spell we throw at it, and the runic array only gets stronger each time. Well, there is one more test we could perform to make absolutely sure, but Mio trailed off only for Artem to roll his eyes and point his wand at the rune safe. With a look of concentration, incredibly hot flames leaped from the tip of the Russian man's wand and engulfed the safe. The heat in the room jumped several degrees in short order, and everyone else backed away from the magical flames. Harry's heart was in his throat as he watched his work be consumed by the conflagration. Are you insane? McGonagall and Flitwick yelled at the Artificer in unison. Why on earth would you summon fiendfire in an enclosed space? Even worse that we're inside a school with children in it. If it can survive fiendfire after everything else we've put it through, then it's a true artifact. If not, then it'll be molten metal on the ground when I dispel the flames. Artem replied with a shrug as the group of artificers looked on. We still could have taken it outside first. Mio sighed while pinching the bridge of her nose. That doesn't seem to be necessary, Lorenzo commented, and everyone in the room watched as the fiendfire that surrounded the rune safe slowly but surely shrank until not even embers remained of it. It can absorb the magic from the fiendfire spell? That cursed fire burns magic to fuel itself, but it lost the magic that was powering it before it could burn Mr. Potter's safe, Elena commented as the artificers moved over to the safe to inspect it. After a few minutes of inspection, all 5 artificers conversed with each other for a full minute before nodding to each other. Well, this has been an exciting day to say the least, Lorenzo commented as the panel of artificers stood in front of Harry. Allow me to be the first to address you with the proper title, Artificer Potter. Your rune safe is a true artifact. Thank you, Harry numbly replied, his mind not quite comprehending that he'd succeeded. As for the grade of artifact, we've concluded it to be a minor artifact based on its limitations of use. Though it fulfills its purpose splendidly, it will be completely unusable once you pass on in the far future, Lorenzo explained, and Harry could only nod, still not fully there, as his mind worked to process reality. Artifacts have grades? Tonks questioned, confused, never having looked into the subject enough to learn such a thing. Oh yes, true artifacts are divided into 5 grades depending on their function, effect, durability, and power. Lorenzo grinned, always happy to teach the curious. The grades go in order from lowest to highest, as minor, median, greater, high, and legendary. There are far less high artifacts and legendary artifacts, as you can well imagine. Most artificers' magnum opus is a greater artifact within their lifetime. If Harry's rune safe is a minor artifact, what could a high artifact do, or a legendary artifact for that matter? Penny asked curiously. A high artifact could potentially, depending on its effect and power, make the one who wields it untouchable by both physical and magical means. They'd be a force unto themselves, and could potentially become a worse threat than any Dark Lord in history. Then again, if the artifact had a benevolent purpose, it could be the most powerful healing instrument in existence, capable of curing every sickness, disease, or injury it was used on, Elena answered. It is thought that the destruction of the magical city of Atlantis was caused by the misuse of a legendary artifact. From what little history remains, Atlantis would have been just as big as any modern-day metropolis, and it disappeared completely without anyone being able to leave and tell others what had happened. That implies that the entire city was destroyed near instantaneously at least. Salim spoke up, and all the eyes of the Hogwarts staff and students widened in shock. I'm almost sorry I asked, Penny mumbled. Shortly afterwards, the group of 5 artificers were leaving Hogwarts. Harry had been given a certificate, signed by all 5 of the artificers that had examined his rune safe, that stated he was officially recognized as an artificer. Lorenzo had promised to stop by the Ministry of Magic in London to file the copy of Harry's certification personally. All 5 had given Harry their congratulations, and had told him they looked forward to seeing what he'd create in the future. It was official now. Harry James Potter was the youngest artificer in history. I'm an artificer. I'm an artificer, Harry kept mumbling to himself while holding his certificate. That you are, Harrikins, Tonks exclaimed, as she pulled the stunned first year into a hug. Penny approached to give Harry her own congratulations, and suddenly found him in her arms as Tonks pushed them together. Hugs, Penny. Harry needs hugs. Penny sighed playfully at her friend, before pulling Harry into a warm hug and congratulating him. "What do I do now?" Harry asked a few minutes later, after being released from the hugfest that Tonks had initiated. "The same thing you've been doing, Harrykins." Tonks smiled at him. "Being a nerd that makes neat things." "Tonks, you could have put that better." Penny giggled while Tonks laughed and Harry huffed. "I know what I said," Tonks proclaimed, before pulling Harry back into her arms. 2 days later. "Has anyone seen Professor Quirrell in the last day or two?" Penny asked, while the three friends were eating breakfast. "Nope. Though I haven't been looking either," Tonks replied as she ate. "I haven't seen him either," Harry responded. "Do you think the staff had him sent to St. Mungo's for his fluctuating mana?" "Possibly. This would be the best time to do it with the break and all," Penny mused as she sipped her juice. A great flapping of wings alerted all in the great hall to the arrival of the mail, and the trio looked up to see if anything was coming for them. Harry was hoping for a reply to his last letter to Fleur. When the Daily Prophet landed in front of him, Harry could already see the headline and he groaned as he reached for the paper. Daily Prophet article. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, becomes youngest artificer in history. It has come to the attention of this reporter that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, has been certified as an artificer as of 2 days ago. This remarkable feat makes him the youngest person to ever earn the title in history. Many already know of Harry Potter's history, and his more recent creation of a system to measure magic and magical strength. His scouters and test frames sell out almost immediately whenever they're on the market. It is safe to say that Mr. Potter, or Artificer Potter to use his proper title, has made waves ever since he reappeared in the magical world. According to sources in the ministry, Harry Potter created a minor artifact to achieve his certification, and it was simply listed as a rune safe. Why did the young artificer create an artifact safe? We at the Daily Prophet have yet to get in touch with Mr. Potter for an interview, but it does make one wonder. Does Mr. Potter think he needs to protect something personally? Does he have a creation that he doesn't want anyone seeing yet? Perhaps a future product that isn't yet ready for the world to see? Many mysteries and questions surround Mr. Potter and have ever since Halloween of '81. But this reporter will bring you answers whenever she's able to get them. I'll be personally trying to get into contact with the young artificer to set up an exclusive interview so that our readers can have their curiosity sated. Rita Skeeter, reporter, Daily Prophet. For more information on artificers, turn to page 4. For more information on artifacts, turn to page 5. To see a copy of Harry Potter's certification, look below. End article. Below the article on the bottom of the front page was a copy of the certification Harry had received. It was properly filed, and even had a stamp from the ministry as authentic. Harry had to wonder how this reporter had gotten a picture of it so quickly. Not to mention the speculations she'd brought up about him and his rune safe. He was fairly sure he and this woman may not get along in the future. Typical Skeeter. Tonks scoffed as she read over Harry's shoulder. They should really update the integrity standards at the Prophet. Penny chimed in while grimacing at the article. I doubt it'll happen. The Prophet will be paying through the nose if they want to interview me. Harry huffed as he folded up the Prophet. He'd read the rest of it later. So you two want to work on some more wandless practice today? Sure, I'm caught up on my studying for newts. You and Penny? Tonks asked the blonde prefect. Of course, but I'll have to call it a day after dinner. I still have a few things I want to go over before bed. Penny replied. The trio spent the remainder of the break studying and practicing. Harry found time to make another 40 test frames and was quick to let the owl order service know they were available for sale. Harry collected his galleons from the literal flock of owls on Friday. He was thankful that they had the training to wait until after breakfast before they all flew into the Great Hall. Watching 40 different owls fly away, each carrying a package as large as they were, was amusing to Harry. But it did put into perspective how much magic affected the birds. They could carry heavier loads, fly faster and further. It was simply impressive when they were viewed next to their non-magical kin. It was the last day of the Easter break when Harry saw an unfamiliar man inside Hogwarts. He didn't look much older than 60, but with wizards he could be around 90 and look the same. The man was making his way towards the Great Hall, and Harry's curiosity wouldn't let him leave this mystery alone. So with a quick check to make sure he was presentable, he walked up to the man at a brisk pace. Sir, are you visiting someone? Harry asked the old man. The man in question stopped and turned to look at Harry. He was wearing rather plain robes in dark blue, had mostly white hair on his head, and his face had several wrinkles. But his blue eyes gave a hint of power that Harry could almost feel. the mirth in the blue orbs not detracting from the intensity they held. After looking at each other for a moment, the old man smiled and introduced himself. "I was indeed meeting someone, young man, an old student and research associate of mine," the old man stated, and Harry cocked his head slightly at the information. "Ah, but where are my manners? My name is Nicholas, my young friend." "Oh, sorry. I'm Harry Potter, sir." Harry introduced himself and noticed the man's eyes twinkle, kind of like Professor Dumbledore's, to be honest. "Yes, I was fairly sure you were Mr. Potter, but it's proper for people to introduce themselves, isn't it?" Nicholas chuckled. "Right. Most people in magical Britain know what I look like, don't they?" Harry asked rhetorically with a lopsided grin. "I'm sure." Nicholas chuckled before looking around. "Say you don't think anyone would mind if we sat down while we chatted, do you?" "I doubt it, but where exactly?" "The Great Hall is just at the other end of this corridor." Harry mused while Nicholas grinned and knocked on a door that they were standing close to. "Why not one of the sitting rooms for visitors? I understand they aren't used as much nowadays, but they're still furnished." Nicholas grinned as the door opened, and Harry saw a comfy sitting room with several large chairs and its own fireplace. "I didn't even know Hogwarts had visitors' sitting rooms," Harry intoned while Nicholas chuckled. "Yes, my old student likes to receive guests in the headmaster's office, so these rooms don't see many guests anymore," Nicholas explained, as he walked into the room and sat on one of the plush chairs. "Wait, your former student was Dumbledore?" Harry asked incredulously as he walked into the room and sat in a chair near Nicholas. "But that would mean named Nicholas Dumbledore. You're Nicholas Flamel." "Indeed." Nicholas smiled as he watched the young man try to calm down. "You're a legend, sir. Even Muggles know the story of you creating the Philosopher's Stone, the only alchemist to reach the pinnacle of the alchemic arts, the man that successfully created the zenith of an entire branch of magic." Harry was freaking out a bit and he knew it, but he couldn't help it. Sitting in front of him was a living legend whose accomplishments had seen his name carved into history on both sides, magical and Muggle alike. "Pleasure to hear you've done at least a little bit of reading about magical history." Nicholas grinned, and Harry forced himself to calm down. "Sorry, I freaked out a little bit." Harry apologized, but Nicholas just waved it away. "No need to worry, Mr. Potter, it happens, trust me, it happens." Nicholas sighed with a shake of his head. He'd met people that had freaked out far worse than what Harry had just done. "I was just here to speak to Dumbledore and retrieve something. Plus reveal to my former student that he'd once again been pranked." "Pranked?" Harry questioned, confused. "Oh yes, I'm a bit of a prankster, just ask my wife." Nicholas sniggered. "Dumbledore asked to borrow my Philosopher's Stone to see if a theory of his was correct. But he didn't notice that what I gave him wasn't the Philosopher's Stone, not even after he'd had it for months." "Huh?" Harry was still very confused. "I gave him this and told him it was the stone." Nicholas chuckled as he pulled a dark red gem-like rock from inside of his robes and showed it to the first year. Harry just stared at the fist-sized stone. He could feel the magic it gave off. If Nicholas hadn't already told him this wasn't a Philosopher's Stone, he'd believe it was if somebody else told him so. What? Harry asked as he looked away from the rock. "This is called a rubedo stone. It's just a few steps away from becoming a Philosopher's Stone. While it's very powerful magically and a great boost to transmutation, it is also remarkably unstable. Just a small disruption in the magic flowing into it and—" Nicholas trailed off as the rubedo stone sparked with red electric sparks and dispersed into reddish smoke that drifted towards the ceiling. "It's destroyed," he finished with a grin. "Did you just use wandless magic?" Harry questioned, since he hadn't seen a wand or some other kind of magical focus. "You pick up a few things after living as long as I have, young man." Nicholas nodded. "Sir, if it isn't too much trouble, could I measure your mana?" Harry asked, as he pulled out his scouter. "I just need to look at you with this trinket is all. I just can't pass up an opportunity to scan the oldest living wizard. I'm so curious about what age does to mana growth." He would have continued, but Nicholas's laughter cut him off. "Yes, I'm quite aware of what your items can do. They've been all the rage lately. Feel free to scan away, Mr. Potter." Nicholas consented, and Harry quickly placed his scouter up to his eye after a hasty thank you to the old wizard. The number on the lens started to rise quickly. It shot past the double and triple digits so fast, Harry barely had time to register it. When it cleared the 4-digit numbers and started on the 10,000s, Harry was curious to where it might actually stop. When it didn't stop shortly after breaking into 6-digit territory, Harry felt his hands start to shake. Almost a full 30 seconds passed before the scouter finally stopped counting, and the number on the lens made Harry forget to breathe for a few seconds. When? Harry tried to speak as he continued looking at the number in shock. So how'd I do? Nicholas chuckled at Harry's flabbergasted face. You're at. Harry stuttered out as Nicholas just continued to smile pleasantly. Later. Harry was still shaken from his brief meeting with Nicholas Flamel. He retreated to his hidden workshop, and just sat at his work table staring blankly at nothing. He had no idea how long he'd sat there, but a knock on the door broke him from his stupor. Going over and letting Penny and Tonks inside, Harry knew they noticed his state by the looks on their faces. "Harry, what's wrong? You look like you just got told the world is ending," Penny asked, trying to comfort her friend. "I don't think I've ever seen you like this before, Harry. What's wrong?" Tonks asked, genuinely worried about her friend, potential future boyfriend. "We're not even close," Harry mumbled out. "We don't even register on the same level." "What are you talking about, Harry?" Penny asked, confused. "Let me scan you both again, then you'll understand," Harry replied, and both teens shrugged and let him take his readings. "Penny, you've gone up to 4,280. Tonks, you've gone up to 5,624, he informed, putting pleased smiles on both girls' faces. He quickly grabbed a test frame off his work table and measured himself. "I've gone up to 936. That's good, right? We've all gotten a bit stronger," Tonks wondered as Harry shook his head. "It's little to nothing," Harry trailed off. "We don't even compare." "Harry, can you explain what's made you like this?" Penny asked as she pulled Harry into a chair and sat next to him. Tonks quickly sat on his other side and listened. With a resigned sigh, Harry explained his meeting with Nicholas Flamel. Only after he got to the part where he'd measured Nicholas's mana did the two understand, and their faces became portraits of shock. "See? You can't blame me," Harry sighed as he closed his eyes. But even in the darkness behind his eyelids, he could still see the number on the lens of his scouter. The absurdity of the reading and Nicholas's pleasant smile creating a contrast so vivid he was sure it would be imprinted into his mind forever. You're at 1,098,632. Harry recalled, stuttering out as Nicholas continued to smile pleasantly. "I did get heavily into dueling for several decades. Maybe that has something to do with it?" Nicholas queried, only for Harry to be unable to respond. Current mana levels. Harry, 936. Tonks, 5,624. Penelope, 4,280. Chapter 10, First Year End, Summer Projects. It was the first morning of classes after the break, and everyone was in the Great Hall for breakfast. Harry, Tonks, and Penny were enjoying some light conversation, and both girls were talking about the upcoming OWLs and NEWTs that would start in May. Both felt confident that their studying was preparing them well, and that their wandless skills would gain them extra points on their practical tests. Harry had no worries about his end-of-year exams. He knew the material and his practical skills were undoubtedly the highest in his year. "Students, I have an announcement before we start another day of classes," Dumbledore called out to the Great Hall. Everyone quickly quieted and turned to the headmaster to listen. "It came to our attention over the break that our defense against the dark arts professor was not feeling well. Professor Quirrell has unfortunately had to leave his position early and seek treatment. I'm unaware of what treatment he may need, but I feel he'll make a full recovery with time." "Well, looks like you were right, Harrikins," Tonks whispered, and Harry could only shrug. "Fortunately, as we only have a short time until the end of the school year, I've been able to make time in my duties to take up your instruction. I hope you'll all be all right with learning from an old man such as myself," Dumbledore joked, getting smatterings of chuckles and even several excited gasps from multiple students. It wasn't every day that anyone got direct teaching from Dumbledore anymore. The man had been headmaster since before even the 7th years had been born, after all. A loud but polite applause filled the Great Hall for a minute, as Dumbledore directed his twinkling gaze over the students before sitting down and resuming what was left of breakfast. "Well, maybe Dada won't be completely useless for the remainder of the term?" Harry mused, getting Tonks to crack up while Penny smiled. "I'm looking forward to what the headmaster can teach, though," Penny admitted with an interested look. "He's well-traveled, and has worked with multiple leaders of several magical fields. I'm sure his Dada lessons will be very interesting and informative. True enough, might even be able to pick up an extra spell or two to impress the NEWT examiners and the Auror recruiters." Tonks grinned before looking at Penny. "You totally just had a nerd moment." "Hush you," Penny admonished as she swatted Tonks on the arm. "Harry, help, Penny is being mean to me," Tonks wailed, overly dramatic. "You earned it." Harry smiled back, making Penny smirk, while Tonks stared at him with the most overdone look of betrayal. "Traitor," Tonks called, and wandlessly threw a bit of porridge at him. Harry focused on the glob and it stopped in midair. "No food fights, Tonks," Harry chided as he returned the glob to Tonks's bowl. "They're against the rules." Penny glared as Tonks pouted at both of them. "You're no fun," Tonks claimed as she playfully stuck out her tongue. Both Harry and Penny fondly sighed at their metamorph friend. "End-of-year exams," Harry sighed. Finally he was finished with all the paper tests. He was confident that he'd done well, and now he was actually looking forward to getting the practical exams done too. Penny and Tonks were both still cooped up for their exams. As both the OWLs and the NEWTs were the biggest exams for students during their schooling, many more precautions were taken to ensure no cheating could take place. Harry figured he could just wait for his name to be called, and retreated partially into his thoughts to try and work out ideas for new projects. He still wanted to try and work out an artifact sword for himself. He'd start with basic enchantments on a self-forged blade, durability, ever sharp and the like, before moving on to more complex enchantments. With any luck he'd be able to create something truly unique. He'd aim for at least a median-grade artifact for his future sword. But if a greater grade was achievable when he was designing the runic array, why not try and reach it? "Mr. Potter, please enter the testing room," Flitwick called out. Harry pulled himself out of his thoughts and stood up. Heading into the charms classroom for his practical exam, he smiled at his head of house. "Good morning, Professor," Harry greeted politely. "Good morning, Mr. Potter. Are you ready for your practical?" Flitwick asked, though the look in the charms professor's eyes said that he was already certain of it. "I think I've learned well, sir," Harry replied, as he stood behind the long table that had been set up in the room. Various items were laid out on the table and Flitwick motioned to a set of feathers on the closest end. "First, the levitation charm. Levitate one of the feathers and have it circle the room, Mr. Potter," Flitwick instructed, a clipboard in his hands. "Yes, sir." Harry nodded before all 3 feathers floated up from the table. Flitwick looked on wide-eyed as the 3 feathers made a circle around the room, before gently settling back on the desk. "Bravo, Mr. Potter, bravo. Wandless and silent, and you're only a first year. I dare say even your mother wasn't so gifted," Flitwick praised as he made a mark on his clipboard. "Thank you for the praise, Professor." Harry smiled as he was compared to his mother. It was a great compliment in his eyes. "Moving on, there are 3 sheets of parchment on the table next to you. Change each of them into a different color," Flitwick instructed, and Harry did so with nary a thought. He changed each of them into the house colors of Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Gryffindor. "Done, sir," Harry stated, and Flitwick clapped politely as he marked the results. So it went that Harry demonstrated the various charms they'd worked on over the school year. Each time he managed it both silent and wandless, bringing a brighter smile to Flitwick's face. "All right, Mr. Potter, not that you need it, but you're now given the opportunity to display any charm you've learned outside of class for extra credit." Flitwick motioned to the empty space in front of the long table. Harry thought for a moment about which spell to demonstrate, and smiled as he decided to go flashy. Might as well, right? What was it Sirius said in his letter that one time? Go big, or go home, wasn't it? Harry mused before he stood before Flitwick, and raised his hand into the air above his head. With palm facing the high ceiling, a small flame appeared in Harry's hand before it became a large conflagration. As Harry fed more mana into the spell, the flames became a stream that towered into the air just short of hitting the ceiling. Flitwick stared in amazement at what a first year was doing. This went beyond what any incendio charm could do. "Excellent, Mr. Potter, simply excellent," Flitwick praised as Harry ended his spell. "Make sure you're very careful with that spell though. I don't want to hear you've accidentally set something ablaze during your years here." "Of course, Professor." Harry nodded and Flitwick dismissed him to his next practical. Harry made good showings in all his practical exams. McGonagall had been especially impressed by his ability to wandlessly transfigure a small stone into various shapes. Turning the rock into a cube, a sphere, a pyramid and a flat disc had seen him getting extra marks for transfiguration. Now Harry had to take his final practical exam, Defense Against the Dark Arts with Dumbledore. "Good afternoon, Mr. Potter. I trust you're well?" Dumbledore asked, as Harry made his way into the room. "As well as can be, Professor," Harry replied as he waited for Dumbledore's instructions. Good to hear. We'll be going through the spells you've learned over the year. Simply demonstrate them to the best of your ability and we'll be done shortly. No need to be nervous. Dumbledore reassured. Are you ready? Yes, Professor. I'm ready. Harry nodded and Dumbledore asked for the first spell. Show me the Flipendo Jinx, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore prompted while motioning towards a target against the wall. Harry simply pointed at it with his finger and cast the spell. His Jinx smacked almost dead center against the target, and Dumbledore looked mildly impressed before making a mark on his clipboard. At the end, Dumbledore offered a chance for extra credit, just as the rest of the professors had done, and Harry nodded. I finally have some real results for this spell, so I might as well get some extra credit for it, Harry thought with a grin, as he conjured lightning around his arm. With a jab of his index and middle finger towards the target, a bolt of lightning leapt from the extended fingers and struck just off center of the bull's eye. Letting the lightning travel down my arm and out the tips of my fingers makes it infinitely easier to aim compared to the whole palm. Harry smiled at the results of all of his practice with the Fullman Curse. My word, I never thought I'd see a first year capable of casting the Fullman Curse. Dumbledore stared at Harry for a long moment before writing on his clipboard. That you managed it silent and wandless as well is outright unheard of for a wizard your age. I must say you're quite the young man, Mr. Potter, though I don't believe that I need to caution you on the use of that spell. Never use it on another person unless it is absolutely unavoidable to defend your life. That curse is not something that one can cast accidentally or on reflex, though some have tried to get out of criminal charges by stating such in the past. The old wizard sighed. Of course, Professor, I learned it for just those types of situations. I'd rather avoid them altogether if possible though, Harry stated, and Dumbledore nodded to the young student. No way am I telling him I learned it just because I wanted to throw lightning around along with fire. He thought to himself with a groan. He'd never live that down if Tonks ever found out. End of the year. Tonks and Penny had been feeling rather confident in their performance of their exams. Tonks went on and on about the startled looks on the Wizarding Examination Authority. Proctor's faces when she'd started performing spell both silent and wandless. The metamorph was sure she'd aced the practical exams without a problem. Penny had been very confident in both her written and practical exams, though even she couldn't help but comment on her own shocking of the proctors from the ministry during her practical exams. Apparently they'd never seen a fifth year capable of so much wandless magic. So who won the House Cup this year? Tonks asked, as she looked towards the hourglasses at the front of the Great Hall. I think it's between Slytherin and Ravenclaw this year, Penny commented as she waited for dinner to start along with everyone else. I don't really care, I've got more things to worry about than the House Cup. Harry shrugged nonchalantly, though both of his friends could see him glancing at the hourglasses every so often. They'd both laugh at him shortly after, when it was revealed that Ravenclaw had won the House Cup by all of 12 house points. Doesn't care, he says. Tonks guffawed, while Penny hugged Harry in celebration of their house winning. The next afternoon, King's Cross Station. I'll be sure to come visit when I can. Penny smiled to Harry and Tonks as they stood on the platform with their families. Sirius was standing with Ted and Andromeda, to take Harry to his new home with his godfather. You better, we've got to talk about our future. Tonks winked at Penny, who, to her credit, didn't get more than a dusting of pink on her cheeks. Can you not? Harry asked of his friend, only for Tonks to shake her head while laughing. You're impossible. Harry shook his head. Oh, don't pout, Harrykins, you know you love us. Tonks grinned, as she hugged Harry to her side. Penny giggled, as Harry just let Tonks hug him. The boy had learned to just let Tonks have her hugs over the school year. I'm not pouting. Harry deadpanned, as Penny moved over to hug him too. But you are blushing, Penny whispered with a giggle, and Tonks chuckled at the red that appeared on Harry's cheeks from the group hug. All right, Casanova, time to go. Sirius laughed, making Harry struggle out of the girl's grip to swat at his godfather. The parents couldn't help but smile at the interaction before both groups went their separate ways. Harry, Tonks, Andromeda, Sirius, and Ted took the flu to the small black property that Sirius and he would be living in. It was a nice stone and wood cottage-style house, in a place called Wood End, just southwest of Bedford. Magically hidden, of course, and near a good-sized forest, Harry had no problems with his new home. This is great, Harry exclaimed, as he was shown around by Sirius, and was surprised when they got to his bedroom on the second floor. It had all of his things from the Dursleys already in it. You got all of my stuff? He questioned, and Sirius nodded. Sure did. Also found out that your aunt and uncle are expecting another child. Sirius responded, and Harry was surprised. He didn't know Petunia and Vernon wanted any more children. Seemed right happy about it too. Huh, I'll have to write them and thank them for taking care of me until now. Plus offer my congratulations. Didn't think they wanted more children. Though I'd bet Aunt Petunia's hoping for a daughter this time. Harry mused as the group settled into the sitting room for tea. So, Artificer Potter, what are your plans for the summer? Ted asked with a grin, using Harry's new title for emphasis. Harry looked away sheepishly for a moment before getting himself together. Making more test frames, possibly a few more scouters if I can get a smithy set up here. I also have some ideas for a few projects. Harry replied, and Sirius suddenly had a smile so wide Harry thought it would hurt his face if he kept eye up too long. What's with the grin? I've already contracted a magical stonemason to build you a full smithy out back. Sirius burst out happily and laughed at Harry's shocked face. Consider it a makeup gift for 10 years of missed birthdays and Christmases. Sirius, that must have cost so much, Harry exclaimed, and Sirius waved him off. I've got the entirety of the Black Vaults under my control now. I've more gold than I know what to do with, so if I want to spend it on my godson I will, Sirius explained, and Harry couldn't stop himself from hugging his godfather. Thank you, Sirius. Harry thanked his godfather happily. No problem, Harry, it's worth every nut, Sirius assured him as he patted the boy's back. The stonemason will be here the day after tomorrow to get some measurements and start prepping the land for building. After that is done, it shouldn't take more than a week or so to be ready for you. This is great! I can do everything I planned this summer. Harry smiled, and Tonks couldn't resist moving over to sit beside him so she could hug him. Harry was so happy he hugged the metamorph back immediately with his smile still plastered on his face. About an hour later, Ted and Andromeda started working on dinner for everyone. When Sirius tried to help, he'd been all but tossed out of the kitchen by Andromeda. Apparently Sirius wasn't much of a cook, and Andromeda wouldn't risk their first family dinner together on Sirius's cooking skills. The man had grumbled about overly controlling cousins before walking outside with Harry to show him where the smithy would be built. The dinner was lovely, and the Tonks family had left just after 10 for their home. Harry had enjoyed a shower and some light reading before bed that evening. Unknown to the boy, Sirius had checked in on him after 11 and tucked him in with a smile. The man was determined to make a happy home for his godson, and that meant laughter and smiles in his opinion. Harry wouldn't want for anything if Sirius had anything to say about it, though he would soon encounter Harry's stubborn streak when it came to certain things. The next morning, Harry groaned softly as he woke up. Looking around at his new room, after putting his glasses on, brought a smile to his face. It wasn't massive, maybe a bit bigger than his old attic bedroom at the Dursleys, but it made him feel so warm to know that this place was his home. A place where all of him was accepted, especially his magic. The smell of something cooking caught his nose, and Harry made his way down to the kitchen. Seeing Sirius cooking for the first time was odd, in a surreal way, but he sat at the table regardless. Morning, Sirius. Harry yawned. Morning, Harry. Breakfast will be done in just a few moments. Sirius smiled as he plated some scrambled eggs and bacon. A wave of his wand had a couple slices of toast perfectly browned and ready for butter or jam. A couple flicks and 2 plates of breakfast along with a pitcher of milk and a pitcher of orange juice floated onto the table, and Sirius sat down. The two smiled before digging in together. This is pretty good, Sirius, Harry complimented, and Sirius puffed up in pride. Andromeda doesn't think I can cook, but even I can make breakfast, Sirius exclaimed with a smile, and Harry chuckled at his upbeat attitude. After the two had finished, Sirius had only waved his wand a few times to clean the dishes and levitated the pitchers back into the magical icebox. With the day free, Harry and Sirius spent some time getting to know one another in person, instead of through letters. Harry loved hearing about his parents, and Sirius was very much interested in Harry's enchanting. When Harry mentioned he wanted to work on trying to create an artifact sword, Sirius had started asking various questions. I'll start with a regular self-forged blade, probably a knife to start out with, just so I can get a feel for blade making. Harry explained the first part of his summer plans. After I get a good handle on that, then I'll move on to adding enchantments. The basic stuff to start with, of course, durability and ever sharp. If that works out, I'll move on to actually putting together the runic array for my first prototype blade. As long as you're careful, Harry, I'd hate for you to get hurt. Sirius worried slightly. I don't mind if you're there watching the first couple of times, Sirius. If it'll ease your worries, I encourage it. Harry smiled at his godfather, and Sirius smiled back. I'll take you up on that, Harry. Once I'm sure you're safe, well as safe as making a blade can be at least, then I'll worry less. Maybe we should get a house. Elf? Then we won't have to worry about cleaning and laundry. Plus if there's an accident you can call for the house elf to come get me or to help you get to me. Sirius considered, and Harry found the idea to be sound. House elves were nothing but a boon to a magical household after all. Having one around the cottage would take a couple chores off Harry and Sirius's shoulders. Maybe they could cook from time to time too. I don't mind cooking a bit, but I'm no expert or anything. Harry mused and Sirius nodded. Might not be a bad idea. Sirius nodded with a grin. Just a fair warning, Sirius, I get a lot of mail sometimes. Now that I'm the youngest artificer in history, I expect that to happen again. Harry warned, and Sirius chuckled at his godson's annoyed face. Well, if you'd stop doing so many groundbreaking things, maybe you wouldn't have these problems? Sirius teased, and Harry picked up a couch cushion and smacked his godfather with it. Oh, now you've done it, Harry. Sirius chuckled while grabbing a cushion in each hand. This means war. Have at you. Bring it on. Harry laughed as he blocked Sirius's first swipe with his own cushion. The laughter that filled the cottage house that day truly made the old building a real home. Warmth would always come to Sirius and Harry whenever they returned to this place from then on. Especially at the start of the small-scale prank war that started that day. Oh, so you want to use magic to win, do you? Sirius laughed as he pulled his wand in response to Harry levitating cushions at him. Let me show you how to truly fight like a marauder, my foolish godson. You don't have the skill to keep up with me. Harry chortled as he launched another cushion at Sirius. The man barely moved his wand to snag it out of the air and have it join his collection of cushions. Your words only show your inexperience, Sirius replied as he launched cushions at Harry. The boy stopped them with a wave of his hand, the cushions hanging in the air between the two men. I do not fear you. Harry chuckled as he launched the cushions back at his godfather. Then you shall lose braver than most. Sirius cackled as he waved his wand and rained the cushions down on Harry. The two spent until lunchtime indulging their childishness. Harry and Sirius happily exchanging cushion blows over and over again. It would be a heartwarming scene for anyone that could look in on it. It was truly the moment Harry and Sirius became family with a bond stronger than blood. The two even knew it, and it only made the first cushion war of Woodend Cottage all the more epic. That's it for this part. If you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe. I will continue with one part a day for this story as well.